Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Iran says the Strait of Hormuz is completely open to commercial ships until the end of the ceasefire, with President Trump saying it's agreed to never close it again. Plus, Trump tells NATO to stay away as European leaders meet in Paris to discuss reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. And despite oil prices dropping, airlines around the world raise fares as the cost of jet fuel soars. Iran's foreign minister has said the Strait of Hormuz is now completely open to commercial ships for the remainder of the ceasefire agreement with the US. Oil and gas prices dropped immediately after the announcement, and President Trump posted a thank you on Truth Social. He then posted again to say the naval blockade will remain in full force and effect as it pertains to Iran only until such time as our transaction with Iran is 100% complete. In a separate post, he also claimed Iran had agreed to never close Hormuz again. For more on this, I'm joined by Nomi Bar-Yaakov, international peace negotiator at the Geneva Center for Security Policy. Nomi, as always, great to have you on the show. It's been a busy day of breaking news lines from Iran and from President Trump, but Iran's foreign minister declares the Strait of Hormuz is completely open for the rest of the ceasefire, Trump making it clear he intends to keep the US naval blockade in place. Do these latest developments signal back-channel negotiations are working and have been successful?
Yes, absolutely. Well, firstly, thank you very much, Leigh Ann. Always a pleasure to be on your show. And I think we were just talking earlier, sort of whether there'd be some optimism to report or to discuss. And I think this is a fantastic sign. Yes, it's all due to back-channel negotiations by not only the Pakistanis, but also Saudi Arabia and Turkey and Egypt and Qatar. I think every country in the region, and not only in the region, but with a stake, has tried to support the process because it is in everyone's interest to open the Strait of Hormuz. But ultimately, we do need to give the credit to US President Donald Trump. He is the one that picked up the phone and, according to Senator Lindsey Graham, screamed at the Iranians and got the sort of agreement done. They got an agreement, apparently, reportedly, on the 440 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium to be dug up. Now Trump is saying both Iran and the US will dig it up because it's buried very, very, very deeply underground together and move it to the US. Iran hasn't confirmed this, but this is what the US president is saying. And also reportedly, and from numerous sources, the US will give Iran the $20 billion that are currently held in the US as frozen assets. So Iran is very interested in money, in the lifting of sanctions, in the release of all the frozen assets across the world, of which there are many, many, many billions, hundreds of billions of dollars. And the US is interested in the economy thriving. So that's a very good start. I think we need to note that it's going to be a very, very long process. There are lots and lots of I's to dot and T's to cross, and we're not there, but I think it's a very welcome start to a open, tough negotiation after almost 7 weeks of war between the US, Israel and Iran.
And I like what you said there. Donald Trump screamed down the phone at Iran, according to Lindsey Graham. But I just want to talk a little bit more about the nuclear situation. Of course, as you said, President Donald Trump, speaking today to Reuters, says that the US will work with Iran to recover its enriched uranium and also bring it back to the United States. And the big question here is President Donald Trump has to save his own skin when it comes to the nuclear deal and the no nukes agreement with Iran, because we know that he's criticized what Barack Obama achieved. So Donald Trump also has his work cut out here.
Absolutely. I mean, the nuclear deal, the 2015 the deal that Barack Obama brokered on behalf of the US with not only European states, but others, Russia was involved and other states. That was a big international agreement known as the JCPOA that Donald Trump himself withdrew from in May of 2018 unilaterally. So now Iran will say he would like an agreement that goes beyond that. So a better agreement, nuclear agreement, and that's why he's insisting on 0% enrichment. That's yet to be determined. But first and foremost, he's getting all the enriched uranium out. May I say not all the enriched uranium, but the high enriched uranium. That's a 60% enriched uranium. Iran also has 20% enriched uranium. So again, it's a really complex, very complex file. And then the question is what kind of Trump has announced today on his Truth Social platform that Iran will never enrich uranium again. That's not what the Iranians are saying. So again, much to be ironed out there. Obviously, the International Atomic Energy, known as the IAEA, the UN watchdog for nuclear weapons, will be involved. But look, Iran was on the brink of withdrawing from the Non-Proliferation Treaty, the NPT, and that would have been an absolute disaster. It would have allowed them to go very fast towards a bomb with their 60% enriched uranium without any international supervision, without any observers present. So we're at a very critical moment. And again, I do raise my hat. I think that Trump, we may not approve of his means screaming down the line, but he, threatening in language that is unprecedented and quite frankly wholly inappropriate. I don't think that worked, but the back channels, the Pakistanis have worked extremely hard to broker this. The Pakistani head of the army, he brokered with Donald Trump, he carried a message from Donald Trump, and he brokered the second ceasefire we haven't spoken about that entered into force, the 10-day ceasefire that entered into force in Lebanon. So that too, it's all interlinked. We're on the brink of an initial agreement, may I add, on the nuclear front. This is not a final agreement. This is just the beginning of a long and painstakingly difficult negotiation on the nuclear issue. But it's really important, and I can't sort of highlight how important it is that this agreement was announced today.
And it's really interesting because we talk about the fact that this agreement has been announced today. But once again, Donald Trump does put these posts on Truth Social, and sometimes they can be thin on details. So we don't always get the details of the agreement or what's in place. And as you said, lots to be negotiated too. Do you think we could see President Donald Trump traveling to Pakistan very soon to sign an agreement? And do you think we could see the US and Iranian delegations meeting in Islamabad? Because that's what's been touted, but we still don't have a date.
Yes, the proposed date, but still some details need to be ironed out, is this coming Sunday. Whether it'll happen on Sunday or not remains to be seen, but certainly preparations in the Serena Hotel in Pakistan are in full swing, with dozens of thousands of security people being flown in from all over the place in order to ensure that security, which I think is the most important element ahead of such a sensitive conference, is taking place. So I think, yes, I think we will see the US president there when there is an agreement to sign. And I just would like to stress that this agreement will be the beginning of a framework agreement, not the end of not a comprehensive peace agreement, which is what we would all like to see, and I think the president would like to see. If you look, for example, in parallel at what happened in Gaza, he had this sort of family photo. He had brought all the states' leaders to Sharm el-Sheikh to announce that there's a move from end of phase 1, beginning of phase 2, and basically that it's the end of conflict. And we're far from an end of conflict in Gaza. Israel is occupying more than 50% of the territories there. Israel's still occupying around up to about 10 kilometers of the Lebanon, even though there is a 10-day ceasefire. This is going to be the beginning of an end of this current phase of fighting, a beginning of a new process, very significant, but it's a very, very, very long road ahead.
Nomi, I must say something. We're getting some breaking news lines from President Donald Trump, and I think he might disagree with you. I'll tell you what he's been saying. He's been speaking to AFP, and he says no sticking points for Iran deal. And he also says very close to a deal with Iran. So Donald Trump sounding extremely optimistic as always. Apparently no sticking points. But of course, we were just talking about the nuclear issue. So do you think Donald Trump's getting ahead of himself?
I think he's talking about no sticking points for this framework agreement. I don't think there's a conflict between what he's saying and what I'm saying. He's looking at a signing of an extended ceasefire, an end of conflict, an agreement on the enriched uranium and the beginning of sanctions relief that we discussed earlier, the 20 billion US dollars that Iran has in frozen assets in the US. I'm talking about a long-term comprehensive peace agreement that will cover all the issues, the ballistic missiles, the sanctions long-term. So it's not just that. The Hormuz Strait, not just during the ceasefire, which is what Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister of Iran, said today. We have agreed to keep the Strait of Hormuz open, I'm quoting him, for commercial ships only during the period of the ceasefire. Iran wants serious international guarantees, having been burnt out twice, to ensure that there won't be a resumption of fighting, not just by the US, but also Israel. They want a long-term ceasefire, not a 10-day ceasefire in Lebanon. They want security for Hezbollah, for the Houthis, for all of their militias across the board, mainly in Iraq. Syria is also on the cards. Yes, and I think that there is the nuclear issue isn't just the 40%, the 60%, sorry, the 440 kilograms of enriched uranium. So I think Trump is saying they're close to signing something. I say that something is the beginning of a framework agreement. It's not a final agreement. It's a process.
Always a process. Nomi, thank you so much for joining me. Good to have you on the show, especially after our Friday positive news to wrap up the week. We can now speak to Derek Grossman, Professor of International Relations at the University of Southern California. Derek, as always, great to have you on the show. A really busy news day here since President Donald Trump woke up and started posting on social media. But Trump says the U.S. naval blockade of Iran will remain in full force, despite Iran's announcement that the Strait of Hormuz is reopening to shipping. Do you think Iran is going to accept the U.S. blockade staying in place? Because they've said if this happens, the Bab al-Mandeb Strait could be at risk.
Well, thanks for having me. Yeah, and I think part of confidence-building measures in any negotiation is if one side does something positive, then the other side must reciprocate. And if the U.S. is in fact going to maintain a naval blockade in the Strait of Hormuz, or a counter blockade as it started out, I think that's going to be problematic for Iran. And as you mentioned, the Iranians still have cards to play, even though Trump keeps saying they don't. And one of those cards is to try to get the Houthis to block, the Bab al-Mandeb, right? And so there are other possibilities as well. And frankly, I'm concerned about the duration of the ceasefire here as the clock ticks down, right? So that first ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran is set to expire on Tuesday. And this new ceasefire has a shelf life of 14 days. And so we're already 14 minus 1 days here, right? So the clock is ticking for a more sustainable long-term deal. And when you continue to see the U.S. maintain this counter blockade, that is not going to play well in Tehran.
There is positive momentum, though, ahead of that clock ticking down on the ceasefire. But, Derek, what prompted the news from Iran on reopening the Strait of Hormuz? And how do you read into the timing of this, as a delegation from Pakistan has, of course, been in Tehran?
Yeah, I think the Pakistanis have really done a lot of great work here for both sides, to be honest, right? I mean, you had the field marshal in Tehran for, I believe, over a day negotiating with Iranian counterparts. And of course, the Islamabad talks took place last week, and we may see some follow-on talks, right? So Pakistan's really been in the mix in a good way. And I think we should all be thankful for that. I think the Iranians decided to move ahead with ending their blockade because of the Israel-Lebanon discussions that took place yesterday and the agreement for a 14-day ceasefire there. But keep in mind, and this is something that I've been really concerned about, right? The negotiations between Israel and Lebanon are historic. Hasn't happened in decades, right? However, Israel really needs to be negotiating with Hezbollah. And that's something that they refuse to do. Both sides refuse to do, right? And so the idea that Lebanon can somehow control Hezbollah as part of these negotiations with Israel, I think is very, very tenuous at best, right? And so the ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon, it's really with inappropriate parties involved, right? And therefore, I think it's very temporary. But it was enough for Iran to say, this is something that is a confidence-building measure for us to see that there's some progress on, the second front of the war, if you will. And so that's why I think you saw them make their decision today.
Yeah, and when we speak about Hezbollah, it's so interesting because, as you say, they just weren't at the table. But the Lebanese army has officially accused Israel of violating the ceasefire hours after it came into effect. But in another post on social media today, Trump said Israel will not be bombing Lebanon any longer, and that enough is enough. Is this a clear sign of frustration with Benjamin Netanyahu now from Donald Trump as he tries to push forward with his own ceasefire?
I think that this is a real inflection point, to be honest, right? Because the tension, if you will, has been building between Trump and Netanyahu over the last few weeks. And now it's apparent, right, that Israel's goal is to continue bombing southern Lebanon until all Hezbollah fighters are killed and infrastructure is destroyed, at least for several years, until they have to mow the lawn again, so to speak, right? And that is not the U.S.'s goal at all. The U.S.'s goal, as I think is pretty clear from what Trump has been saying, is that we're looking for an off-ramp. We're looking to end this war, right? He wants to have all of this cleaned up before he goes to Beijing in May, right? May 13th, to be precise, right? So he's got a deadline here. And Netanyahu clearly does not have a deadline. The war can continue to go on and on and on from Israel's perspective, so long as it puts Israel in a position of power within the region. And, that, I think, difference in strategy is causing a lot of heartburn in the U.S.-Israel relationship. And frankly, I'm not surprised at all that Israel has not been abiding by the ceasefire within hours of it taking effect, because it's not something, frankly, that they want, right? And they also have not negotiated directly with Hezbollah. It's with Lebanon. So it's they could easily turn around and say, we don't have a ceasefire with Hezbollah. We have it with Lebanon. Right. So it's going to get messier, I think, before the dust finally settles.
But many analysts say that this is just what Israel does. They break every ceasefire they agree to. But Derek, you mentioned President Donald Trump traveling to Beijing and the fact that he actually has a date that he wants to end this war by. Why do you think it's so important that he ends this war ahead of his trip to China? Because I also found it really interesting that on Truth Social the other day, he said, I'm opening the Strait of Hormuz for China. She is going to give me a big fat hug when he sees me. What's the concern with China when it comes to President Trump?
Yeah, I mean, I think the idea of ending the war in order to, have a better meeting with Xi Jinping is really kind of silly. Look, Trump and Netanyahu decided to start this war, right? And Iran obviously gets a vote in how it turns out. And so you can't just start a war and then end it when you want to, all right? Because it takes the other party's buy-in as well. And that is, that's precisely why we saw Trump delay the visit to Beijing from March 31st to May 14th, thinking that would buy him enough time in order to have the war cleaned up by then, and almost, in a way, give a deliverable, a policy deliverable to China, right? But again, China's not stupid. They know that Trump started this war. So you're going to give a deliverable to Xi that should have never been a deliverable to begin with, right? As far as I can remember, the Strait of Hormuz was open before the war started, right? So from Xi Jinping's perspective, I mean, sure, he'll take the deliverables, so to speak, right? But I mean, that is not going to create a smoother U.S.-China relationship. I think from Beijing's perspective, the United States is increasingly erratic and increasingly predatory, frankly, on the rest of the world. And that is something that China is preparing to deal with, not only for itself, but also offering support to Iran. We saw the assistance with the Chinese spy satellite to monitor U.S. military movements, right? So things like that, I think, are going to continue regardless of whether this war is cleaned up before May 14th.
Indeed, Derek, and we'll have to see that big fat hug when Donald Trump does arrive in Beijing. Derek Grossman, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks for having me.
President Trump has told NATO to stay away after saying they called him to ask if he needed help after the Strait of Hormuz was reopened. It comes as European leaders met in Paris today to host a virtual meeting with 40 other nations to discuss the reopening of the crucial waterway. They announced they would keep planning an international mission to restore a maritime security on the strait. Here's what the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer had to say.
We agreed to accelerate our military planning. I can confirm that along with France, the UK will lead a multinational mission to protect freedom of navigation as soon as conditions allow. This will be strictly peaceful and defensive as a mission to reassure commercial shipping and support mine clearance. We invite all nations with an interest in the free flow of global trade to join us. Take this forward with a military planning conference in London next week, where we will announce more detail on the composition of the mission, and over a dozen countries have already offered to contribute assets.
For more on this, I'm joined by broadcaster and defence editor at the Evening Standard newspaper, Robert Fox. Robert, as always, great to have you on the show. Iran declares the Strait of Hormuz is completely open for the rest of the ceasefire. And of course, this comes as Keir Starmer, we just heard him speaking there, says the UK and France will lead an international mission in the Straits following a virtual meeting. But I guess the big question here is Keir Starmer and the rest of the European leaders just late to the party once again?
Yeah, that's a very straightforward way of looking at it, and certainly it's the way that Donald Trump would try to depict it. But I think almost as much as Iran and Israel, Donald Trump is now becoming the problem, because we've had Iran announcing that it would like to open the Strait of Hormuz, which would be to its own tremendous advantage to get Iranian oil flowing out through the Gulf again. That is absolutely so. But then to have Trump replying, well, I'm not quite so sure, I want to run our blockade still. This is getting into very dangerous territory. And typically Trump, I own this problem, I own the Straits of Hormuz, I own the right to say whether it's open or closed. That has coloured a lot of Starmer's thinking, I know, but also the allies, because one of the sub-briefings that was coming out of this meeting in Paris, quite rightly, they want a regime to have regular maritime traffic through the Gulf, minesweeping and mine clearance, and as far as they can possibly make it, they don't want to have America to have, well, they can't exclude America altogether, but they want America to have the minimal role in this. And what they're really trying to push against, with all the troubles over NATO and so on, is actually to distance themselves from Washington, particularly as it is in such a febrile, mercurial, and unpredictable mode, with not only Trump himself, but with Hegseth, with J.D. Vance. They're all over the place, in the opinion of the Europeans.
And it's so interesting because you talk about Trump being mercurial, but he's gone on the attack yet again today when it comes to NATO, saying he's told them to stay away after they asked if he needed help once the strait was already open. My big question here is, where does this NATO alliance stand right now? Because Donald Trump has criticised NATO. He's threatened to pull out of the NATO agreement and alliance. What do you make of this?
Well, I think it's counterintuitive. I think really, au fond, in its essence, from its foundation and its history, and we know Trump doesn't do history, I don't think Trump is much in touch with reality over NATO. NATO is a defensive alliance now of 32 nations, primarily geared to the defense of the NATO North Atlantic area, which is from the Atlantic to the Urals. But of course, it's very effective. It's got planning. It can generate forces, and they have got involved as subcontractors, as it were, elsewhere. First of all, in Yugoslavia in the 90s, and then we saw in Afghanistan. But this brings me back to the Straits of Hormuz. It is not primarily a NATO concern. And if you're going to consult NATO, no, you can shout at all the leaders, in inverted commas, and you can beat up on the very pliable Secretary-General, Mark Rutte. But actually, it's a democratic organization, and a major move by the alliance has to be endorsed by the NAC. Well, what's that? The North Atlantic Council. Actually, it is with representatives of democratically elected people. It is not just a theological joke. It is a democratic alliance. And as far as I can make out, Hegseth, Vance, Tulsi Gabbard, let's throw it at that in, Trump, of course, just don't get that.
And it's really interesting because as I'm chatting to you, I'm just thinking of what other people have said about NATO in the past. You say it's a democratic alliance. Of course it is. But we see the war in Ukraine, and many people have said that NATO have dragged their feet when it comes to helping Ukraine. They have meetings about meetings about meetings. And many people would argue that Donald Trump has really pushed for Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz, and hats off to him for coercive diplomacy in many respects. So do you see where the frustration is coming in? The fact that European allies are holding...
From whom? Sorry.
Pardon?
The frustration from whom?
The frustration from the Americans when it comes to the fact that they wanted help, Robert.
This is an American show, is it? So we're going to talk about why they're upset. Well, they started a war. Nobody understood why they started the war. They didn't consult their allies. And they didn't say what they were really about, except these vague things about, well, he changed the menu all the time, didn't he? First of all, it was regime change, then it wasn't regime change. Then it was popular uprising, and then that wasn't going to happen. It wasn't popular uprising. And then, of course, the key point is the possibility of developing a nuclear weapon. That goes in and out, off and on. Funnily enough, it's rather off the agenda at the moment. And then to stop them building missiles and drones and so on. I tell you, being from a NATO nation, and an old NATO nation, it is utterly confusing. I can't unscramble the spaghetti of Trump language and logic. And this is the problem with the NATO allies. What they're doing in Paris is saying, actually, we are very serious about getting the Strait of Hormuz open, and it will be a very difficult condition, because as difficult, it's absolutely clear there's got to be a deal done with Iran. And it's going to be done with an Iran, certainly that America doesn't particularly like, and certainly it's an Iran that's not much different from the one that existed before February the 28th. But the world economy, the desperate energy budgets of countries like Britain say this has got to be done within 3 or 4 weeks. Otherwise, we're in real trouble with key products like fertilizer, but above all, gas. And it's gas more than oil for the West that really counts, and oil and gas that counts an awful lot for the Chinese. I think we will get there. We'll get there within 4 weeks, and it will almost be done with the agency of the Chinese, despite the Americans.
And I do agree with a lot of what you had to say, and it's always good to get your points across. But I want to ask you one final question, just moving away from the Iran war slightly, concentrating on the British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. We've been talking about...
trouble.
That is my exact question to you. Is he going to survive the scandal, do you reckon, Robert? Or do you think Keir Starmer's got to go?
Come on. Journalists make crappy profits. You know, that if I say he's going to go, he'll stay. If I say he's going to stay, he'll go. He's argued himself for a lawyer into a most extraordinary position. He keeps on arguing the legal regulations. And apparently you can vet somebody for a job, very sensitive job, like ambassador to the US, but you don't have to tell anybody if you're a vetter. not even your boss as the line minister in the cabinet, the foreign minister, who hasn't said anything about it. This is completely crazy. He failed the vetting, and as far as one can discover now, on very, very good grounds, but you couldn't tell anybody, so it went ahead. It's Alice in Wonderland logic, and I think it will do for Starmer in the end. Whether he goes next week or the week after, I think he's holed beneath the waterline, to use a watery naval expression. I think I can't see him pulling back from this now, and this makes these negotiations, as you say, rather strange. And him saying he will be a co-leader of the coalition of the willing, who are willing to meet again, to decide to meet again, and won't do anything in the Gulf until peace breaks out. But it's how you get that truce, that armistice, that ceasefire that's going to be absolutely crucial, because the markets demand that, and Trump, now more than anybody else, can't buck those markets.
And we know that Donald Trump loves to watch those markets. And, of course, he's got midterm elections coming up, doesn't he, Robert? And those gas prices in the States need to go down. But, Robert Fox, brilliant to have you on. Thank you so much for your analysis.
Pleasure.
Despite oil prices dropping, airlines around the world have been forced to raise fares as jet fuel prices have soared over recent weeks as the Strait of Hormuz has effectively been closed. The head of the International Energy Agency has also warned that Europe has maybe 6 weeks of jet fuel left. We can now speak to economist and CEO of Mayoral Resources, Cornelia Mayer. Always great to have you on the show, Cornelia. Before we get into the jet fuel, I want to ask you about all the breaking news that we've had today. There's been a deluge of it. Iran's foreign minister declares the Strait of Hormuz is completely open for the rest of the ceasefire. We must remember that does end on Tuesday. Trump says the US blockade will remain in place. We see oil and gas prices tumbling on the news, but the reality is it's going to take time for the economy to bounce back.
Oh, yes. It's so nice to be on with you again, Leigh Ann. Thank you for having me. Oh, yes, it will take time. And as much as I love the optimism and enthusiasm of oil markets, you know, if I have a tanker with 200 million barrels, if I have a tanker with a large cargo and a ship that's 200-300 million worth, I will need to first know what my insurance will cover. And until I know that, then that's not going to happen overnight. I am not going to pass undertake that iffy journey.
So that's really interesting, because the Danish shipping group, Maersk, just actually released a statement earlier and said it's to assess the transport of Strait of Hormuz following Iran's announcement. So clearly these companies are still nervous to go through the Strait of Hormuz, because the details do not appear to be completely clear of what's safe and what's not.
Yes, and if you lose a ship, you lose several hundred million of cargo, and then also there is a backlog in getting the next ship, in manufacturing the next ship. So it's not that easy. It's just not that easy. And we do need that strait opened, and I think we need it back as an international waterway.
And it's really interesting because you said oil markets are optimistic. I must say Wall Street indexes pretty optimistic too. They really rallying after Iran says the Strait of Hormuz is completely open. Markets appear to be pricing in peace right now. But what risks remain ahead of possible peace talks between the US and Iran?
Well, you know, they are pricing in peace. You're absolutely right. But what is the way there may not be that easy and not that straightforward. Let us not forget when we had the JCPOA last time around in 2015, that took years to negotiate. So I'm very critical of having lasting agreements negotiated in just a few days.
And is the International Energy Agency's warning about Europe having only 6 weeks of jet fuel actually realistic, Cornelia, or is this just a worst-case scenario estimate?
It's realistic. It's very realistic. And, most of the jet fuel that's used in Europe comes from the other side of Hormuz. Some of it comes from Asia. And, they don't get the crude, so they can't put the crude through their refineries. So it's not going to come from there yet. The new Dangote refinery, just before the war got up to capacity, is making hay now, and they're sending some jet fuel to Europe. But it's really it's a dicey situation, and we see the EU Energy Commissioner, looking at assessing. The EU is assessing what the refinery throughput can be and how they can alleviate the situation. They will also have to look in terms of strategic reserves, because unlike the US, where the strategic reserves are only crude, in Europe they're crude and product. So we may, once we get on the other side of this conflict, have to up a little bit what we have in strategic reserves in terms of jet fuel.
And European airlines such as EasyJet and KLM are just some of the airlines we're seeing who are experiencing additional fuel costs. And this is all due to the Iran war. But Cornelia, what impact is that having on consumers like you and me who wish to get flights around the world?
Well, we're going to pay a lot more money. We may have to sort of go in the street and sing for our flight. But it's going to be more expensive. But mind you, some of the airlines are locked in because they have hedged. And so they're locked in. So we are fine for a few. They're fine for a few months. But after that, they're no longer fine.
So we're in a really dire situation right now. How important do you think it is that these upcoming talks that could possibly happen in Pakistan between the US and Iran are fruitful? Because the clock is ticking down on the ceasefire. Like I said, it's just Tuesday and something solid needs to happen.
Oh, absolutely. And we need, if at all, to extend the ceasefire, and we need that strait opened, because it's not just oil, it's not just gas, it's fertilizer. And that is what concerns me most, because if I look at the developing world, we have a pretty bad situation in terms of food security already, and that could get even worse. So we could deal with real hunger, and that's not a good place to be in. And I would like to sort of refer you to the IMF World Bank spring meetings that just took place this week, and the IMF has revised its world economic outlook, and there's been some quite hefty downward revisions there.
Well, let's go and get on an expensive flight, Cornelia Mayer. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much. See you soon. Bye-bye.
See you soon. Pakistan is facing mounting power shortages as an ongoing LNG supply crisis forces widespread outages. Businesses are bearing the brunt, with restaurants and markets struggling through repeated blackouts. Chris Gilbert has this report.
Restaurants in Pakistan's capital are crippled by power cuts as an energy crunch hits the economy. The staff sit and wait, their businesses in limbo, their kitchens stalled, and customers absent during repeated blackouts.
Business has been badly affected because of load shedding. Electricity is going out nearly every hour. Customers have stopped coming.
The impact is visible citywide. Quiet markets, empty tables, and vendors trying to cope without reliable power.
Inflation is already very high. How can a business run in this situation?
Officials say the shortages are being driven by stalled LNG imports, linked to regional tensions and falling hydropower output.
The shortfall in gas-fired power generation was caused by disruption to overseas gas supplies. LNG shipments have been halted.
Qatar has declared force majeure on some LNG shipments, halting supplies to Pakistan, while tensions in the Strait of Hormuz have added further strain on deliveries. At the same time, hydropower output has dropped sharply, nearly halving compared to last year.
The country is facing a total deficit of around 2,500 megawatts. Power plants are unable to operate fully.
To bridge the shortfall, authorities are ramping up oil-fired plants and seeking emergency fuel deals. But for many businesses and workers, the relief cannot come soon enough. Repeated outages are cutting incomes and adding to pressure from already high inflation. As Pakistan scrambles to secure new energy supplies, the outages are a stark reminder of how vulnerable the system remains to global shocks. Chris Gilbert, Arabiya English.
A reminder of our top stories. Iran says the Strait of Hormuz is completely open to commercial ships until the end of the ceasefire, with Trump saying it's agreed to never close it again. Plus, Trump tells NATO to stay away as European leaders meet in Paris to discuss the reopening of the strait. And despite oil prices dropping, airlines around the world raise fares as the cost of jet fuel soars. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. Goodbye, and thank you for watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
New York Mayor Zoran Mamdani is nearing his 100th day in office. He campaigned on a platform of lofty social change, but has he delivered? Some on the left are angry at his social housing backflip, and the right are still warning of a mass exodus from the city. Has Mamdani lived up to the hype? I'm Melinda Nucifora. Stay with us here on Al Arabiya English. That Counterpoints debate is coming up soon.
Hello and welcome to The Real Deal, coming to you from the Al Arabiya English headquarters here in Riyadh. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up today, with geopolitical tensions weighing heavily on Gulf economies, the World Bank cuts its 2026 growth forecast for the Middle East, but Saudi Arabia is singled out as the region's strongest performer. We'll be assessing the impact of the ceasefire on oil prices and asking when will we see a return to pre-war price levels. We'll take an in-depth look at Saudi Arabia's real estate market and ask what impact are changes in foreign property ownership laws having on prices. Plus, we're going to take you to Saudi Arabia's northern borders region, where camels are central not just to the local economy, but also to sustainability efforts. A warm welcome to the programme. Now, in the context of geopolitical tensions, the World Bank has revised its Middle East growth forecast for 2026. This as disruption in the Strait of Hormuz has impacted oil revenues and regional trade. But in its economic update for the region, the World Bank says that the outlook for Saudi Arabia is the strongest amongst all the Gulf economies. Although down from earlier forecasts, growth in the kingdom is now forecast at 3.1% for the year 2026. Well, analysts say this relative resilience is a reflection of the ongoing economic diversification efforts, as well as Saudi Arabia's strong economic fundamentals. Well, with investors keeping a close eye on the Iran ceasefire and the talks that are being hosted by Pakistan, global markets ended the week mostly higher. Well, let's get more now on how regional markets have been performing. And we can speak to Jamil Ahmed, who is the chief analyst at GTC and a global markets commentator. Jamil, welcome back to the programme. Thanks for joining us. We saw an initial bounce after the ceasefire was first announced, and the situation remains obviously quite fluid. But just talk us through the general trends that you've been seeing in the markets.
Yes, you're correct, Tom. The situation definitely remains fluid, and investors are continuing to watch all headlines because this is a sentiment-driven international financial market, whether you're looking at regional markets or whether you're looking at global markets, or whether that be Wall Street, Europe, and so forth. We're reacting to headlines rather than economic data and themes, and I still think that's going to be the case for some time. Of course, we're all hopeful worldwide, and fingers crossed that this diplomatic mission that's set to take place in Pakistan this weekend leads to all tensions and any geopolitical issues easing, but nonetheless, we are seeing some risk appetite come back into the markets. So financial markets are looking more positive as a result of some investor confidence heading into these weekend talks. And of course, the ceasefire that was announced this week. We're also seeing a little bit of more and increased volatility in oil prices, but we were going to expect that after the sudden fall after the ceasefire was agreed. But what I think is more promising for the international investor landscape is that some of the trends we saw during this geopolitical crisis, such as significant strength in the US dollar as a result of investors rushing to cash is king mentality, where they just want to hold cash and the US dollar is a safe haven in their portfolio. We did see the sharpest drop since January, just the previous traded session. So I think investors are optimistic that things will get back to normal. But of course, we have to watch the headlines, and any investor needs to be very much up to date on potential risks. Investor education is absolutely critical at this time. Nobody knows what's going to happen in the world, but we're trying to react and watch every headline as they come through.
Okay, and you know, as we've been saying, a volatile situation, volatile oil prices, that's despite a sharp fall in the context of the ceasefire deal that was signed. I just want to ask you where you see things heading to.
So we saw the sharpest fall in a good couple of years, not since the Russian-Ukraine crisis did we see a fall like we did on the previous training session. But nonetheless, there's still some concerns and a number of questions that will remain unanswered for a long time to come. And that's what's helping oil prices move back towards $100 US. Of course, by the time these weekend talks conclude, and hopefully in a positive way, that oil price of $100 US won't remain for that long, because it's going to create quite an inflation outlook for the world economy. However, I do think the questions that remain unanswered is pretty much what's going to happen to supply and demand. How long is it going to take with that oil that is stuck in the Strait of Hormuz? How long is that going to take to be transported to where it's supposed to be? And also, unfortunately, the regional issues that have taken place, where there has been infrastructure damage and so forth, what impact that's going to have on the region being able to produce that commodity. And also, based on the global economic repercussions, how much demand there will be for the commodity in the future. And unfortunately, there's just a lot of questions that don't have answers. And we're not going to have answers for some time. And that's why investors are still looking for a higher oil price for longer. And let's see what happens next.
And when you look at the currencies, you look at commodities, particularly gold, a lot of talk about gold the last few months, really. I mean, have you detected any changes in investor behavior?
I think what surprised a lot of investors, but in fact, when you look at geopolitical crisis, it can happen a lot, is gold actually fell during the initial aftermath of what unfortunately took place in the region. And of course, you look at gold as a safe haven, you think that there's financial market uncertainty, economic uncertainty, and so forth, that gold will always benefit. And sometimes that's the case, but we never say never in international finance. And we did see gold prices actually fall significantly over the past month, all the way from above 5,000 to as low as 4,500 and below at some points. But we're starting to see a little bit of investor optimism come back into the gold market. I think that's a result of the weakening US dollar. So it's a clear portfolio restructure that we saw across institutions worldwide, where they were actually taking some profit off gold, moving holdings back into the US dollar as a cash is king mentality kind of trade. But now we're starting to see the US dollar weaken, and it will likely continue to be the case as long as these ceasefire talks do conclude optimistically this weekend. And that means that gold prices might actually benefit from this, although it will be seen as ironic because it will be seen as less uncertainty in the market. But the reason for this is that should we have a quick conclusion to what has been a very unfortunate crisis, it does mean that hopefully the world economy will start ticking again. And we're going to move back towards the themes that we've been speaking about for months, such as what's going to happen in the world economy, 2026, what is going to happen with central bank interest rates worldwide, where we're expecting more interest rate cuts, 2026. That's a benefit for gold. And in fact, because of this regional crisis that took place, we saw central banks indicating they will not be able to cut interest rates. And that also did lead to gold prices declining over the past month.
Jamil, the World Bank has issued a report about the region's economies, and it appears that Saudi Arabia is singled out for being the most resilient of all of the regional economies. I just wondered if you could just tell us a bit more about what that report says.
There's a couple of reasons for this. Overall, in terms of the headline economic figures, we're looking at GDP growth of Saudi Arabia now 3.1%, roughly 2026, somewhere down from the 4.2, 4.3% estimate that some institutions were suggesting just a couple of months ago. Of course, that is somewhat of a drop, but we have to compare that in a broader scope with what world economies and individual economies elsewhere worldwide will be looking at 2026. And all economies have been impacted by what has happened in the region. And that means that a lot of estimates are going to start being decreasing their initial estimates. But essentially what they've said is Saudi Arabia in the region will remain the top performing economy. It's seen as more resilient than its regional peers, and I would also say more resilient than some of its global peers as well. And one of the reasons why, if you look at the region, why the Saudi Arabian economy might not be as impacted as potentially where I'm situated now, is because if you look at what contributes to GDP, for example, Saudi Arabia is a growing tourism hub, but it's not known as a tourist hub. It's not known as an events hub. This is something that's tried to emerge over the past couple of years, but it's still on its way. Whereas if you're looking at the United Arab Emirates and so forth, so many events have been postponed. Obviously, tourism has been delayed based on what's happened. And that's why you're looking at some economies being a little bit more sensitive in terms of what's going to happen to economic projections than others. And that's also what's supporting the Saudi Arabian resilience message.
Okay, and just lastly, Jamil, I mean, despite everything, it does look, doesn't it, like business confidence in Saudi Arabia is still pretty strong.
We had PMI figures out this week, and we once again saw figures above 50, a number above 50, sorry. So basically, for those who are watching PMIs, any number above 50 signals growth in sector, and a number below 50 signals contraction. So the business confidence reading that came out this week was above 52, so it's still quite above that parameter for growth. It was below, of course, the previous figure because of what's happened in the region. But it does show that private investment, private economy is still moving. You've still got the 2030 vision projects and so forth taking place. So not that much has been impacted longer term. It just happens to be a short term what's taking place and hopefully remain short term. And as we sometimes see with issues in the world economy, no matter what jurisdiction or which location you're situated in, when you have a short-term impact in the market, it can be recoverable. And I do think that if we see the ceasefire hold and hopefully all of these regional issues are put to bed at last, then the regional economies, the Saudi Arabian economy and the world economy as a whole can hopefully kick on towards what it was hoping to achieve in 2026.
Okay, thank you very much indeed for that. Jamil Ahmed, Chief Analyst at GTC and Global Markets Commentator. Thanks for your time. Well, as we've been saying, despite global and regional pressures, Saudi Arabia's economy remains resilient, with business confidence still in growth territory and with substantial foreign reserves, which far exceed the global average. Well, let's get more on all of this. We can speak now to Dr. Mohammed Makni, who is an Associate Professor of Finance and Business School Dean at the Imam Mohammed Ibn Saud Islamic University here in Riyadh. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us. I want to start by asking you what your feeling is about why the World Bank, which has just issued a report, considers the Saudi economy to be the most resilient economy in the region. What do you think the main factors are behind that?
I'm Mr. Tom, and thank you for having me. Actually, the Saudi economic, there is a lot of discussions these days, today, about the raising the tensions and how that will affect and impact in the Middle East, especially in the GCC countries. This area or this region actually, this is not the first time, actually. We have a long record with tensions in this area. So I think there is a big experience with the Saudi Arabia dealing with this kind of tensions. But what makes things very important for the GCC and particularly Saudi Arabia when we talk about the global energy market, stability for this sector, I think it came from this region. When we talk about the largest producers in the world, it came from the Saudi and all the other countries in the GCC. And also at the same time, we can't actually dealing with GCC countries the same, let's say, producers, because some of the countries here they face more challenge than others. But when we talk about the Saudi exactly, actually, this is the biggest economic in the Middle East. Also, I think we have alternative way to continue producing oil. You know, the East-West pipeline, and impact in oil prices actually starting from the end of the February when the tensions start. We see the prices over $100. And 2 days ago, when the United States President Donald Trump starting 2 weeks, he announced 2 weeks starting for the ceasefire, it completely reflect or impact the oil prices less than $100. I think this is the main, let's say, the main important of the GCCs when we talk about the global energy market.
Okay, thanks for that, Dr. Makni. And something we've talked a lot about on this program is how the Saudi economy has diversified over the last few years away from oil. And I'm just wondering how significant you think that diversification effort has been in making the Saudi economy more robust, precisely in a situation like this one.
When we talk about the diversity in the Saudi economy, actually we have to mention the vision of 2030 plan. This strategy is completely changed the economic in the Saudi. And I think these tensions reflecting one important message for us. The vision 2030 is not optional, is essential at the moment. Because what we see from the strategic of the 2030, the first line defends our economics in the GCC countries. For that, I think, if we look to the figures from the official institution in the Saudi or in the GCC, we see how we have increase in non-oil sectors during 10 years. I mean, from when we started this vision in 2015, you can notice even during the COVID-19, the non-sectors oil increased better than oil sector in the crisis situation, and that's continue, and that's also let's say defends our economic. For example, last year 2025, we see there is a 4.5% increase in non-oil sector for Saudi, and also when we look to the economic indicators, other economic indicators, you will see, for example, inflation. This is in a healthy level, even in the crisis situation. That's because of the vision 2030. Also, investment level. Last year, 2025, there is our balance almost $977 billion, which is a high number. These investors trust the area of the GCC and the Saudi Arabia particularly because of the Vision 2030. So I think today, as I said before, this is not optional. This is essential for us to continue in a Vision 2030 because what's happening after 2030 is really completely change our economics. Yes, there is some impact from these tensions, but still we can dealing with these tensions with a strategic 2030.
So just listening to what you're saying, I was trying to imagine what the reality would be for the Saudi economy without the diversification efforts that have been made and without Vision 2030. I mean, where would we be now if that vision hadn't been launched?
It will be actually a difficult situation. I think 2030 help a lot. And that's, we can see in the, as I said, in the indicators, the different today in the recovery, for example. Yani, I'm sure when this tensions finish in the area, in the region, the GCC countries can recover quick because of this strategy. And one of the things I think we noticed during these tensions, in all the countries, they put aside any conflict between them and they focus just to facing this challenge because they know the strategic or the one strategy which they launched in every country in GCC will help them together to survive and to continue at the same level of growth before or after even the COVID-19.
Okay. I'd like to ask you what sort of impact you see this conflict having on oil prices in the coming weeks. Where do you see things heading to?
I think I can put three scenarios actually. The first scenario, if the ceasefire continue and all the parts commitment with and engaging in negotiation, I think everything it will be okay, and the oil prices will be in the range between $85 to $95 per barrel. But this is, I think, let's say, a optimistic scenario. The other scenario we talk, and this is the best scenario actually, and not all the parties actually commit for this negotiation, and this is the problem actually. If they didn't continue ceasefire during these 2 weeks, I think the oil prices will back again and sharp increasingly more than 100. And the other scenario, which is I think worst scenario, if the war more wide than what we see now, and I think this is will take more time. Not only during about this negotiation in these 2 weeks.
Okay, and just to summarize, I mean, how well do you think the Saudi economy has weathered this storm?
Regarding the Saudi, I think our economy is flexible and stable, and this is based the indicators of economic indicators. But does not mean we are far away from any impact. And here we talk about the oil exactly. Oil, because Saudi Arabia is one of the biggest countries producing the oil. But at the same time, we have to remember the Saudi east-west pipeline invested in this line 45 years ago for this kind of situation. And now we produce from the Red Sea, and we're covering about 75% from which before we produce in East region. For that, I think the war time is very important. Even the tensions take a long time, that means more impact in our economic, especially in GCC. If the war or the tensions in this area ending by good negotiation between the countries, I think the Saudi and other countries in the GCC will recover quickly because of the Vision 2030 for each country, and because of, as I said before, this is not the first time this country is facing a challenge like this.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Dr. Mohammed Makni, Business School Dean at the Imam Mohammed Ibn Saud Islamic University here in Riyadh. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you very much.
Well, let's get more now. We're joined by the head of risk engineering at Marsh, Nick Holland, who joins us now. Marsh is, of course, one of the world's leading insurance brokers. Nick, thank you very much indeed for joining us. I mean, the last few weeks, there's been pretty significant disruption to the transport of oil, gas, other vital commodities through the Strait of Hormuz. And I just wondered how we've seen companies adapting to this new reality.
Well, thank you so much for having us. It's fair to say that the story is no longer, I guess, a damage-based story, but instead a story of resilience. Across our region, we have multiple operators which have many capabilities to remain resilient in these times. I often look to value that resiliency based on volume, as well as the yield that we see that the energy sector is producing. Quite often in the world of insurance, when we look at major losses, we value it in two ways. We have the physical impact of that loss, but also the business interruption impact, the financial consequence of that loss. And for us in this region and for this industry, the return on capital employed and the amount of financial yield that's achieved across the process plant technology we have can be absolutely spectacular. And in cases we see those business interruption exposures being many magnitudes greater than the physical damage itself. Now, it's not to say that the system is broken. From the energy, from the aspect of the energy industry that we see, we're seeing some fantastic resiliency efforts and continuity efforts to sustain operations, but also adapt to find new ways to mitigate a number of those business disruption impacts that are occurring across the region here.
So we're basically talking about two types of losses here, aren't we? We're talking about damage sustained to facilities or to operational equipment. We're also talking about losses in terms of business that has not been done, revenue streams that have been cut. And I'm just wondering, how does an insurance company cover both of those sorts of risks?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, the insurance industry is here to help passively transfer over a number of our operators' risks. We work in and we operate in a risk management industry, and a number of operators are doing some fantastic activities and initiatives to inherently and actively manage their risks day to day. But for the risks that they can't manage themselves, then they look to transfer those over to the insurance market as best as possible and at the total cost of risk that is optimized for their business. There's a variety of different insurances that are available. We look at sabotage and terrorism, political violence coverage, as well as the extensive war coverage as well for a number of operators across the region here.
And are these scenarios, I mean, I'm assuming the answer is yes, but I mean, these are presumably scenarios that you at Marsh and other insurers have had to sort of play out and sort of build different models based on different variables. I mean, would you say that you had planned for all of this?
It's absolutely. My sort of reason for being as a risk engineering function is to evaluate the quality of risk that we have in the region here, as well as the consequence of risk when things go wrong. We have some very positive features in the region which stand out notably for operators across the Middle East. When we look at business interruption in general, the resilience that we have across the sector here is just absolutely incredible. The amount of redundancy that we see, the amount of spare capital equipment that we see, the amount of additional logistics infrastructure in place, and that ability to re-optimize following a loss is going to be a key differentiator for this region once the logistical constraints open up. Today, the primary constraint that is limiting process plant utilization in the region is logistics, and it is the Strait of Hormuz. Once that opens up, we're going to see a significant amount of activity to ramp up and utilize all the available process plant equipment that's out here, which is some of the best in the world in terms of hardware, layout, process configuration, technology. The ability to re-optimize following that loss will be second to none in this region. And it's going to enormously mitigate a lot of the business interruption impacts that we see that are potentially at risk. So we do a significant amount of kind of pre-assessment, pre-modeling to often talk about the cost of risk and how much risk exhibits in this region here. but there are a huge number of variables at our advantage to re-optimize and bounce back stronger once these key logistical constraints are lifted.
Okay, just a couple more questions before we wrap up. I mean, I just wondered how you've seen your clients, companies reorganizing their operations in the context of these geopolitical tensions and keep energy flowing.
Absolutely. So we have some incredible chemistry, in the region here, a significant amount of value that's added through that chemistry. We've seen operators adjust their production yields. So maybe they take a strategy which is more localized, so producing products and byproducts that benefit the local customers. We also see a shift towards goods which are easier to handle. So with key logistical constraints out of the Strait of Hormuz around bulk solids, bulk liquids, we see a number of operators push towards packaged goods so they can distribute them and transport them in different ways by road and by rail, for example. Furthermore, we've seen a number of our operators take this opportunity to take some planned maintenance. So bring forward maintenance activities. For a large chemical facility, you might plan to have a 30 to 45-day outage on that every few years for your rigorous maintenance activities. By preponing a lot of those maintenance activities now, it means that from a timing effect, you're able to produce more later. So the kind of net balance of production within the next kind of 12 to 18 months should balance out as you preponed that maintenance, whilst banking in this sort of highly available, highly reliable unit that will restart as soon as possible.
Just lastly, Nick, I mean, I think a lot of people who even don't know very much about insurance language know the term force majeure. And we heard quite a lot about it during the course of the last few weeks. And I'm just wondering, what does it sort of mean in a very simple way? And how has it affected energy companies and their operations these last couple of weeks?
No, absolutely. I mean, force majeure is certainly never taken lightly. It is that condition, that clause that you can only deploy once you've exhausted every other alternative option. And operators, they do not want to be in that position of declaring force majeure, but there will be cases beyond their control, unprecedented cases like we have today, where they're going to have to deploy and utilize those provisions within their contracts. In terms of the operational element, the operational side of it, our operators would have looked at a variety of different alternatives. So how can they reorganize their process equipment in different ways, maybe running different raw materials, maybe changing the chemistry, the process conditions, maybe changing the severity of the process equipment that they are running to try and sustain their production and satisfy the customer demands. For any complex process facility, you'll have tens of thousands of variables to match against tens of thousands of constraints. There's a huge amount that can be done to re-optimize equipment. And so to be in the situation where you have one constraint which you cannot satisfy with all the variables that you have will unfortunately lead to the situation of force majeure. And our operators are tank tops, unable to get their materials away, and will have to wait for that rate limiting final constraint to be lifted before they can satisfy their original customer demands.
Okay, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed. Nick Holland, Head of Risk Engineering at Marsh. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Well, let's turn our attention now to Saudi Arabia's real estate market and see what the broad trends are in the kingdom's three main residential markets, namely Riyadh, Jeddah and Dammam. Well, the regional property advisory firm Cavendish Maxwell has just published a report which shows that during the year 2025, performance in these three markets has been quite divergent. Riyadh saw a drop in the number of transactions compared to the previous year, but with markedly higher average prices. Well, property sales in Jeddah set some new records, with average transaction prices up sharply, while Dammam, a star-performing market, saw notable increases in both property values and volumes. So, what are the key factors behind these contrasting performances, and how is 2026 shaping up? Well, to help us answer those questions and more, we can speak now to Zaki Sajjad, who is the director at the regional property advisory Cavendish Maxwell we were talking about just there. Thank you so much for joining us, Zaki. I mean, just first of all, could you just talk us through the main points that stood out for you in this report?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much for having me, first of all. So, as you alluded to, we've had a bit of a divergence across the kingdom. So if we look at Riyadh to start with, albeit transaction volumes are down slightly, sort of versus 2024, 2024 was a record average high, in that respect. So, and if we look at the average sales prices of both apartments and villas, they're both up at 6.6% and 9.7% combined. And, we're looking at an average transaction price of about 1.7 million Saudi riyals. So when we look at Jeddah by comparison, 30,500 transactions, the highest level in recent years. Dammam tells us a similar story, albeit it was 9,500 transactions in 2025, and that's an 18.7% increase year on year, which is, as I said, a bit of a star performer there. So, and again, when we look at the average sale prices in both those locations, both Jeddah and Dammam, apartments up in Jeddah 1.2% and apartments in Dammam up 5.2% in value year on year, with villas in Jeddah at 3.2% up year on year and villas in Dammam 2.8% year on year. So that sort of gives you a bit of a picture of what's been happening across the three regions.
We've talked quite a lot on this programme about changes in foreign property ownership laws. And I'm just wondering what impact you're expecting those laws to have on the real estate market.
I think number one, positive. If we look at other sort of regional countries that have introduced foreign ownership, it's been quite successful for those countries. So I think the kingdom now stepping into this themselves and offering foreign ownership, residential foreign ownership is a positive step. I think you will likely see quite a lot of demand there from foreign owners who are looking to own in the kingdom for a multiple of reasons. And that's, I think, obviously all of this is part of Vision 2030, which I think has been alluded to quite a lot. This is in keeping with the vision. And a lot of reforms from government, such as the white land tax reform and the rental reforms, are going to help to bolster this foreign ownership also.
And when it comes to those international buyers, are we seeing them perhaps focused on one area more than another, specific areas? Do they have any specific considerations that perhaps makes them different from local buyers?
Yeah, well, so, first of all, the foreign ownership will not be permitted in the holy cities. So it's only in the other regions. And I think when you look at what's been happening, there's population growth certainly within Riyadh. Has been phenomenal over the last few years, and with what's to come in terms of Expo 2030, as well as some very high profile events such as the World Cup, which will be coming to the kingdom, and now obviously if we look at across various sectors and various industry, a lot of foreign talent now looking to relocate to the kingdom. With rents where they're at, this is allowing them to potentially get onto the property ladder and actually have an asset that is something that they can hold on to and build equity into.
So bottom line, we can expect these foreign ownership laws to affect property values in a positive way, i.e. send them higher as demand goes up.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that will happen. Now, it may not happen overnight. Real estate by its very nature is an illiquid asset class. So, it takes a while for markets to really see that effect. And obviously, this is a fairly new concept for the kingdom. I think the initial foreign owners that step in, as we've seen in sort of other sort of neighbouring countries, and those first early movers benefited quite significantly in terms of the value that was added over the medium to long term, and in some cycles, even in the short term, depending on which cycles you're looking at. So, yeah, absolutely, I think that's part of it. And I think when you have Jeddah and that whole coastline becomes quite an attractive proposition, as well as what's to come in Dammam and the eastern provinces. Again, slightly more affordable location than Riyadh and Jeddah, and so that will tap into a certain demographic of foreign owners as well.
I mean, looking ahead towards the end of the decade, as we often do, we talk a lot about the year 2030. I mean, what do you expect the state of the real estate market to be?
I mean, obviously, I don't have a crystal ball, so I can't sort of predict the future. But if you look at real estate traditionally, it's an asset class that over the medium to long term tends to perform well for people that invest into that asset class. And if we look at the vision of the kingdom and what is expected in terms of high profile international events, be that the MICE and various industry events that take place, as well as this this transformation across the kingdom, all of this is converging quite positively to have a very good future outlook for the kingdom in terms of real estate values.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time, but really appreciate you speaking to us and telling us about that report.
Thank you very much.
Zaki Sajjad, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you.
And we're going to end in Saudi Arabia's northern borders region, where for centuries camels have been an important economic asset, playing a key part in transport and trade. Well, the region is home to some 57,000 of the animals, and in historical trade hubs such as Lina and Al-Mashadha, modern transport has gradually reduced dependence on camels. But these four-legged beauties remain central not just to the local economy, but also to sustainability efforts. Well, that's all we have time for. Thank you very much indeed for watching the Real Deal here on Al Arabiya English. We look forward to seeing you again next week.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for this interview. Undoubtedly, the first question in light of the current security situation is your assessment of the implications of this war on the Saudi economy, as well as on the fund's strategy.
Naturally, the impact of the war is not limited to the Saudi economy or the fund's strategy alone, but extends to the global economy as a whole. Oil prices have increased, shipping and insurance costs increased, food prices have increased, as a significant portion of chemical fertilizers passes through Saudi Arabia and other Gulf countries. In addition, helium gas is facing difficulties reaching Taiwan, leading to delays in semiconductor chip manufacturing or increased costs. As for the fund, our strategy is long-term rather than short-term. It spans the next 5 years and represents a continuation and evolution of previous strategies since the fund's establishment in 1971, through the transformation phases in 2015 and 2017, followed by the 2021 to 2025 strategy, and now the current strategy for the period from 2026 to 2030.
We will return to the fund's new strategy or its next phase shortly. But specifically regarding the war, Your Excellency, were there any initial commitments to external deals that are now being reconsidered due to the impact of the war?
Some deals and investments are being reviewed, whether due to the war or for reasons related to economic feasibility. We continuously reassess our priorities and existing investments. I cannot say that we cancel a specific investment in favor of another, as this process is inherently dynamic, both in times of war and under normal circumstances. However, it is certain that the presence of war places greater pressure on the need to reposition certain priorities.
And where do the priorities lie?
Priorities are naturally defined based on national needs and aligned with the requirements of the national economy, which constitutes a key priority for us. We do not operate solely as financial investors. Rather, our role extends beyond that. Since the fund's establishment, the objective has not been limited to generating financial returns. While returns are an important part of the fund's goals, they are not the only objective.
Financial returns and developmental objectives for the fund. Based on that, how do you measure performance? And what KPIs do you rely on to assess what has been achieved for the Saudi economy?
KPIs are significant in light of what has been achieved. To answer this question, it is important to review the fund's stages of development since its establishment in 1971. In its early years, the fund focused on developing the local economy, particularly in the financial sector, the petrochemical sector, and infrastructure projects such as railways, playing a clear role in driving development. In 2015, a major transformation took place. Developmental goals were no longer the sole objective, but became part of a broader framework that also includes economic feasibility. Limiting objectives to development alone would mean overlooking the economic viability of projects. In 2015, following the transfer of the fund from the Ministry of Finance to the oversight of the Council of Economic and Development Affairs, work began on redefining its strategy for the 2018 to 2020 period as part of this transformation phase. During this transformation period, we established several companies and major projects, among the largest globally, were launched, including NEOM, the Red Sea Project, and Qiddiya. The fund also strengthened its partnerships locally and internationally, contributed to the creation of significant job opportunities, and enhanced collaboration with the private sector. At the start of 2021, the fund entered the third phase of its strategic development for the 2021 to 2025 period, marking a stage of expansion and growth while building on the achievements of previous phases. Several national companies were launched, including Roshen, Humine, and Savvy, while existing companies such as ACWA Power, Bari, and Ma'aden were further enabled and developed, with the fund playing a key role in expanding their operations and strengthening their impact. The current strategy, covering the period from 2026 to 2030, builds on this trajectory and focuses on transforming 13 strategic sectors into 6 integrated economic ecosystems.
On what basis were these ecosystems selected?
To answer this question logically, it is important to explain how the fund's investment structure has evolved. In the early phase of its strategy, the approach was based on a geographic allocation of investment objectives. The fund had 6 investment portfolios, 2 dedicated to international investments, 2 to domestic investments, and 2 to local real estate investments, including a dedicated portfolio for mega projects. We have now moved to implementing 3 main portfolios: the Vision Portfolio, the Strategic Investment Portfolio, and the Financial Investment Portfolio. Each of these portfolios has distinct investment objectives, although all are ultimately aimed at delivering strong financial returns. The Vision Portfolio focuses on enhancing integration across priority strategic sectors for the Saudi economy and the Public Investment Fund. It also aims to maximize value for the fund's companies and support local economic growth through the development of integrated economic ecosystems, numbering around 6. The second portfolio, which is the Strategic Investment Portfolio, focuses on managing and maximizing returns from strategic assets, while also increasing the economic impact of the fund's companies. The third portfolio, the Financial Investment Portfolio, is primarily focused on generating financial returns, both domestically and internationally.
Since the transformation, the fund has achieved average returns of around 7%. Are you now targeting higher returns than that?
Overall, yes. Let me provide a historical overview of the fund's achievements. The fund's AUM, or Assets Under Management, has grown from approximately 500 billion Saudi riyal in 2015 to more than 3 trillion riyal. Total shareholder returns have averaged around 7% annually. Approximately 750 billion Saudi riyals have been invested domestically, contributing an estimated 910 billion riyal to the GDP. Most importantly, local content has reached around 590 billion Saudi riyal. These indicators contribute to enhancing what is known as economic complexity, as the focus is not solely on GDP growth, but also on the diversification and sophistication of the economy, with local content being a key pillar of this concept. In addition, a number of global asset managers and investment funds have established regional headquarters within the kingdom. Also, from 2021 to 2025, foreign investments exceeding 75 billion riyals were brought into the Saudi market, with support from the fund.
Is foreign investor appetite today affected by the war?
Certainly, investor appetite is affected across the board, not just among foreign investors. Even European investors within Europe see shifts in sentiment, as do investors in Asia, whether in China, South Korea, Japan, or Indonesia. Everyone is impacted. That is because the war is not taking place in a remote region, but in one of the world's most critical areas for supplying essential commodities, including oil, gas, and their derivatives, as well as industrial fertilizers. As a result, it is only natural that the situation is having a clear impact.
Your Excellency, does the new strategy include any changes in the scale of investments to be deployed domestically compared to other investments?
In fact, this approach has been in place from the outset and is something we continue to build on. It has been reflected in the restructuring of investment portfolios into three main categories: the vision portfolio, the strategic investments portfolio, and the financial investments portfolio. Our primary focus remains on the Saudi economy by strengthening local investments in a way that delivers strong financial and commercial returns.
Is there a target ratio for the allocation of domestic investments?
From the outset, we announced that approximately 80% of investments would be domestic, compared to 20% allocated to international investments. Historically, the fund's focus on domestic investment was around 98.5%, before international investments increased to approximately 30%. However, this does not mean reducing the absolute value of investments. Amounts may continue to increase, even if the percentage declines, as assets under management is expected to grow in the coming years. Therefore, even with a lower percentage, the total value of investments can still rise.
Your Excellency, over the past 5 or 6 years, we have seen some significant exits from the local market, particularly in the stock market, most notably the full exit from SABEC, as well as a reduction in your stake in STC. Could we see similar exits going forward?
Certainly.
This year?
I can't say whether it's this or the next, but in general, our investments go through around 7 stages, starting with the initial investment concept, followed by preliminary and detailed feasibility studies, then execution of the deal or project, company establishment, performance monitoring, and finally the 7th and most important stage, the sale. These stages are structured this way because exit or sale is a fundamental part of the investment cycle. No investor holds a single investment indefinitely. For example, we saw that SABEC had reached a suitable stage for us to exit, and that its transition to Aramco would create greater synergies between the two. As a result, we recycled the proceeds from that exit into new investments. Similarly, in telecoms companies or others, we reduce our stakes and redirect those investments into new or existing companies, with the aim of expanding our investment scope and maximizing returns.
Your Excellency, even before the war, discussions in Saudi Arabia were centered around spending priorities, particularly with major upcoming events such as the World Cup and Expo. Where do spending priorities stand in the kingdom today?
As mentioned, spending priorities fall under the vision portfolio, which consists of 6 main sectors. The first ecosystem is travel, tourism, and entertainment. The second is urban development and urbanization, including projects such as Roshan, New Maraba, and Kaft. The third is advanced industries and innovation, including companies such as Lefra and Sear. The fourth sector is logistics services, including companies such as Maiden, Hadid, and Bari. The fifth is infrastructure for renewable and clean energy, as well as water. The sixth infrastructure is NEOM. If we return to the first sector, that's travel, tourism, and entertainment, we find that it includes a number of companies that have been integrated under one framework. For example, King Salman International Airport. With major events such as Expo and the World Cup approaching, passenger numbers are expected to rise significantly. Therefore, we must invest more in developing and expanding King Salman Airport to accommodate this demand. Similarly, Riyadh Air aims to increase the number of routes and connect Riyadh to destinations around the world. Investment in Expo and the construction of World Cup stadiums are also key priorities within this sector. It is also important to note that priorities have evolved alongside the strategy. During the 2021 to 2025 period, artificial intelligence was not as prominent as it is today. As a result, some priorities have been reshuffled and investment objectives repositioned, with greater focus on AI infrastructure and investments in AI companies, both domestically, such as Humane, and internationally across regions including the United States, Europe, and Asia. Accordingly, the repositioning of investments remains an ongoing process driven by emerging global priorities.
So, artificial intelligence is a priority today. Could defense also be a priority?
Defense is certainly one of our key priorities. It has been important in the past, but it carries even greater significance today. We have SAMI, a company specialized in defense industries. It falls under the third sector, which is advanced industries and innovation. This ecosystem also includes companies such as Humane, Tazaru, Sear, Sami, and Lefera in the healthcare sector.
Your Excellency, we have heard a lot about the reassessment of some major projects, or even the cancellation of some. Are these reports accurate?
This reinforces what we consistently emphasize. We continuously review our priorities. We rely on top-down approach and a bottom-up approach. The top-down approach is driven by the Public Investment Funds Board, where strategic directions and priorities are defined. The bottom-up approach, on the other hand, originates from the companies and projects themselves, with recommendations based on operational and investment realities. Accordingly, guidance is provided to our portfolio companies, and projects are reassessed in terms of their financing structure, whether they are fully funded through equity, through debt and loans, or by bringing in partners through joint ventures. As a result, there is always an ongoing review of how investments are directed. While the overall scale of a project may not necessarily decrease, but the level of capital investment from our side may be reduced.
For example, NEOM specifically. NEOM consists of several zones, and there has been a lot of talk about the cancellation of some projects within it.
So far, what is being circulated about the cancellation of projects in NEOM is not accurate. No projects have been canceled. However, the company has been directed to rearrange its priorities. There is a common perception that the line represents NEOM in its entirety, whereas in reality, it is just one of the projects under NEOM. Is it necessary for the line to be completed by 2030? I don't think so. It's good to have, but it's not a must-have. The must-have is the industrial zone Oxagon, which includes a port for commercial shipping and trade, multiple data centers, and hosts a number of local and foreign investors. Based on our strategy and the ecosystems we operate within, Oxagon is currently the most suitable focus for investment, while some other projects within NEOM may be deferred. As for deferrals, these are managed through directives given to our companies, including NEOM, within the framework of an integrated ecosystem under the Vision portfolio. The company itself evaluates these directives after receiving guidance from its board and the funds board, and we then await the company's plan on how to achieve all or part of the objectives in the most financially efficient way possible. Historically, most of the fund's projects, especially in mega projects, infrastructure, and real estate, were fully funded through equity from the fund. But is this the optimal approach? Certainly not. This aligns with our current strategy, which aims to achieve the same objectives or a significant portion of them with less capital. As an economic catalyst, we initially assumed the early-stage risks by developing the infrastructure. Once that phase is completed, it becomes much easier for the private sector, both locally and internationally, to step in and invest. For example, it would be extremely difficult for any private investor to initiate a project on the scale of NEOM or the Red Sea projects, given that their scope is comparable to entire countries, and in some cases even larger than certain European or Middle Eastern nations for a single company. Therefore, it is impossible for any private sector investor, whether local or international, to initiate. However, we initiated by putting infrastructure in place. And now, the Red Sea, most people, whether local or international, saw on the ground what offerings are in place, improved investor understanding, and consequently, increased interest. Today, we are seeing growing demand from both local and international investors to participate in these projects. I recently met with one of the largest American investment management firms, and they said, "We understand infrastructure, and we like it and want to invest in it." We have also observed that investors tend to invest in sectors they understand. As a concept, the Red Sea, or Russian, are unprecedented in the entire world. As these projects evolve and become more concrete, investment decisions become much easier for them to make.
Your Excellency, let us move to the final topic in this interview, one that concerns a wide segment of viewers and has recently sparked debate: the sports sector. Specifically, the fund's investments in major football clubs, where questions have been raised about a lack of parity and fairness in spending among these clubs. How do you respond to that?
I don't think this is true. When comparing clubs within the kingdom to their counterparts in Europe, we see that systems such as financial fair play are implemented there. In Saudi Arabia, we aim to adopt similar frameworks once we reach a comparable level, in coordination with the relevant regulatory bodies, such as the Ministry of Sport and the Football Federation. In general, club revenues are derived from ticket sales, broadcasting rights, merchandise, and sponsorships. In Saudi Arabia, this is further supplemented by support from board members, as well as contributions from fans, which often come in the form of donations or financial backing. Naturally, clubs differ in the scale of these resources. Some receive greater support from their fan base or board members than others, which directly impacts their spending capacity. As for the fund, it invests in club companies at relatively similar levels. However, we cannot control donations or external contributions that fall outside its investment framework, whether from honorary members or fans.
However, the primary objective for these clubs remains their privatization and eventual sale. Are there serious negotiations underway in this regard?
Yes, there are ongoing negotiations, and we expect, God willing, to announce within the next 2 days the sale of our stake in one of the clubs.
Can we know the name of the club?
You will find out within the next 2 days, God willing.
And are there other deals that could be completed this year?
As mentioned earlier, our investments go through several stages, with the 7th being exit or divestment. We entered the club sector with the objective of improving governance, which was previously quite weak but has now significantly improved. We have also worked on enhancing financial sustainability and increasing club revenues, particularly on match days, where revenues have risen by approximately 120%, more than double. We are gradually moving toward the privatization of these clubs. While we may retain certain stakes, we will not remain the majority owner.
Your Excellency Governor Yasser Al-Rumayyan, thank you very much for this interview.
Thank you.
New York Mayor Zoran Mamdani is nearing his 100th day in office. He campaigned on a platform of lofty social change. But has he delivered? Some on the left are angry at his social housing backflip, and the right are still warning of a mass exodus from the city. Has Mamdani lived up to the hype? I'm Melinda Nucifora. This is Counterpoints. Words are cheap. Solving a myriad of problems in a city the size of New York isn't. The city is facing a multi-billion-dollar budget deficit, which is challenging for a mayor who promised higher taxes for the uber-rich and more social assistance for the poor.
We are looking forward to building on our city's history of generating wealth across these 5 boroughs and on ensuring that that wealth reaches the lives of working-class New Yorkers, because for far too long the language of economic development and economic justice have somehow been characterized as if in tension, when our administration believes that they can be one and the same.
As Mayor Mamdani nears 100 days in office, the city boasted it's filled 100,000 potholes and brought down rat sightings by 30%. And that's great, and it's important. But he wasn't elected on his pothole promises. He was elected on the grand and socially compassionate vision for the city that he embodied. And for some, that shiny vision is starting to lose its lustre. He campaigned on a promise to fix the city's homelessness crisis, but has reversed a pledge to expand a housing support program. And many supporters say they feel betrayed. So on this episode, we'll ask, has Mayor Mamdani delivered on his promises? Has his social democratic policies driven business out of New York, as some on the right have warned? And how will his success or his failure affect the future direction of the Democratic Party? Well, joining our debate is Amani Al-Khattatba, an American author, activist and tech entrepreneur. Reem Ibrahim is back with us, political commentator and former head of media at the Institute of Economic Affairs in Britain. And rounding out this Counterpoints panel is Shabbos Kestenbaum, a political commentator for PragerU, an independent American media organisation. To all of you, welcome to Counterpoints. Well, the much-hyped New York Mayor, Zoran Mamdani, has been in office for almost 100 days. In the lead-up to the milestone, his office website read, "There's no problem too big or too small for the city government to solve." It went on to praise the number of potholes the city has filled on New York streets and how well the city weathered that recent historic snowstorm. And they're all important things. But while Mayor Mamdani may have tackled some of those smaller problems well, the bigger problems are proving harder to resolve. For example, the reversal of his election promise to uphold a key housing voucher program has angered many homeless support campaigners. So, Amani, let me ask you. There was a lot of hype around Mayor Mamdani when he ran for office. He was held up as this brave new face of change. Has he lived up to his promises?
Well, as the only New Yorker on this panel, I think that I can personally speak to the experience of actually living under...
Not true. Not true. I'm a New Yorker, so you're wrong. But go on.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead. You got this.
From your gutting of Harvard University, so I didn't know that you were from New York originally.
So when people go to college, yeah, right. People go to college and then they go back to their home. I know it's a difficult concept, but go ahead. You got this.
Cool.
Okay, anyway, Amani, go ahead.
As I was saying, also, I really, this is really telling of how this panel is going to go already. So, you know, take your seat, relax. We have a good 30-minute segment ahead of us. You'll have plenty of time to speak.
We do. We will all show each other respect. I know that this is going to be a little bit divisive, but Amani, let's. Your first
sentence was a lie.
Okay.
Your first sentence was a lie.
All right. Thank you for clarifying for Shabbos, but let's jump back onto topic. Amani, has the mayor lived up to his promises?
Well, here's the thing. I think that his election alone is pissing off the right people or upsetting the right people, right? I think the only people that really have been contentious with his current term have been people that are harboring very backwards ideologies from an era that is bygone. Right now, I could say, especially as someone who has lived and worked in New York City for the majority of my adult life, that it has never been more optimistic. And the vibe has been just very hopeful for this new era. I think that even within just his first 100 days, he's shown to be an exceptional leader as well as politician compared to a lot of his colleagues, both at a state level and at a federal level. And he's really leading by example of what it looks like when young people from our generation that are really focused on progress and what this new era looks like have the reins to take the leadership, and especially when they are individuals that are from our own communities and from the people themselves and know, you know, how it feels, what that lifestyle is for people that are on the streets. Mm-hmm. I think that it shows what the potential really looks like in bringing that kind of lived experience into leadership and into political power.
OK, Shabbos, what do you make of this first 100 days? Do you think he has been an exceptional leader?
Yeah, I mean, he was pretty exceptional when 20 homeless people died in the New York City winter storm due to the fact that Mamdani reversed a decades-long policy of forcing those either who are houseless or mentally unstable from being in shelters. He said, we're not going to do that because it's not humane, and then 20 of them died. So I think that was pretty exceptional. I think when you have individuals like Richard Williams, a 83-year-old retired Army vet who was shoved and killed on the New York City subway tracks by an illegal alien who already had prior convictions, and the federal government didn't know about it because New York City is a sanctuary city and does not report any of its immigration policies or illegal aliens to the federal government. I think that's pretty exceptional. So when people make the claim that Zoran Mamdani is pissing off the right people, well, he's pissing off the 83-year-old Army veteran who's now dead. He pissed off the 20 dead homeless in New York City. He's certainly pissing off most of the New York City Council, even those in the DSA, the far left, because his policy proposals and his 2026 budget is just simply not rooted in reality. So I'm not entirely sure the substantive claims that you had made, because they really weren't rooted in numbers or reality or the facts on the ground. We know that most of the policies that he wanted to implement haven't actually been enforced or even proposed. So in that sense, I'm very appreciative of Zoran Mamdani. He talked about freezing the rent, and he's not going to do it because he never had the authority to do it to begin with. So I think that's really positive. He spoke about gutting the strategic response group and of the NYPD, and now he won't because he realizes that would be a really stupid thing to do. So I support Zoran Mamdani in the sense that he's actually backtracking on most of his campaign proposals, and I think that's a really good thing. So thank you, Zoran Mamdani. We appreciate it.
Reem, I'm going to come to you in just a moment for more of a global perspective on this. New York is a global city, but Amani, I want to give you a right of reply to that before we hand it over to Reem.
I think cherry-picking statistics is really convenient, but if you take any single one of those and compare them to the stats pre-Mamdani, you'll find that it actually has been a very impressive term. I mean, even just within his first couple of months as mayor, they recorded the lowest crime rates in New York's history, and among many other feats. And again, he has a whole 4 years ahead of him. But I think that this is really reflective of the kind of scrutiny that he invited, or I shouldn't say he invited, but that he was really imposed upon very early on before he was even elected, right? He is the first Muslim mayor of New York City. And for that reason, he's being held to a completely different standard. And a lot of political criticisms that, his adversaries don't levy at other counterparts within government that have been in office for years and have resulted in these horrible situations. They don't dare bring up those same criticisms to those leaders, but instead lobby them against Zoran. And I think it is really reflective also of this trend of political Islamophobia that he has been really victimized by. And so, I think that if we showed the same type of level of scrutiny to Mamdani as we do to other leaders, it would be, not even comparable in terms of the impact that he's had in such a short amount of time.
Can I just understand the proposition here? The proposition is we should not be able to call out Zoran Mamdani's policies on illegal immigration. We are not allowed to call that out because that would be considered as Islamophobic.
If I may,
right?
just jump in.
Proposition?
I am. I think one must have some perspective in all of this. And I am British, but I am originally North African, grew up Muslim, and I think it is undoubtedly clear that Zoran Mamdani is being criticised for his awful policies and not because he is a Muslim. Now, we've got to look at this from an economic perspective. There is not very much that economists agree on, but the one thing that they absolutely do agree on is that rent controls are an absolutely terrible idea. Rent controls destroy the housing market, and of course it means that you end up having a less supply as a result. Now, when you have legally mandated requirements for housing in the rental market and you reduce the capability for landlords to be able to actually raise that money, that means that that money isn't spent. So you end up having lots of properties that are vacant. We know from every single study that has been done on rent controls, it does not work. San Francisco, for example, had a 15% reduction in their housing supply as a result of restrictions on the price of renters. Now we know, look at countries like Sweden, where Stockholm had enormous amounts of people on a waiting list to even get onto the rental market. Now, Thankfully, Zoran Mamdani does not have an awful amount of power to literally do by restrictions on the price of rent. But what we do have is de facto restrictions, freezes on the increase in rent in those particularly rent-controlled properties. Controls on rent are an abysmal way to solve the housing crisis.
But it can't be denied that New York is not a livable city. I mean, the City Council has just released a study saying that almost 2/3 of people in New York cannot live to a reasonable standard. So, I mean, surely he's trying to do something, and isn't that a good thing?
It's well-intentioned, but it's an awful way to do it, and it will make the situation far, far worse. So if you want to actually ensure that house prices are affordable, that we have lots more houses, you have to increase supply. It's basic economics. If you increase the supply and demand remains relatively the same, prices will come down. The problem is people do not understand the way that markets work in this particular instance. If you want housing to be affordable, you must build more houses. And the best way, Zoran Mamdani or indeed any politician could ensure that housing is affordable in New York would be to completely abolish zoning laws. Those zoning laws, those restrictions that make it far too difficult to build, end up resulting in less supply. And I think that that's really the important point here. When we're looking at Zoran Mamdani, it's only been not even 100 days yet of him being mayor. And there isn't very much that he particularly can do. But it's the politics of this. It's the politics of wanting to control the market without fully understanding how it operates. If you want New Yorkers to be able to afford to live in New York, build more houses.
So, Amani, we have seen the mayor go to the White House, and he showed that, faux front page to President Trump saying, let's build. I mean, that's a sign that he's also trying to increase supply in New York, isn't it? It's not like he's ignoring the supply issue.
I mean, contextually, New York City is absolutely in the midst of one of the worst housing crises that it's ever seen. And this is just multiplied by the fact that we're in the middle of an economic crisis, both domestically and internationally as well. And what's so refreshing about Mamdani's leadership and why he garnered so much support amongst New Yorkers and why he won is because he is really dedicated to shifting that perspective back to the grassroots level and to everyday New Yorkers that are directly impacted by these financial developments. If I'm looking at housing specifically, I'm personally really inspired by the fact that he's the first mayor to hold rental ripoff hearings. He has successfully garnered tens of millions of dollars.
Just a moment, Reem. I'll come to you in a moment. I just want to hear at the end of Amani's point, because I was going to bring them up. That's interesting. I mean, that he's holding people to account.
He's holding landlords accountable, and he is winning huge settlements from horrible housing situations and putting that back into the quality of the housing situation itself. And in that way, I think even looking beyond just the housing, but also just workers as a whole, he has been really recovering a lot of wage restitution for workers and really putting the people that have lives directly impacted by this current crisis front and center. Obviously, that is something that is not going to make a lot of people happy. He's arguably one of the only politicians that we have in office right now that isn't in the pocket of the billionaires or has them in their ear or is really abiding his policy by the lobbyists that are supporting him. But he, again, because of the fact that he is a New Yorker through and through, he knows the issues directly impacting everyday New Yorkers, and that's where he has put his vision.
Shahboz, I can see you reacting there, but I said to Reem that we would come back to you. Reem, go ahead, and then I'll hand it over to you, Shahboz.
Landlords are constantly demonised for this fundamental problem, which is that people are upset that rents are too high, and so they want the government to come in and get involved and freeze those rental prices, go after the landlords. It's clearly them that are too greedy. It is clearly them that is increasing prices. It's a market, right? It's a housing market. You have to ensure that supply isn't being increased. Now, if a landlord, we've got to think about the incentives here. If a landlord cannot raise its rents, they cannot increase the revenue that they are receiving, and they are legally required to have certain standards of housing, they cannot do that. They cannot operate in the market. And so what ends up happening is renters end up getting the real awful end of the stick, because you end up being in a situation where, as a renter, you are one of hundreds of people applying for one particular home. If you want to ensure that renters have more power, if you want to ensure that renters have even more support in order for them to be able to choose great quality housing at an affordable price, you do that by understanding the way that a liquefied market works in housing. You have to ensure that there is their supply. When you relax zoning regulations or indeed abolish the entirety of them, you end up having a situation in which there is incentive for landlords to compete with one another. Landlords should be able to compete with the high-salaried, fantastic, intelligent, wonderful New Yorkers that they are. But they are not.
I appreciate that you are so theoretically knowledgeable, and oh my God, you know more than the people governing us with these types of, economic philosophies and whatnot. But what you're talking about is so detached from reality. It's so detached from the average person's living experience, especially if you're talking about New York. You want to bring this type of theory about what's best for landlords in the rental market, and you want to apply it to New Yorkers.
What's best for renters.
For the first time, the average rent in New York City is exceeding $4,000. It's more expensive than the average wage in New York City, okay? People aren't able to afford to live in the city in which they work, and you want us to be concerned about landlords and their competitiveness within the market? It's absolutely absurd, and this represents
what I am saying. No, it's not absurd. If you listen to what I was saying,
from the current crisis.
If you listen to what I was saying, if you have landlords competing with one another, they are competing for renters. Therefore, they will lower prices. Rents cannot come down unless landlords are competing for renters. That's how a market works. It's how supply and demand works. We cannot be in a situation where we're saying the incentives or the intentions or the desires of landlords and renters are the complete opposite. They are not. This is not some kind of exploitative relationship in which they have to be. It's only exploitative. It's only damaging for. Let me finish.
Just a moment, Amani. Let Reem finish, and then we're going to hand it to Shabos. Reem, finish up, and then I'll hand it to Shabos.
The rental market ends up becoming extraordinarily damaging for renters when there isn't that supply. And when landlords are being demonised as a result, the people that should be demonised are the politicians that introduce all of these extraordinary regulations and zoning restrictions that make it very difficult for the situation to expand, for there to be more supply. If you want renters to have more power, you must increase supply. And rent freezes, rent controls, restrictions on the price of housing are the worst way to do that and the best way to destroy a beautiful city.
Okay, Shabos, react to what you've been hearing, but also this argument from Reem with regards to needing to increase supply. Not a lot of homeowners want that because more supply reduces the value of their properties. They don't want more supply. They want to have that vital asset that then is worth a hell of a lot more.
Well, I'd say a couple of things. First of all, I may not be particularly intelligent, but I'm smart enough to know you don't disagree with Reem when she's discussing economics. And I would also say it's quite a damning indictment on the state of our political culture that we have to go on national television and discuss basic market capitalism 101. But I digress. So I'll say two things. Number one,
that's probably why he was elected, though. He said he's a socialist. And so maybe a lot of people aren't happy with the way that capitalism is going for them.
Well, I mean, I would say probably the most interesting exit poll from the New York City mayoral election was that if you were living in New York City for 10 years or less, you overwhelmingly supported Zoran Mamdani, whereas if you were living in New York City for 10 years or more, like me, even though my co-panelist suggested I don't live there, you supported Andrew Cuomo. I mean, to be fair, I didn't like Andrew Cuomo, but at least it wasn't a socialist. What's great about socialism is you have a documented 100-year history of failure. So you don't actually have to explain these things in depth. You could just look at basically every other country or even locales. Reem mentioned San Francisco, where they tried these things and they just never once worked. So again, I'll make two quick points. I support Zoran Mamdani in the sense that he's a gifted politician who recognized once actually getting into office that he will never be able to succeed on the policies he campaigned on. So the New York Police Department still has a gang database. The New York Police Department is not being abolished, which is things he wanted to do. Taxes on the rich have not gone up, even though they're the highest in the nation. The strategic response group is still operating. Cops are still fielding mental health calls. The rent has not been frozen. Rikers Island is still open. So most of his campaign core promises have been broken, and I think that's a good thing. His supporters will pretend they haven't been, but that's just coping. In terms of the practicalities, it is obvious, and again, it's a damning indictment on our American political culture. We have to explain this. If you freeze the rent, you have therefore killed any incentive that property owners, that land developers have to, I don't know, develop property and build rentals and units. What we need to do is not for the sake of the greedy landlord, but for the renters themselves, is we need to build housing. And one of the ways you build housing is you get rid of the odorous zoning regulations and rules in New York City. It takes years to build a home. It takes years to build apartment complexes. So if you truly wanted to bring down the rent, you would encourage market-based solutions. What you would not do is take failed economic policies of disastrous third world countries where individuals are fleeing in wrath to get here, to escape their socialist countries, and say, you know what we should do? Let's try those things, because that would be idiotic. That would be suicidal. Zoran Mamdani has accurately diagnosed the problem of affordability, the problem of New York leading the country, excluding California, in out-migration. What he has done disastrously is providing antidotes that would only make the problem worse. We all want affordability. Where we disagree as to what to do about it. So, Raymond, I believe you use market-tested theories that have worked and alleviated people out of poverty. There is no economic system like capitalism that has alleviated tens and hundreds of millions of people all over the world the way that capitalism has. Has there been excess? Have there been problems? Absolutely. But that does not mean you obliterate the system in its entirety, which is what Mamdani is trying to do, and he's learning quite quickly. You can't do that, which is why he's backtracking on most of his problems. And saying that is not Islamophobia. Saying that is being a rational human being.
It's also, if I may just add to that, part of the problem is I think our conversation and definitions about what capitalism actually is seems to be rather skewed. You know, lots and lots of New Yorkers will say, well, I feel oppressed because of capitalism. And I think a lot of it is crony capitalism. Crony capitalism is abysmal. It is the government getting involved with large businesses, cooperating with one another, often creating regulations and restrictions that make things far, far more difficult. What I talk about when I talk about capitalism is the voluntary exchange of goods and services, right? It's consent. It's a system based on consent. It is moral, but also free. When governments get involved, which is exactly what's happening across the entirety of this great nation, is people are seeing this and seeing governments get involved, and you have enormous amounts of lobbying, enormous amounts of special interest. Now, someone like Zoran Mamdani, I genuinely do think is well-intentioned. He's well-intentioned in that he is extraordinarily effective as a communicator, but also is able to cut through to those people. So politically, he's extraordinarily successful and still is. Part of the reason why he won and part of the reason why he still remains popular. But the actual solutions that he has proposed to all of these problems that are absolutely real. The problem of food affordability. He said, well, why don't we just get more government-owned shops? I mean, it's a totally abysmal solution to the actual, genuinely very real problem. If you want things to be cheaper, if you want prices to be lower in every aspect, whether it be housing or food or any particular good that people want and need and want to consume, you have to increase the supply. And the way you do that is increase the incentives to build, increase the incentives to create. I would probably say that the tariffs have had an enormously damaging impact on food imports, and therefore it means that Americans aren't able to access those foods. I must say, coming from the United Kingdom, one of the things I was really surprised by is how expensive food is in the United States. Part of that problem is when you increase those costs, of course, that ends up being passed on to consumers.
Okay. Amani, I can see in your face that you want to respond to that. A quick reply from you, and then I'm going to move us on to our next segment.
Again, nothing that my co-panelists are saying is innovative or enlightening. They're really just defending an old guard way that exists currently, has existed for decades.
Doesn't currently exist.
But that has resulted.
Just a moment, Reem. Let Amani finish because I need to keep us moving.
We've seen the result of capitalism within the United States. We've seen the result of completely unregulated markets, especially
the richest
with
nation
housing.
in the world.
It has resulted in mass displacement of the most vulnerable members of our communities. The New Yorkers that have been born and raised and lived here are being ousted and outpriced within their own housing. They're dealing now with deed theft, where they're literally being pushed out of homes that they've lived in for their entire lives. So yes, we absolutely need more regulation on housing so that the people that need housing the most have the chance to get the housing. And yeah, I do think that having subsidized groceries and basic necessities for people to survive during this crisis is necessary, because unfortunately, we are being led by leaders that have completely mismanaged any type of budgets that are in their hands. We're dealing with a lot of corruption. We're dealing with an Epstein class. We're dealing with our economy literally being funneled out away from basic American lifestyles. Reem, you're talking, again, from the clouds. You know, you're over there detached in the UK trying to impose your opinions on what's going on in the States. Honey,
so I now live in the US, so again, you're wrong about where I am.
All right. I'm going to move us on. I'm going to move us on from housing because we need to keep
are not being satisfied.
We need to keep progressing.
It's like literally from a different universe. Like it has no
application
real life experience to Americans.
Is so strong. Your desire to attack people personally is so strong.
Okay.
So you're so angry about this. The fundamental problem here is your anger is being directed.
Your anger is being is following this ideology that people from the outside can impose their opinions on the people actually living the problems that we're trying to solve here. So yeah, you actually represent.
Shabbos, no, hold that thought, Shabbos, because I'm
part of the problem.
Okay, I'm gonna come to you in a moment, Shabbos, because I'm just going to move us from housing onto, as we've been talking, economic structures here, because during the election campaign, Mamdani famously said that he didn't think billionaires should exist. Many of the rich and the super rich threatened to leave New York City in the event that he won the race. He subsequently did. And instead of a mass exodus, some, such as hedge fund manager Bill Ackman, even offered to work constructively with the mayor on some of the important, financial structures of the city. So, Shabbos, if we look at the fiscal aspect here, has Mamdani been a threat to the rich? Have we seen this mass exodus of the billionaires out of the city? I don't think so.
Well, two things. Mamdani is not merely a threat to the rich. Mamdani is a threat to anyone who believes in economic prosperity, that you are not regulated to live in the socioeconomic status you were born into. And number two, it's not like, what's my opinion? Just look at the data. In fact, New York State, their own government accountability office, put out a poll that put out a statistic that found that New York State actually lost $13 billion because our tax base of the top 1-2% is getting smaller and smaller because, as I was saying earlier, New York leads the country outside of California when it comes to out-migration. So people are already leaving the state. In fact, 52%.
Is that just because they can't afford to live there?
It's a combination of individuals are getting priced out, which is, again, why rent control would kill any incentive that property developers and landowners have to build new property and make it more affordable. It's also a combination of 52% of all of the revenue come from 2% of the tax base. So why would you pay 52% of everything you are making every single year to a government of which is incompetent, is run in a corrupt, abusive manner, and you don't see any of the services in response? So again, Mamdani did a good job at diagnosing the problem. He mentioned affordability every other noun, but that doesn't mean he offers solutions that are in any way compelling to the majority of the people of New York. And you know who recognizes this? Weirdly enough, a person I'm not even a fan of, the governor, Kathy Hochul, Julie Mann, the city council speaker, even members of the DSA, Democratic Socialists of America, have come out against Mamdani's budget for 2026. So it's not that, the rich are fleeing. It's that most people are fleeing because we can't afford it. And the policies that Mamdani would produce would make it even more unaffordable. And I have to say, the idea that you would attack someone like Reem for coming in from the outside, even though she lives in the United States, well, by that logic, Zoran Mamdani, hang on.
Or they're fleeing because the super rich are seeking their wealth elsewhere. Like, which is it?
Well,
you're saying both.
Obviously.
Well, if you had the intellectual capabilities to understand what I'm saying, you'd be able to know that.
Okay, with respect, Shabbos.
So,
with respect.
I literally said, with respect, if you had the brains to understand what I was saying, you would be able to comprehend that I mentioned two things are true at the exact same time.
If you had the moral clarity that is required to engage in any type of political or social discussion, then that would be a completely different story. We wouldn't even be having this conversation right now. But
we'll keep the personal
points that are generic like yours.
We'll keep the personal arrows out of it. Let's stick to, because there's enough to disagree on Mamdani's policies than disagreeing on personal elements with each other.
Right.
Shabbos, finish your point.
Yeah, let me finish. The idea that someone like Reem can't have an opinion because she was born outside of the United States but now lives in the United States. I mean, using that same logic, Zoran Mamdani.
I'm saying that her opinions are completely detached from the reality. That's what I was saying, which they are. And also, it is very, very much part of the issue that we're dealing with, where we have people that have nothing to do with the lived experience that we're dealing with, trying to impose their opinion as if that opinion is more superior to it. So yeah, absolutely, there is an issue with that.
Right. So by that same logic, we should not be listening to a foreign-born individual like Zoran Mamdani, who was born in Uganda and only became a citizen, 5 years ago? Someone whose own mom says he does not identify as an American. So I just want to use your own logic. So let me just recap. Two things are true at the exact same time.
That's actually not following the same logic.
In our country,
speaking of intellect, that's actually not following the same logic at all. You're talking about someone
this entire conversation
in New York and has lived in New York
absolutely
for the majority
insane.
of his life.
What is it with
how
American
is that
politics
the same?
In which everybody
have you visited New York before?
No,
have you stepped foot in New York before?
Have I? Of course, I've been to New York. The fundamental problem here.
So you want to compare your tourism to somebody that has lived here for the majority of his entire life and say that that's equivalent? This really represents the biggest conflict that we have with policies today. We have people that are completely detached from any of that experience, trying to formulate an opinion on those policies, and it's really
This entire conversation is based on personal attacks, and I find it absolutely astonishing that we're currently in a situation in which three people cannot have a conversation about policy and about the consequences of electing somebody like Zoran Mamdani, who has had an enormous impact even globally. We cannot have a conversation without resorting to personal attacks. Both of you have then decided for some reason to go after each other personally and after me personally. I don't care who you are, where you come from. I care about the facts. The fact of the matter is we're looking at what Zoran Mamdani has done.
The fact of the matter is that you're a capitalist, and that's why you have an issue, apparently, with Mamdani's policy, even though capitalism is all that we've ever seen that has resulted in this crisis.
I am a capitalist, and I'm proud. I am very proud to be a capitalist. I'm very proud to be
Amani, let Reem finish. Go ahead, Reem.
I'm very, very proud to be a believer in a system that believes in freedom, that has liberated millions of people across the world out of poverty. I'm originally North African. I've seen what socialism has done to my country, Egypt, and indeed what it does to millions of people that want to have economic prosperity.
Okay, Reem, let me bring you back to the question
about billionaires.
Are they fleeing? Has he driven out, or was that just a talking point from the right?
It wasn't just a talking point. What it does do is a conversation about whether or not Zoran Mamdani said these things and whether or not he actually implemented the policy. So he said he wants to introduce a wealth tax. He does not have the power to introduce a sweeping wealth tax on every single billionaire. However, if he was to have done that, that absolutely would have had an impact on capital flight. People leave countries, people leave jurisdictions, especially in a country as enormous and as prosperous as America. It is absolutely certainly true that there will be people leaving if that kind of policy was introduced. We know that there are people that have left. Whether or not those incentives are as a result of rent controls, restrictions on housing, affordability, or indeed if it's as a result of wealthy people not being able to leave, we don't know. We do know that from the actual money, that the revenue that they're currently introducing, more and more wealthier people, people that contribute an enormous amount of money to the state, are actually leaving as a result. Now, the fundamental problem here is the demonization of billionaires, right? Anybody that has criticised billionaires, or indeed the existence of billionaires, as Zoran Mamdani has, believes that there is a fixed amount of wealth. There is a fixed pie, and that pie cannot grow. And therefore, if somebody else is successful, that means that you cannot be as successful as them. That's not true. If we have an economy that is growing, and this country is growing, unlike many, many other countries, unlike the United Kingdom where I've come from, when you have a country that is growing, the size of the pie expands. That means there is more to go for everyone. This is the politics of prosperity. It means that everybody, no matter where you come from, who you are, what colour your skin is, what language you speak, you can be prosperous. It doesn't come from the politics of jealousy. It doesn't come from the politics of tax the rich. These are easy solutions. It comes from economic freedom. It comes from people being able to exchange with each other without the government telling them they can't. It applies to housing. It applies to food. It applies to financial services. It applies to absolutely everything. If we want New Yorkers to be richer, get the government out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
Can I quickly add to what Reem just said, because she totally nailed it. I think when I grew up on the political left, especially when it came to economic policy, we were kind of fed this diet of political indoctrination whereby if people are getting wealthy, it's at the expense of someone else, right? Particularly the poor. They're stealing the money. Yet within a market economy, we exchange and interact with businesses, with transactions on a voluntary basis. So on a national aggregate level, it's true. The rich have gotten far richer in the last 10, 20 years. What is also true is the middle class has also gotten richer. Now, has it kept up at the same pace pace and the same rate? Absolutely not. But yes, the data and the numbers and all the policies and economics don't lie. The middle class has
anymore. What statistics are you reading off of?
Okay, I encourage you to literally read any statistic, but particularly from the Treasury Bureau, from the Treasury Secretary himself. Every single month, we release, through the Bureau of Labor Statistics, we release numbers and reports as to how well the financial health of the United States is going. And it has been clearly shown that while it is true, the middle class wealth has not kept up at the rate it has in, let's say, the 70s and 80s due to wage stagnation. What is also true is they have gotten richer on an aggregate level. We have a quality of life that would have been unthinkable even 50 years ago. It is very common, maybe not in New York because we have the transportation system, although I'm not sure how much longer that'll last, but it's very common for individuals in the United States to own two cars. It's very common for individuals in the United States to have air conditioning. You know, the modern amenities that we're used to would have been unthinkable 50 years ago. We have a greater standard and quality of life. And why I'm so concerned about Zoran Mamdani is he explicitly campaigned on getting rid of those private individual liberties. This is someone who used his inaugural speech to talk about the warmth of collectivism. We have people, especially in New York City, like the Persian community, like the former Soviet Union community, who fled those countries because they had charlatans like a Mamdani figure talking about the warmth of collectivism. So I'll say this for the fourth time and then I'll shut up. I agree with Mamdani's diagnosis of the problem. It is not affordable to live here in New York City, but all he is going to do is add fuel to the fire and make all of these things far worse, because what we need is an incentive structure. We need more capitalism. And as a newly minted conservative, I think we should just play this interview on recording and get the American people to see that there is a difference. Ideologically and politically and economically. I very much am proud to subscribe to the mantra of capitalism. I don't think it's perfect, but I think it has alleviated hundreds of millions of people out of poverty in a way nothing else did. And unfortunately, the other side believes in something like Mamdani's Housing Authority director when she said that private ownership is white supremacy. So I think we should just campaign on recording all of these clips.
Please, you just keep replaying these clips for our show. We'd appreciate it. Okay, Amani, are we... Good one. We're kind of coming towards the end of the debate, so I want to bring you back to the topic of billionaires. Respond to that discussion. Should they exist? Do you agree with Mamdani that they shouldn't exist? Is there only a certain pie, or is the prosperity growing?
I absolutely believe that billionaires shouldn't exist. There is literally no reason why a handful of billionaires should be hoarding the world's wealth when poverty, homelessness exists, so many social issues that can easily be fiscally repaired. No, there is absolutely no reason for billionaires to exist right now. And unfortunately, this really backwards, defunct system that my co-panelists have spent the duration of this panel defending is actually the reason why the middle class in the US alone shrunk by over 10% within the past few decades because of that capitalism. The middle class is getting smaller, but at the same time, it's really the upper class and the upper middle class that has been significantly expanding as a result of those policies. So when my panelists are over here defending capitalism and talking about the market economics of it, what they're talking about really is for the select top 10%. And the top 10% of the world's wealth is, or the top 10% of the wealthiest people are hoarding 75% of global wealth, while the bottom 50% only is distributing 1 to 2% of that global wealth. That absolutely does not make sense. It's an outdated model for relics of the past, for corrupt politicians, for corrupt billionaires. And to be frank, the only way that it's possible to become a billionaire in the current circumstances is surely through exploitation. You know, this figment of the imagination, this abstract fantasy that becoming a billionaire is due to skill set or genius. You guys are really being played out and brainwashed by that. Both of you have a far greater chance of becoming homeless tomorrow than ever seeing $1 million in your life, let alone $1 billion. And the fact that we have billionaires going completely unregulated, being able to use exploitation, being able to violate basic labor principles in order to accumulate their wealth, to hoard it from the rest of the world, and especially as we've seen in the United States, so many of those billionaires are American, unfortunately. I think that we absolutely must be going in that direction of, okay, how do we redistribute that? What are the policies that exist that allow this corruption to take place where only a few select individuals can hoard all of this wealth? when Americans, like I said earlier, we don't even have health care. We don't have subsidized education. We don't have so many of the privileges that many other Western countries get to enjoy. And yet America is being touted as, the American dream globally, but we are being robbed. The American people are being robbed, and it's being robbed because of this outdated, backward system that my co-panelists are just so eager to defend. That's a really, really unfortunate hill to die on.
Well, first of all, we spent $4 trillion. We spent $4 trillion. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I mean, it's really interesting with the comparisons about Western European countries, or indeed Western countries overall. America does not have a perfect healthcare system, for example. But what you're advocating
far
for
from
is
it, people would argue, Reem. Far from it.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely not. I mean, it's pretty abysmal in certain situations, and I think a lot of it is to do with the enormous amounts of government interventions and regulations and restrictions and subsidies, the way in which pharmaceutical companies have an enormous hold on politicians. Now, where Amani is correct is that actually a lot of billionaires absolutely are able to increase their wealth as a result of expansions in the government, and expansions in corruption, I think is the word she used. Now, I would call that corruption predominantly crony capitalism. It's the idea that a lot of these billionaires, for example, somebody like Elon Musk, who a lot of his businesses have had enormous subsidies from the federal government. And actually a lot of these extraordinary amounts of wealth do come from government subsidies, government regulations that mean that smaller companies are shut out of the market. A lot of regulations actually end up preserving the dominance of the larger companies as well. So what it liberates those particular people, and what liberates the market itself, and what makes markets actually work for everybody and not just those super politically engaged and politically active wealthy people, is capitalism, and it's the market. Now, what do I mean by that? I do not mean these enormous amounts of very, very wealthy people being able to shake hands with politicians and get special privileges. What I mean is completely dismantling that system. And that's why I'm a libertarian. I believe that the government should be smaller and we should have far, far less of that corruption. But where Amani and I disagree is Amani believes that that corruption comes from those particular private sector businesses. I believe the corruption comes straight from the government, because the government have a monopoly over power. They can control what occurs. They can create laws and subsidies and restrictions. They can tell businesses and consumers what they can and cannot do, and that makes people poorer. If you want people to be richer, set them free. Get the government out of the way. If I may just make this point about healthcare. I came from the UK, but we have a national healthcare system, and we currently have the second highest avoidable mortality rates in all of Western Europe. The NHS and socialised healthcare in general is not to be envied, and I think we really must make this point. Yes, the American system is far from perfect. My God, there is so much that can change, so much more that can be adapted, and so much more power that can be handed into the hands of consumers. But do not look at countries that have socialised healthcare with envy. Many people are campaigning against it as a result of the fact they have family members that have died due to poor healthcare. You know, we look at government targets. People are being left outside of NHS hospitals because their target doesn't start.
People that can afford it can get decent healthcare.
No, actually, I think one of the best systems in the world is the Netherlands, where we have social healthcare systems. So it's an insurance-based system. There is competition. You still do get health insurance. But of course, there is a government minimum statutory package. So the minimum amount that people can have, there is always that guaranteed. There is always that safety net guaranteed. But everything else is a competitive market. And it's really about understanding incentives. If you want healthcare providers to be able to do a good job, you need to make sure people have choice. In America, they don't really have that choice. In the UK, they certainly don't.
OK, we're almost getting out of time, so I'm just going to move us away from healthcare. Shabos, you go ahead with what you were going to say.
Yeah, so I'll just one quick point on healthcare, which is that the U.S. government spends roughly $2 trillion every single year on healthcare. In fact, when you title in all entitlement programs, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, we spend roughly $4 trillion on those things every single year. So the idea that we don't have the money to do it is simply not true. What we lack is the competency. I also want to say, and this is incredibly important for everyone to understand, this is not my right-wing talking point. This is data from the Federal Reserve, from the Treasury Department, from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. It's true. The United United States middle class is shrinking, but that is because primarily a growing number of households are no longer in the middle class. They are now in the upper middle class income bracket, which starts at roughly $135,000. That is because on an aggregate level, the American people are getting richer. We may not feel that way because, like in New York City, we are the highest tax city in the country, but numbers don't lie. I encourage all of you to Google this yourselves. The middle class is shrinking because Americans are getting wealthier. And I agree, I have a higher chance of being homeless than a billionaire, and that's mostly because I'm a New Yorker who's going to be living under Mamdani's policies, which will kill any incentives that, as I keep saying, property developers, landowners have to build more things and to decrease the amount of wait lines that people have to actually afford a place to live. And the last thing I'll say, and then I'll shut up, which is, again, fundamentally, you will never be able to solve a problem, especially in a market-based economy whose primary issue has nothing to do with funding. Okay? I have a flat tire. I can throw $1 million at the tire. It's not going to fix the underlying issue because the tire has nothing to do with how much money I spend on it. The United States does not have a problem with spending money. We spend far too much money as is. And in fact, a significant amount of that money, especially in places like New York and California, are going to bogus, fraudulent programs. What instead we need is a fundamental paradigm shift where instead of diminishing people's wealth, we alleviate as many people as we can out of poverty. And that's why I'm a capitalist, because objectively, you cannot point to any other economic system in the world that has alleviated the amount of impoverishment and poverty that people have experienced. And I'm so concerned about Mamdani because he fundamentally does not believe in that thing. He believes in the warmth of collectivism. He believes that if you have an individual liberty, if you have private ownership, that's inherently white supremacy, that's inherently discriminatory, and we as the government know better. We know best. And that's why I'm concerned not only about New York, but also the future of our country. Because many, many young people in our generation who have genuine economic anxieties, who have genuine reasons to be angst about the state of the world, the state of the city, and the state of the economy, they have accurately diagnosed the problem. They have wildly disastrous antidotes that will make all of these problems far, far worse.
Okay, we're almost out of time. So, Amani, I'm going to give you the final say. Respond to that, and then we'll wrap.
How are you able to say that when across the board, every poll, every survey has said that poverty has increased in the United States of America in the past few decades? Every single one.
I can tell you.
You want to credit that with the middle class becoming richer? Again, no one on the ground could even fathom saying that talking point, nor is it reinforced by any type of statistics at all. You're just trying to really spin this in order to make it seem like capitalism is some utopian society, when clearly what we're seeing and what has been witnessed with the current crisis that we're in is that it has only left us within this destitute situation for the majority of Americans. The majority of Americans are being left without any type of support whatsoever. They're being outpriced out of their own neighborhoods. They're witnessing gentrification. They are losing any type of benefits from the government, especially under the current administration. And a lot of our financial budgets are going towards foreign entities. They're going to people outside of the United States of America. They're not serving the American citizens. Our taxpayer dollars are going to different types of issues that completely erode. I mean, if we're talking about the first 100 days of Mamdani, I mean, just look at the beginning of Trump's term, who I know that you're a huge fan of, Shabos. But he has completely degraded every promise he has made. He has absolutely violated the MAGA movement and the entire platform that he's run on. And you want to sit here and say that within the first 100 days of Mamdani that he's gone back against his word on some of these policy issues. He literally just got elected to office, and he's doing a damn great job. If you look at any type of survey from New Yorkers themselves, if you live among New Yorkers, if you're here out on the streets, you'll see that there's a major difference in the day-to-day lives of normal people that unfortunately isn't being reflected by our leaders today.
I'm going to have to leave it there. I know that this comment, probably from you, Amani, would have sparked another whole round of debate with regard to President Trump, but we don't have time for it. So I just want to thank all of you for your really interesting contribution. Amani El-Khatibah, an American author and tech entrepreneur, thanks for being with us. Reem Ibrahim, political commentator, thank you for your contribution. And Shabos Kestenbaum, political commentator for PragerU. To all of you, it's been such an interesting debate. Thanks for being here on Counterpoints. And thank you at home for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. Be sure to keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And of course, you can follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan.
What is happening today in the Middle East is not a fleeting moment. It is a new chapter in a long conflict between the United States and Iran, a conflict whose chapters have extended for more than 4 decades, transcending traditional borders and fronts. A struggle for influence, fought through sanctions, covert operations, and proxy wars. An American-Iranian conflict that has redrawn the balances of the Middle East. Its repercussions are still being written to this day. To understand what is happening today and how we reached this escalation, we must go back to the history of the conflict between the two sides since the Khomeini revolution in 1979 until today. Following the fall of the Shah's regime, students loyal to Khomeini stormed the American embassy in Tehran and held 52 American diplomats for 444 days in a crisis that shook relations between the two countries. When negotiations failed, Washington tried to end the crisis militarily through a secret operation known as Operation Eagle Claw in April 1980. But a sandstorm in the Tabriz Desert led to the failure of the operation and the death of 8 American soldiers, turning it into one of the most embarrassing American military operations in the 20th century. During the first Gulf War in the 1980s, the conflict moved to the waters of the Gulf. In 1987, Iran targeted the American oil tanker Bridgeton with a naval mine, prompting Washington to respond with military operations against Iranian naval targets. In April 1988, the United States launched Operation Praying Mantis, a direct naval confrontation between the two sides, after the American destroyer USS Samuel B. Roberts was hit by an Iranian mine in the Gulf.
After receiving further data and evaluating information available from the Persian Gulf, we believe that the cruiser USS Vincennes, while actively engaged with threatening Iranian surface units,
A few months later, the Strait of Hormuz witnessed one of the most tragic incidents in the history of this conflict, when the American destroyer USS Vincennes mistakenly shot down an Iranian passenger plane in 1988, killing 290 civilians. With the advent of the new millennium, the confrontation moved to new arenas of intelligence and technology. In 2011, Iran shot down an American reconnaissance drone near the Fordo nuclear facility, then announced in December of the same year that it had seized control of the advanced RQ-170 Sentinel spy drone after hacking its systems. In 2016, tension escalated again when Iran detained 10 American sailors after they entered its territorial waters in an incident that turned into a media crisis between the two countries. However, the confrontation reached an unprecedented level in June 2019, when Iran shot down the latest American reconnaissance drone over the Gulf in an incident that almost pushed Washington to launch a direct military strike before it was canceled at the last moment. In early 2020, the United States assassinated Quds Force Commander Qasem Soleimani in an airstrike in Baghdad. Iran responded by launching ballistic missiles at American bases in Iraq, in the most dangerous direct confrontation between the two sides in decades. In the following years, the conflict took a broader and more complex form through proxy wars, with repeated attacks on oil tankers and commercial ships in the Gulf and the Red Sea, and increased attacks by Iranian-backed militias on American bases in Iraq and Syria, turning the region into an open battlefield between the two sides. With the outbreak of the Gaza war in 2023, the region entered a new phase of escalation. The scope of tension expanded to include Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and the Red Sea, with mutual attacks and scattered military operations, turning the conflict into a wider confrontation in the region. In 2024, the region entered an unprecedented phase of escalation. Iran launched a direct missile attack on Israel. It moved the confrontation from shadow wars to direct strikes launched by Iran on Israel in response to the bombing of its consulate in Damascus and the assassination of leaders from the Revolutionary Guard, Hezbollah and Hamas. Meanwhile, after years of conflict, Iran was managing the confrontation with Israel and the United States through its widespread proxies in the region, until the biggest shift came in 2025, when the conflict entered a new phase. In that year, the confrontation known later as the 12-Day War broke out, with Israel launching Operation Rising Lion on June 13th to strike Iranian targets, followed by American strikes in the middle of the night on June 22nd on nuclear facilities in response to Iran's nuclear progress. Iran responded by shelling American bases and Israeli sites, escalating the confrontations in a war that lasted 12 days. During which Iran directly targeted Israel with an unprecedented series of missile and drone attacks. During those 12 days, the Middle East seemed to stand on the brink of a full-scale regional war, with unprecedented activation of air defense systems and exchanges of strikes at unfamiliar depths between the two sides. Although the open confrontation stopped afterward, the old balance had been broken. As for 2026, the last lines of containment collapsed, and at dawn on February 28, the region began a new phase of direct confrontation, in which events accelerated dramatically, with wide-scale airstrikes launched by the United States and Israel on military and nuclear targets inside Iran as part of two military operations named Fierce Anger and Lion's Roar. This escalation came after the collapse of nuclear negotiations between both countries, while Iran continued enriching uranium and refused to halt its nuclear program. The first strikes focused on military installations and the infrastructure of Iran's nuclear program, particularly sites linked to the development of missile capabilities and sensitive facilities in Natanz and other areas inside Iran, in an attempt to weaken Tehran's strategic capability. During the first hours of the attack, pivotal events shook the structure of Iranian leadership, as the strikes resulted in the killing of Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, along with a number of senior military commanders linked to the Revolutionary Guard, dealing a severe blow to Iran's political and military leadership.
حرم جمهوری اسلامی ایران شهد شعیب گوارای شهادت را نوشیدم.
But the Iranian response was not delayed. Tehran announced the launch of Operation True Promise 3, beginning a wide wave of missile and drone attacks targeting Israel, in addition to civilian sites and oil facilities in the Arabian Gulf, Jordan, and Iraq. With the expansion of the strikes and counterstrikes, the confrontation quickly turned into an unprecedented direct war between Iran on one side and the United States and Israel on the other, with continuous Iranian targeting of Arabian Gulf countries and Erbil, pushing the Iranian regime to also deploy one of its most prominent arms in the region, Hezbollah, in Lebanon, to expand the scope of the confrontation and open a new front on the border with Israel, where it fired 6 rockets toward sites inside Israeli territory. A move considered a clear message that the war is no longer confined to one front. British bases in Cyprus were also attacked by drones. However, the Israeli response was not delayed. Israel launched a wide series of strikes targeting Hezbollah's military infrastructure in Lebanon, along with sites and field commanders linked to the party, as well as elements of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, believed to be overseeing military coordination between Tehran and the party inside Lebanese territory. Tehran also used its allied militias in Iraq to target American bases and interests in an attempt to open an additional front in the confrontation. Tension expanded to reach Azerbaijan after Baku announced the foiling of attacks and intelligence operations attributed to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. These included attempts to target sensitive sites and the Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan oil pipeline, which provoked Turkish and Gulf condemnations and fears of the conflict spreading to the South Caucasus. In conclusion, this conflict has been described by many concerned parties as an attempt to bring about structural change in the Iranian regime and to redraw the balance of power in the Middle East. Since that moment, the region has entered a new phase of escalation, where the confrontation is no longer limited to proxy wars, but has turned into an open multi-front confrontation that may change the shape of the region for many years to come.
The entire Western world has agreed with for many, many years. So
President Donald Trump has announced a 10-day ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel that begins at 5 p.m. Eastern Time today. He made the announcement on Truth Social, saying, "I just had excellent conversations with the highly respected President Joseph Aoun of Lebanon and Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu of Israel. These two leaders have agreed that in order to achieve peace between their countries, they will formally begin a 10-day ceasefire." He goes on to add, "It has been my honor to solve 9 wars across the world, and this will be my 10th. So let's get it done." He then posted he's invited both leaders to the White House for the first talks since 1983. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by news editor of Arabian Gulf Business Insight, Shane McGinley, and correspondent and columnist Gemma White. Shane and Gemma, great to have you on the show. Shane, let's begin with you. So some good news, a 10-day ceasefire has been announced by President Donald Trump. What more do we know?
Well, yeah, I'm feeling very optimistic about this because we've had quite a dramatic day just on this top story. First of all, we were looking at there was going to be talks between the Lebanese president and the Israeli prime minister. Then it was looking like those were off. And I think one of the stumbling blocks, according to the reports, was that there needed to be a ceasefire ahead of the talks. So I think we kind of look like we've got progress in terms of a 10-day ceasefire. So what they're saying now, the next step is going to be that the US Vice President J.D. Vance and the Secretary of State Marco Rubio will talk to both countries, and they'll do the preliminary chats. And like you said, and then Donald Trump has said that there will be a White House get together, which we hope will then lead to something substantial. I think there has been a lot of sort of steps that have led up to this. On Tuesday, we had the Israeli and the Lebanese officials met in Washington at a lower level, but this was significant because it was the first time the two countries had met since 1993. So things have sort of moved along quite quickly. There was a lot of talk as well from the Israeli side that there was going to be talks, and like I said, that the stumbling block was, will there be a ceasefire, which has now been announced by Donald Trump. So it is a positive move. Obviously, the sort of fly in the ointment is Hezbollah are not keen on this, which is obviously linked to Iran, and I think. We were talking about this earlier, but and it just occurred to me that maybe the possible reason why Iran is not keen on a ceasefire, and a sort of positive outcome in terms of the Israel-Lebanon situation is because that they can't really then use that as a bargaining chip on the sort of main stage, which is obviously the US and Israel versus Iran. So, but I think this is a positive step, and it kind of sets the ground for the main Iranian talks, which will hopefully be in the coming days, and that the main ceasefire will withstand, and we will hopefully see peace in the region. So I am feeling very optimistic, I have to say.
So you're feeling optimistic. I want to say what Hezbollah has had to say. They say presence of Israeli troops on Lebanese territory grants Lebanon and its people the right to resist. So Hezbollah is still saying that the concern right now for the Lebanese government and for Hezbollah is, of course, the presence of Israeli troops in their territory. And Gemma, up until now, we've seen Israel continuously bombard Lebanon with whole villages destroyed and dozens more killed. So there must be some relief tonight. But at the same time, Israeli strikes on southern Lebanon kills 7, wounds 33, according to the health ministry. And that happened just hours after Trump's announcement of this 10-day ceasefire.
Yeah, we have to imagine that any news of a ceasefire must surely be welcomed by the people of Lebanon, but they would probably want to hold off their celebrations until there is a legitimate and prolonged period of peace. You know, right now we're looking at 10 days. Now, Shane is optimistic, which is always nice to hear, but there are still so many areas in which both sides are unaligned. Obviously, Israel wants to dismantle Hezbollah, which is largely an impossibility, you know, looking at it from an ideological standpoint, and create that security buffer in southern Lebanon. And Lebanon wants an immediate ceasefire and withdrawal, and this is important, withdrawal of Israeli forces, which, you know, you just said. Now, just before the ceasefire, Israeli forces were still actively striking what it says are Hezbollah targets. So, you know, right up until the 11th hour, they were still carrying out these strikes. And Hezbollah said it would only respect the ceasefire if Israel fully stops. Now, in the last 48 hours, Israeli airstrikes have killed multiple people across southern Lebanon. They've also destroyed the last functioning bridge, which crosses the Litani River. Now, that's cut off massive parts of southern Lebanon. And we have to remember there are people trying to escape this region. So since early March, these are figures, around 2,000 people have reportedly been killed and over 1.2 million people displaced. Now, that's 20% of the population. And UN officials have called this the fastest growing displacement crisis in the world right now. Now, in addition to airstrikes, we are seeing a campaign by the Israeli army with videos posted online of a systemic campaign to demolish entire villages as part of its invasion of southern Lebanon. Now, this is called domicide, and it's a military tactic whereby they rig houses and blow them up to destroy and damage civilian housing in order to render entire areas uninhabitable. It's also designated a war crime. So a ceasefire, fantastic for the people of Lebanon right now, and, you know, here's hoping that it holds.
And it's really interesting, because Shane, I'm going to come back to you, because I know that you were extremely optimistic about the ceasefire 10 days that has been announced by President Donald Trump. But he also put on his Truth Social post that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is going to meet the Lebanese President Joseph Aoun in the White House. That's something that Donald Trump is saying. But a lot of people are now saying, analysts especially, that the likelihood of this happening is actually slim, because it's so politically sensitive in Lebanon right now. Because we must remember, just a week ago, when the US agreed that ceasefire with Iran, many people in Lebanon thought that was time for them to have a halt in fighting. Instead, they were bombed significantly. 350 people died. So a lot of people in Lebanon are saying they'll be angry if the president goes to the White House and meets Netanyahu under these circumstances.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. It was pretty disgraceful what happened in terms of Lebanon in terms of the main ceasefire, and the fact that it was seen as a small detail that hadn't been sorted out, which just sounds unbelievable. And, I did post that after last week's show, and the amount of people that contact me saying, yeah, this is absolutely outrageous, the way Lebanon has been treated in terms of the overall warfare in terms of Iran and the US and Israel. So I agree with you that people have every right in Lebanon to be angry and possibly questioning why is their leader going to Washington. But I think when you're in the middle of warfare, you need to put your emotions aside, and sometimes you need to go and sit down with people that you despise if you're going to get long-term peace. And not doing that is not really an option if you want to get to a better place. And in the same way, I don't mean to badger on, the Good Friday Agreement in Northern Ireland. If people had taken that approach, that would never have happened. And I think, yes, they have every right to be annoyed, but I think it's the only way forward.
And Chinese President Xi Jinping has called Beijing's ties with Moscow precious as he met Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov for talks focused on the Iran war and global energy security. The meeting comes ahead of expected visits by both a Russian President Vladimir Putin and the US President Donald Trump in the coming weeks. Dr. Ellie, China and Russia must trust and support each other, deepen cooperation and defend each other's interests. What do you make of President Xi Jinping's words today?
Well, as we say, the more you need to say it and the more you need to repeat it, the less it is true. So I don't believe that the two countries actually trust each other. I don't think they even like each other. However, we know that they need each other, and they have been cooperating because they understand that they have the same enemy, between brackets, and they have the same objective of moving closer towards a multilateral world, at least from the economic sense, but also they, of course, hope that it would be on every sense. So I think the big change that we have seen recently is that in the past 5 years, Russia has been, in the whole Ukrainian conflict, in the whole Ukrainian situation. They have been requesting the support of China, even North Korea, as we saw, politically, militarily, and so on. So it has been, the relationship have been a lot in favor of China. Now, all of a sudden, because of what's happening in Hormuz, because of the whole crisis, the table have turned, and now China is in actual need of Russian oil and Russian support. So Putin feels more emboldened, and definitely this relation is always going in this dynamic. They do continue to cooperate. They do continue to push towards a multilateral world that Trump and Trump's policy are actually speeding up the creation of all these alternative measures and alternative institutions, including all the trade in a new currency other than the dollar, refusing the dependency on the American systems, and so on. Will this be achieved with the results of the conflict in the Middle East, or will the U.S. come out as re-emboldened and re-strengthened and controlling more and more percentage of the oil in the world? This is what remains to be seen.
And, Jono, what Dr. Ellie said is so interesting, because a handful of Western leaders have visited China this year. I've just been having a look. Spain, Britain, Canada. Of course, President Donald Trump will be travelling to China. President Putin will also be travelling to China. And you mentioned something to me earlier, which I found so fascinating, and I hadn't actually realised. How many deals has China done this year?
So it's, well, in general, how many deals, how many countries has it signed up with? And the answer is 150 plus countries have had negotiations or talks. As we said, we covered this with the UK a couple of weeks ago. Big deals have been done with China. And they have firmly cemented themselves into the psyche of many countries in the world. The US, meanwhile, have done those handshake deals with dozens, not 150, nor anywhere close as well. So China is certainly in a stronger position than anything else right now, and I think that's an important place for them to be in. But when we hear President Trump going to Xi Jinping and saying, listen, do not give Iran any weapons whatsoever, them's fighting words. Let's be honest about it, and this is what Donald Trump likes to do in the whole administration. I don't entirely know how China would react to that, but no, if you're taking it based upon historically, look at the broader US strategy. This is trying to contain the influence, well, at least from China's point of view. They're not going to see this as a one-off warning, and then they're going to handle it in the best possible way diplomatically that China can. So publicly, I don't think they're going to respond in a confrontational way to this. They're going to stick to using the usual language, which they do, using neutrality and saying a hard line on de-escalation. Again, very Chinese of them. I think behind the scenes, though, there'll be a lot of calculations that are going on right now, because China, it's got these strategic and also the economic ties with Iran, like you mentioned just a few minutes ago, Leigh Ann, but particularly around energy and regional positioning. Iran is vitally important to China right now. So they're not going to abandon that relationship just because the US has threatened some tariffs on there as well. But at the same time, they're going to be very conscious of any risk of any sanctions or tariffs from the US. It feels like they just got over that hump of the bridge, and now it's on the horizon again. So in this current global trade climate, I don't think they're going to risk that as well. So you're likely going to see this, which is exactly what they would always do, avoid any military support, or at least outwardly avoid it. That could trigger that US retaliation in terms of the tariffs. And then they'll continue that political, economic, that indirect backing that we've seen of Iran. But it will be quiet, because that is a very careful tightrope to try and thread. I think they're going to have to very carefully approach that. But that is classic Chinese diplomacy, isn't it? I mean, don't escalate publicly, don't concede privately, and then make sure you protect the long-term interests, which the US and Iran are both in that wheelhouse. So I guess it won't be, Beijing won't see this as pressure to comply. It'll be something that they need to manage, something that they need to navigate. And I think that's what they'll do very well. If based upon history is anything to go by, they will do that and manage that very, very amicably.
And we saw them do that, didn't we, in President Donald Trump's first term, when he went on about China and the tariffs. Of course, he's done it again in his second term. But Dr. Ellie, we also must remember Pakistan, who's the main mediator between the US and Iran right now, also has close links to China. And that's something that is also on the table.
Definitely. I think it's been played very carefully, exactly as Jono said, by Trump, by Iran, but also by China. And now we have the main mediator between Iran and the US being Pakistan, a very close ally to China that has very good relations with China. So I guess all of this setup, also what we heard from Donald Trump, that he's opening the Hormuz Channel for China, for all the world, for free economy, etc. All of this are messages of reassurance towards China, trying to keep it at bay, trying to not involve it in any way. Pakistan being the main mediator is a big, big factor in reassuring China. And definitely we know that Pakistani responsibles have visited China and came up with 5 points of principle on which they also built a part of the negotiation. So they are satisfied with that process, and I don't think, as Jono said, they will not be involved further in any escalating way.
And we must also remember, in that Truth Social post, Donald Trump said President Xi will give me a big fat hug when I get there in a few weeks' time. So he's hyping up his relationship, Jono, with President Xi Jinping. And just to touch, Jono, on that Strait of Hormuz, he says I'm opening it up for China and the world. But many people have said, well, there's a double blockade right now, so that doesn't quite make sense.
It doesn't, but I think when the double blockade, when you look at what the blockade is actually doing, it's stopping things from getting into Iranian ports as opposed to getting through the Strait of Hormuz itself. And I think that's what Donald Trump wants to do. When we discussed this on Monday, we said that the idea is to kneecap Iran kind of at the core and say, if you guys cannot receive anything into the country, very, very quickly things will start to crumble. So although that double blockade is in place, we don't know what's going on with relation to the safe passage of ships that are not going to Iranian ports. So there is the possibility that the strait is open in certain parts. It's so clandestine, it's so cloak and dagger right now that we don't entirely know what's getting through and what's not. But that those ships are simply just not making it into Iranian ports, which of course, as we said earlier on, is hugely strategically important for China in terms of trade as well. So they do need to go to those Iranian ports. But those ships might be making their way through to the rest of the GCC region without any impediment whatsoever. So it really depends on what's going on at that level. And of course, the Strait of Hormuz takes a back seat to the peace negotiations taking place. So we don't actually know what the ins and outs are of what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz, and shipping traffic has been virtually at a zero because transponders have been switched off on those ships to keep them out of harm's way. So it's very difficult to gauge what is and what is not passing through that Strait of Hormuz right now.
And Sharon Simmons has become an overnight sensation after delivering 2 bags of McDonald's food to the Oval Office, receiving a $100 tip from President Donald Trump in the process. Her introduction to the world's media was to promote President Trump's tax policy, which gives big rebates to Americans who earn gratuities. Take a listen to how it all played out.
The reason for this is the fact that I heard you picked up an extra $11,000 that you didn't think you, because the tax bill was so big, the refund was the biggest you've ever had. Is that a correct statement?
It definitely was.
Well,
yeah, I saved over $11,000 by not having to claim.
was that surprising to you, actually?
It was very surprising.
A great big beautiful bill. And that doesn't include overtime in your case. This is only just based on what we did in terms of every other aspect of the tax bill, right?
Yes, sir.
Isn't that incredible? So the no tax on tips is something special, right?
It's very special.
And that's one that really pertains to you more than anything else.
Yes, sir. Yes.
It's fantastic. And so it's such an honor to meet you. And I think you voted for me, do you think?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Sarah, I love that. I think you voted for me. Maybe. How do I get out of that one? But you, of course, are in Washington, D.C. I mean, how did this go down with reporters in Washington, D.C.? Because I'm going to tell you something. It took everyone by complete surprise. And we know Donald Trump loves the Golden Arches. We know he loves McDonald's. But what a moment. What a moment.
What a moment. I mean, poor Sharon Simmons being put on the spot like that, trying to just do her DoorDash delivery. But like you said, Leigh Ann, look, President Trump, he is a master of these moments on camera. This was around promoting his tax breaks around tips. And she's been described here in America now as a DoorDash grandma. I'm not sure how she feels about that. I also think, you know, when I saw the story, that the $100 tip, I'm not sure whether that's as generous. I suppose it would depend on the amount of the order of McDonald's that he got. But I'd be interested to know what everyone thinks about that. But look, I think it's been described by communications expert as a dead cat on the table. I know British communications PR people have spoken about that in the past, where when you have these big criticisms and big issues flaring up, you have another moment that completely distracts everyone. And I feel like that is slightly what happened, because we were all very caught off guard by this slightly unusual moment. I think no one more caught off guard than poor Sharon Simmons, who is now known as DoorDash grandma, being asked who she voted for. And she was very diplomatic about it, I have to say.
And I find it absolutely fascinating, because I just want to make it clear that Donald Trump claimed this wasn't a PR stunt. He didn't know that Sharon was riding with the McDonald's. So Donald Trump is denying that it was orchestrated. But I think we might know the reality is a little bit different. But Donald Trump, there we are. At least he got his McDonald's. It might be a bit cold because she is from Arkansas, which is a little bit far away from Washington. But maybe they have a microwave. Who knows? Michael, let's talk about President Donald Trump, because he also referenced the controversial Jesus Christ image that he posted, then deleted on Truth Social. Let's listen to what he said quickly.
Well, it wasn't depicted. It was me. I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor, and had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. And only the fake news could come up with that one. So I just heard about it. And I said, how did they come up with that? It's supposed to be me as a doctor making people better. And I do make people better. I make people a lot better.
Oh, Michael. I mean, Donald Trump, he loves a bit of AI, and we've got to give him credit. I'll say that he's not part of the youth, but he likes his AI, so maybe he was meant to be a doctor, and it just went horribly wrong in ChatGPT.
So he does love his AI slop. And of course, we can remember during one of the early No Kings protests where he was a fighter pilot dropping excrement. That, of course, was brought to you by AI. What I also find interesting in that whole exchange is he didn't explain why he took it down. He just said that I was supposed to be a doctor. Now, I don't know too many doctors that have, sunlight beams coming out of the palms of their hands. It was 100% meant to be Jesus. And he took it down because he received an awful lot of backlash from his base. And it's when he receives the backlash from the key individuals, and Riley Gaines was someone in particular who spoke out about it. It was reminiscent of the post back in February of this year when Donald Trump posted a video where former President Obama and his wife Michelle were portrayed as apes. And again, in that particular case, the outrage was so great that he had to take it down. Usually, when he kind of did it a little bit here, where he doubles down a little bit when he gets the criticism. And what I think his base, this is another example, where they have to understand Donald Trump, is that you have to support Donald Trump 100% in everything. Just because you agree with him on, say, foreign policy or domestic policy, that's not enough. When he goes on social media, you have to agree with him there. When he goes out on stage and he's dancing to YMCA, you have to agree with all of that. And this is where I think it's an indication that he is insecure because he doesn't feel enough love unless you're constantly in his corner. And I think that this example where he had to take something down, I always think it surprises him that there is such strong feelings, especially about religion, he doesn't fully comprehend. And I think we can go back to Easter Sunday when he had one of his more outrageous posts on social media, where he swore and he said other inappropriate things that you wouldn't expect a U.S. president to say. And a lot of people, part of his base, were rather upset, partly because it was on Easter Sunday. And these are the issues where it would almost be to his benefit if his PR team could somehow take his phone or his tablet away from him, whatever he uses to post on social media. I think it would make their lives much easier.
So, Michael, that actually brings me to a little quiz that I wanted to do with you and Sarah, because on Sunday night was the night that President Donald Trump put up that AI post, which he says he was a doctor, but many people thought it was him depicting himself as Jesus. On that night, Sunday night, it was the 44th day of the Iran war. How many times do you think Donald Trump posted on social media between 9 p.m. and 4 a.m.?
Oh, that is
Sarah.
A great quiz question. Well, first of all, Michael, you say that taking his phone away would do him some favors. It would do the journalists here in Washington, D.C. some huge favors. I can't remember the last time we had an uninterrupted weekend. I'm going to go, Leigh Ann, with 50.
50, okay. So between 9 and 4 a.m. What are you going to go with, Michael?
No, I'm going to go something a little bit more reasonable. I'm going to go less than 10.
13 times he posted up between 9 p.m. and 4 a.m. That's President Donald Trump. And I think a lot of people are saying part of that deluge was of this AI post of him depicting himself as Jesus. But I think a lot of people are saying, when does President Donald Trump sleep? Because he obviously gets on planes, he travels around the country, gets back, appears to have a little snooze at about 2 a.m. and then wakes up and starts on Truth Social again. And it is exhausting. And maybe something just went a bit wrong. I don't know.
I think there is something to that. You know, the other issue, and we've talked about this before, is he's going to be 80 years old in June. And an 80-year-old man, an 80-year-old person, who's not getting an awful lot of sleep, who is constantly having to be on, and also under an awful lot of stress, you know that that's going to wear on the healthiest of people. So why would it not also have, you know, an effect on Donald Trump, and maybe he's going to make the occasional bad decision?
And Australia have announced that a woman will lead its army for the first time in history as they reshuffle the country's military leadership. Lieutenant General Susan Coyle will become the chief of the army in July as the government looks to boost the number of female officers. This is quite a fascinating story, actually. What do you make of this news? And do you think we should have more women in these high-powered military positions like Australia is doing?
Well, Australians have always been pioneers. They are pioneers in every sense of the term.
Some people would say woke.
Or woke. Yeah, I mean, let's not say that putting women in key places is not only woke. I mean, this is something that the world has been, discovering. So it's not only symbolic, I would say. I think it reflects a certain structural shift in the way the world sees the place of the woman in leadership. And I believe that the whole idea about making war, about how armies operate, it is much less about muscle and masculinity than about smartness and leadership and taking the right decisions. And you cannot see it except from this, in my opinion. I mean, the whole idea about what is to be a soldier is shifting. So being a soldier is more about, taking the right decision, using the right tools, and for the right cause. And this lady in particular has a great record, if you see her record, and she fits very well. And it's going to be the new normal everywhere, I believe, very soon.
And I also believe that if more women were in power, there would be a lot less wars, but that is definitely
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. I think it's equally. I mean, women have been in charge and they have been horrible or great, just like men. I mean, it doesn't make women look any better if you say they are, they do less wars. I mean, they do wars. They can.
But we talk.
I still think if you take into consideration, especially in the last couple of days with those peace talks that we were having and how quick they were with JD Vance in and out, I think if you'd put women in there as well, they would have something that men tend to lack a little bit, which is rationale. And they're rational people and they're rational thinkers. And they'll find a compromise more than anything else. And if you're to look, and even if you sign up for the army and you take one of those pamphlets that says, what does it take to be a good soldier? They say things like discipline, resilience, teamwork, adaptability, and integrity. 5 qualities that I think men might lack that women do not. And I think that that's maybe why women might be better in a position like that. Because it's like Wissam said, it's not about strength. Certain roles within the army are about strength, Navy SEALs or
Delta Force
command operations. Absolutely. That requires a certain level of prowess that may be more suitable to men. But I think when it comes to women, they're rational thinkers, and I think they would probably make better decisions than a lot of the guys. Now, taken aside, as Wissam
so they
said,
can lead the muscular, strong man in that case.
Yeah, they can tell them what's the best way to go about it without making a show of themselves. I think that's probably the best qualities.
I find it absolutely fascinating because I come from an army background. I come from an army family. I would have loved to have been in the Marines, but in my day, that would have never happened so many years ago. When you went in to do the army entrance days, we had a very different level. So it's quite nice for me to see that the army is changing and more women would be accepted in it, because I probably would have gone to the army now had more opportunities been opened up. And let's talk a little bit about this, actually, because we're speaking now of who could serve. There have been several debates over the weekend about US and UK conscription, which could come in later this year. We always get debates about conscription every now and again, especially in the UK. But I actually think it's not a bad idea.
Well, there's been a bit of a shift in this. So, as you said, over the weekend, Leigh Ann, it's been talked about a bit more openly. I mean, every decade or so, every time there's a little bit of trouble, we kind of have this conversation about conscription again. No matter who's in the war, who the players are in the game, the conversation remains the same. You're on the brink of a panic and you wonder, is it time to bring it back? I mean, we're a long way away from it being implemented in either the US or the UK right now, but draft hasn't been used since 1973, in the US at least. And men can still register for that select service, but if you actually want to activate it, that's very difficult because it's got huge political and social steps that go along with it as well. Now, in the UK, there's not even a system in place, actually, right now. So that's going to require legislation. It's going to require the public, a debate on that publicly to be held as well. So the government, I think what they're trying to do is to prepare the population psychologically, and that's quite important for the possibility of something larger that could happen, a large-scale conflict if it was to happen at some stage. But when you raise the idea publicly like this, it signals that defence planning is moving into this serious territory. Realistically, it's going to be a worst-case scenario. It's if voluntary recruitment doesn't meet the military needs, and I think there is that sense, and certainly a lot of people who I've spoken to in the last couple of weeks, certainly in the GCC countries, people who are not from the region, who've said, if you were requested to stand up and to represent the country that you call home, would you do it? And more people than I care to count have said that they would. So I would like to think that the UK still has some shred of that in there, and the US has a lot of that in there, that patriotism, that pride in your country, that if you were called upon to voluntarily stand up for the forces, that you would do that. And I think it would be a very last-ditch solution where you would be forcing conscription. In saying that, I do think there is some merit in sending people to the army for a number of years post-education if they haven't gone on to third-level education, because that quality seems to have been lost on the younger generation.
Yeah. I would say that there has been a certain demilitarization of the general psyche in the West in the last 30 years, especially after World War II. And now there is obviously and clearly a remilitarization of the general common psyche, especially after Ukraine war. So the West feels much more that the imagined song of John Lennon will have to remain in the world of imagination. War is reality for man, women, young people, and all people. Unfortunately, humankind do wars, and we are still not over from that very bad old habit.
And what you said was really interesting, because right now, if you do conscription and you could possibly enter war, it doesn't mean you have to be on the front line. It means that you could have to work when it comes to cybersecurity. You could have to work in so many different fields, intelligence, because as you said, warfare, as we know it, has completely changed since those...
The best case scenario, it's if it is a bloodless war. I mean, how we can imagine the wars of the future. But the worst case scenario is someone, feeling the touch of what blood is. It is causing blood somewhere, but people who are causing it are just not, feeling it. They are behind the computer. And this is what we are facing just right now.
Well, the good news is we're too old for conscription, so good luck.
Not in Ukraine. People who were 50 and 55 were taken to army. I mean, this is one of, the phenomenons of this war where people, had to go to fight, even if they are 45, if they are 50, they are 55.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. From our headquarters in Riyadh, I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, fresh hope for diplomacy as President Trump hints at a second round of Iran talks in Pakistan, saying that the war is very close to ending. As the US State Department describes the first Israel-Lebanon talks in decades productive, we ask, are we any closer to a ceasefire there? And Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif says that a 4-day diplomatic tour is underway. He's got to stop here in Saudi Arabia. All of this in a push to broker peace between the US and Iran. All of that to come. Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin with the latest on the Iran conflict. And the US President Donald Trump is praising the global reaction to the US blockade on the Strait of Hormuz. Well, speaking to Fox Business, the president said the response has been, quote, pretty amazing. Meanwhile, Iran is raising the stakes, threatening to disrupt shipping in the Red Sea if the blockade continues. Well, CENTCOM says that commercial vessels are still moving through the Strait of Hormuz as the blockade doesn't target the waterway itself and that non-Iranian ships are still able to pass. Well, let's take a listen now to what President Trump has been saying.
You've had a real reaction to the blockade. Are you happy with the reaction since you put this blockade in place in the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, it's been pretty amazing, actually. I thought that was going to happen. They reacted to this even, I think it was, we've obliterated them. And this almost seems to be more of a reaction than we had before. So we'll see. I mean, look, it only matters the end result. And we're doing very well.
We're joined now by Vice Admiral Robert Harwood, who's a former Deputy Commander of U.S. Central Command and a retired Navy SEAL, who was also a member of President George W. Bush's National Security Council. He joins us from Dallas in Texas. Admiral Harwood, thank you very much indeed for joining us. I want to start by talking to you about this U.S. naval blockade on Iranian ports, a blockade that is ongoing. U.S. Central Command saying that American forces have completely halted economic trade going in and out of Iran by sea. But I want to ask you a very basic question. What does a naval blockade actually involve?
Well, ships both inside and outside of the Straits of Hormuz. They've got them inside the Arabian Gulf. They've got them in the Sea of Oman, who can stop, challenge, and if necessary, board any maritime vessel going in or out of the Straits of Hormuz. So that's what it accomplishes, and that's an economic choking of Iran.
And boarding vessels is reportedly a very dangerous thing to do. Why is it so dangerous?
Well, first off, you don't want to have to board it. The ship complies, and you know who they are, and they are turning around. You don't need to board them. But if they're not going to comply, or you're uncertain and want to verify what's on the ship, you got to put people on that ship. And there are a lot of methods to do that, but all of them are inherently dangerous. You can bring another boat, a small boat, up alongside, and people can climb onto the ship, or you could take a helicopter and guys can come onto the ship from those helicopters. Both of those are inherently dangerous. We had one of those operations going on several years ago when a non-compliant ship and 2 Navy SEALs who were boarding the ship ended up falling into the water and were lost at sea, drowned. So that illustrates both the methods and the danger in doing boarding of ships.
And Admiral Harwood, I'm assuming such operations require very intense training. How much experience does the United States have with this kind of operation?
Well, we've been doing it my entire career in the Navy, so we've been doing this for at least 50 years. And it was first born by terrorism in the early 70s and 80s, where terrorists would seize airplanes or seize ships. And we've had the famous Achille Lauro, where I forget the organization, it was PLO, I forget exactly who it was, that had seized a cruise ship, and American hostages were on the ship. So we were boarding that ship to recover those American hostages. So the training, the tactics, the techniques and procedures have been known and used and trained for over 50 years. But that training is just as dangerous as the actual execution, and that's in a permissive environment where the ship allows you to board it. It can be much more challenges where it's non-permissive. They're trying to deny you coming onto that ship, as we've seen in many scenarios, and that makes it even more complex and definitely more dangerous.
Okay, this is my last question about the technicalities of a blockade and the operations surrounding it. But what then happens once a ship is boarded and so on to the ship itself and to the crew?
Well, you verify who are the crew. Was it flagged with the nationality that it alleged to be? You can verify the manifest. You then can determine if it's legal and you're willing to let it flow, or if you need it to seize and take control. I'll give you an example. Probably 20 years ago, 25 years ago, we had a ship going to Yemen from North Korea, and we did not believe the manifest was what it portend to be. And so we boarded that ship, and on the ship we found missiles. So North Korea was obviously supplying missiles to Yemen. And this is decades old, but that's an example of your intent and what you want to accomplish. And once you verify what's on it, the crew, the flag, all that, then you can make a determination. What do you want to do with it? It needs to return to port. You drive it to a port where you're going to hold it, or maybe you seize. So it presents all those options, but that's kind of the process you go through.
And Admiral Harwood, we're being told repeatedly by the Trump administration that Iran's navy has been reduced to virtually non-existent status. And I'm wondering, in the absence of a navy, how is Iran able to put up any resistance to a blockade like this?
Well, they still, as we've seen, missiles and drones, and I think that's one of the surprising things, the number of drones and the capacity they have to drone. So that's been a threat since the start of this, and I know we've attributed it to probably a very manageable skill, but you want to assure all of that is completely gone. So missiles and drones first. We knew at the start of the war, Iran had a inventory of mines, different types, different capabilities. So we went after that, but we do not know if any of that survived. Are those still on small boats that we're not aware of? You know, a small dhow that wasn't associated with the regime. Are there mines on something like that? Could they put them on small ships or Boston Whale or a commercial type of vessel that we had not targeted? So that threat is out there. But again, we have not seen a mine in the water yet, and we don't know the threat. So everyone has to take the missiles, the drones, the mines into consideration as they estimate the risk it poses to commercial shipping, much less military forces. So those are all the tools that Iran had the start of the war. We're just not sure where they are in their capacity, location, and what's left to present a threat to these ships.
Admiral Howard, let's look at the other side of the Arabian Peninsula, because Iran is threatening that it could block trade through the Red Sea. And in the face of that threat, what do you think the United States can do to preempt it? Are there any resources it can position in order to prevent that from happening?
Well, there have always been forces present to do that. So again, the same thing, monitoring traffic, intelligence to determine if the Houthis have any of that capability. Do they have the same drone inventory? Do they have the same missile inventory? Do they have mines? If they didn't, they're sure not going to get them now with the blockade on board. And I don't think they prepared for that scenario either. We prepared, so we have good intelligence, but would be much more challenging for them to do. And of course, Yemen presents a much easier target than Iran does. So I think all of those factors illustrate that it may not be a real capability they have. So everyone's discussed the threat, but I think the real ability to present it, shut it down, or challenge it is very difficult for Iran or the Houthis, and I think we're prepared for those contingencies.
And in this context, do you see the ceasefire between the United States and Iran holding? Because Iran would say, wouldn't they, that a blockade of the Strait of Hormuz is a violation of the ceasefire deal?
Sure, but what can they do about it? You know, they've played a lot of their cards. They shot a lot of their drones. They shot their stuff. They've galvanized their surrogates, be it the Houthis, Hezbollah, and others. They really don't have much left in their kit. So a lot of rhetoric, as always, you hear from Iran, but their real capabilities are diminishing or have been completely diminished in the case of the Bab al-Mandab. And the straits may be very time limited also. So this time really does not work in their advantage. It illustrates to the Iranian people how impotent they are. They really don't have much tools external. Their most powerful tools are the ones they use to suppress their people, to murder the people come out on the streets, the 30,000 they've killed in the last month or so. So again, this illustrates how weak they are and how incapable they are. Now, at the end of the day, I believe eradicating that internal power and their ability to suppress their people is what the president committed to when we started this conflict. He's said to the Iranian people, we watch you being murdered. We will not tell you. Help is on the way. Well, the help has arrived, and we're focused on those external power sources. But ultimately, I think, and Israel's always been focused on the internal dynamics of the regime and what they've done murdering their people. So I think all those are factors that play into not only the current discussions, negotiations, and the ceasefire, but more importantly to the final end state for this conflict.
Now, we're being told that the whole point of this blockade is to choke off Iranian revenue, but also to apply pressure to China. And I think the logic is that the biggest buyer of Iran's oil is China, and therefore, by blockading the Strait of Hormuz, China would persuade Tehran to reopen that strait. Do you think that's a likely scenario, that China would indeed go to Iran and beg them to reopen the Strait of Hormuz?
Iran, Russia, and China have always had mutual interests that are most importantly challenging the West and being problematic for the West. So there's dialogue, the discord, the amount of coordination, the amount of support vacillates. But there's no doubt that happens in Iran impacts Russia, impacts China. So I would be shocked if there's not dialogue, concern, or strategy at play from all of those players and how this impacts. So I think for this administration to think, believe, and maybe no, I just don't know that China has that much of an impact in Iran, because I know Iranian oil has an impact in China, is something I'm just not sure of. And so I'd hate to comment, but you have to conclude that that's sure in the realm of possibility, that the mutual interests and dialogue is occurring as this conflict continues.
And in terms of where you see things heading to from here, I mean, there are reports that a second round of talks may be on the cards at some point, even as soon as this week, between the Iranians and the Americans. President Trump has told a couple of news networks in the last 24 hours as well that we have an amazing few days ahead of us. And he said, quote, "The war is very close to being over." Is that how it looks to you?
Well, again, I got to go back to the objectives. And the president's made it very clear on his objectives in terms of the nuke program. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And that's by the Israelis, UAE, Qatar, Saudi, everyone's come to that realization. Number two, the flow of oil and commerce through the Straits of Hormuz. Iran cannot be seen to own that, control that, or influence. It has to be unimpeded. So those are the two most imminent objectives the president has mentioned over and over. But over the duration of the conflict and before, he also talked about the missile program. So that's going to have to come to some resolution. And then finally, a support of the surrogates. You know, Iran is the center of the Islamic Revolution, and they exported that to Lebanon through Hezbollah, through Gaza, through Hamas, to Yemen through the Houthis. So that's going to have to be dealt with and come to a conclusion. And then finally, as he said to the Iranian people, help is on the way. The government's got to quit killing its people. So while those two near-term objectives could be construed to be the end of the conflict, those other objectives may take longer to play out, but will always be at the center stage for not only the United States, but for Israel and the other GCC members, and ensuring there's long-term stability and security. There's going to have to be a reconciliation of all those objectives.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. That's all we have time for. Vice Admiral Robert Harwood, thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Well, we're joined now by Dana Pittard, who's a Major General for the U.S. Army, who served as the Joint Force Land Component Commander in Iraq. He joins us from Indianapolis. General Pittard, thank you very much indeed for your time. There are signs and signals of diplomatic progress, although the signals and the messages are quite mixed. The Pentagon is sending thousands of additional troops into the Middle East during the course of the coming days. I want to start by asking you where it looks to you like this conflict is heading.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. I think where the conflict is heading is obviously President Trump appears to be, in a hurry to make a deal. The Iranians know that. And what the Iranians have on their side is time. Knows that President Trump wants to make a deal sooner rather than later. But unfortunately, the Iranians may, in fact, overplay their hand. And if they overplay their hand and take too long, the U.S. will start hostilities again. So I think that's the current situation. My concern is if they don't go back to the peace tables negotiations soon, we're going to see more hostilities begin.
But we're in a situation where a naval blockade has been in place for about 2 days now. We're also being told that extra resources are being sent by the United States to the region. I mean, isn't all of that designed to put more pressure on Tehran into accepting Washington's terms for ending the war?
Oh, it is. It's designed to push Iran to the negotiations table. But in some ways, in attacking Iran, not realizing really, I think, the context and the history of the Iran-Iraq war that lasted 8 years, the perseverance of the Iranian people, that I think in some ways that the U.S. underestimated Iran. Iran has taken a tough blow from both Israel and the U.S. over the last month, but is still standing. So in that regard, they're not necessarily in a hurry to go back to negotiations, but we'll see. I think there's some internal things going on in Iran where it is in their best interest to end hostilities and come to the negotiating table. But there's a lot of pride there.
Right, and it's become increasingly difficult to predict the next steps of the Trump administration in Washington as well. And we're being told that additional military assets are being sent to the region, although they won't get there until the end of this month. And I wonder whether this does look to you like more diplomacy on the horizon, or could this also be an exercise in buying time before an escalation?
I think it's both in some ways, in that diplomacy without force backing you up is sometimes meaningless. And so the Trump administration must show, in fact, that they are prepared to continue hostilities. And in fact, the time is probably being well spent as far as making sure that the munitions are there, that troops, ships, planes are refit and ready to go for the next phase if necessary. But diplomacy and force go hand in hand. And ideally, Iran will understand that and come to the negotiating table.
Right, and all of this gives the U.S. a more diverse range of options. And I'm wondering what looks likely to you. Ground operations, could that still be on the table, do you think?
I think limited ground operations could still be on the table. And that would be, how do you, in fact, secure the Strait of Hormuz and take that away from Iran, which would be a huge enterprise. But that's a possibility. You know, the three major islands that are controlling the Strait of Hormuz from the Iranian side.
But there are two enormous U.S. aircraft carriers already in the region and others on the way. And the Iranians don't have a navy any longer. So why is it so difficult to secure the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, I think it's also, fear is its own weapon, in that ships coming through being hit by drones, you just have to hit a couple ships with drones, and who else wants to take that kind of a risk? So based on plans that I know that I was able to be a part of in the past, when we did exercises on the Strait of Hormuz, it was really, the mines was seen as the biggest deal, the Iranian Navy was seen as the biggest deal, but not really the drones. And the drones have made such a difference, the Iranian drones, in certainly a negative way. So without physically even being on the strait necessarily, the Iranians are still being able to control access through their drones, both their aerial drones, and we haven't really seen these much, but they do have underwater drones, which can make a difference too.
Iran's also talking about blockading the Red Sea, and I wonder how much of an escalation, how significant that would be, and whether it's at all achievable, given, as we've been saying, that they don't have a navy.
I think that is, in fact, achievable through their proxies, the Houthis, who can also fire on ships. But the Houthis would pay an enormous price from both Israel and the U.S. If they were to do that. But that is still a possibility.
Okay, and the USS George H.W. Bush, which we're being told is being positioned close to the Horn of Africa, do we read its positioning as being perhaps linked to that threat of taking control of the Red Sea?
Oh, sure. It gives the U.S. options, both for the Red Sea or reinforcing what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about NATO. President Trump has once again been questioning US spending on NATO. He's said in the last couple of days, if they're not going to be with us on Iran, they're not going to be with us on much bigger subjects than Iran. A lot of experts that we've spoken to have said this is not a NATO conflict, and they've said that President Trump has perhaps misunderstood what NATO is all about. What's your understanding?
Well, it's not a NATO conflict. In fact, what the U.S. did not do this time, in which the U.S. did for Desert Storm, for the invasion of Iraq in 2003, both former President Bushes, they got a coalition together of allies, some from certainly NATO, some from the Middle East, but they had a coalition of allies of at least 30 nations apiece. If it was greater than that for Desert Storm. We didn't do that this time, and by not consulting with our NATO allies beforehand and now expecting them to now jump in is ridiculous. So this isn't a NATO fight. The only time that NATO has really fought is when they came to the U.S.'s aid following 9/11 in Afghanistan. So it's not fair to say that NATO is not standing up for the U.S. on this, because it's not NATO's fight. We didn't even make the attempt from the U.S. side to get NATO involved from the very, very beginning.
President Trump's been calling NATO obsolete. Do you think it is?
Not at all. And he obviously lacks context and history of what was behind the formation of NATO. And President Trump has talked about not being a part of NATO for many, many years. But the U.S. will be part of NATO, regardless of what President Trump says. It would take more than President Trump for the U.S. to be removed from NATO.
Right. I mean, President Trump would need congressional approval to take the U.S. out of NATO, and that doesn't look like it's likely. But there are other ways, aren't there, that President Trump can pressure the alliance, particularly when it comes to the purse strings?
And he has. He's pushed NATO to NATO nations to do at least 2% GDP. And now that NATO is talking about upping that to 5%. He also pressed NATO when he wanted to acquire Greenland from Denmark. That was a key moment for NATO. And NATO nations stood up for Denmark. President Trump will be the president for 3 more years. NATO's got to endure that, but NATO will remain and NATO will continue beyond President Trump's tenure.
Indeed, it's been around for 77 years already. Just lastly, I mean, we've heard from the White House in the last 24 hours saying the following: President Trump has restored America's standing on the world stage and strengthened relationships abroad, it says. And yet, we've just been talking there about NATO. He's been taking fire at the EU. There's been the spat over Greenland. The Pope has come under fire this week. Viktor Orban, his friend in Hungary, has been ousted. Canada, Mexico, also riled by the United States. I mean, isn't America starting to look a bit short of friends?
Absolutely. I mean, you count on your friends when you need help. And that started with our next-door neighbors in Canada and Mexico, who have always been great allies and trading partners. And, of course, you take that to a next step to Europe, the UK, and others. We've managed to alienate ourselves from so many of our traditional allies, and that's not a good thing. It will take years to repair that damage.
All right, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Major General Dana Pittard, always a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you.
Well, in the context of the Iran conflict, the EU Council President, Antonio Costa, has been visiting the region. Well, he's described the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz as, quote, very dangerous for the global economy. He's also been emphasizing the urgent need to ensure freedom of navigation. Well, on Tuesday, President Costa held talks with the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman in Jeddah. Well, it was in Jeddah that we sat down with President Costa. Here is our interview with him. Hello and thank you for joining us for this special interview on Al Arabiya English. Today I'm in Jeddah, where I'm joined by the President of the European Council, Antonio Costa. Mr. President, it is an honour to meet you. You've been in office since 2024, and as European Council President, you represent the EU's 27 leaders. A warm welcome to Saudi Arabia. I gather this is your first visit to the kingdom in your capacity as president, and indeed at all. And you've been meeting the Saudi leadership. And I'd like to ask you, first of all, what message do you bring with you?
Well, thank you for this interview. I brought mainly three messages. First of all, solidarity and gratitude. Solidarity for the crisis we are living in the region. Gratitude, by the way, that the kingdom protects our citizens during this process. Second, main important message, the European Union and their member states are keen to contribute to solve this crisis. Some member states are giving military support to defend the kingdom. We are keen to participate with our expertise in the negotiations to address the key issue of the nuclear capacity. We are keen to participate in the coalition of the willing to ensure the freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. And third, we want to develop, and I think it's more important than ever to strengthen the relationship between the European Union and the Gulf Cooperation Council, but also our bilateral relationship with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We are trying to negotiate three main issues: the visa liberalization, the free trade agreement, the strategic partnership. And I came to say we want to pursue our negotiations and to conclude as soon as possible.
Okay, and I'd like to ask you how you see that relationship between Riyadh and Brussels evolving.
I think it's clear that now the world of today is a multipolar one. And in this multipolar world, it's very important that the different regions of the world achieve to cooperate for security and prosperity. And the Gulf region is a key region for us. Is in the transition, is a bridge between Europe and Asia, is a strategic partner on energy, is a strategic partner for produce stability in the world, and we want to strengthen our relationship. We had a very good summit 2 years ago. Normally, we will have here in the Saudi Arabia this year a second summit, and we want to develop our relationship.
Okay, and you've made various statements with regards to the conflict in Iran. You've called for de-escalation, you've called for the protection of civilians, respect for international law. But is there going to come a day, or do you see a point when those statements will be backed up by action?
I hope that this ceasefire can give the opportunity for United States and Iran achieve a peace agreement. It's very important, not only for Iran, not only for United States, but not only for the region, but for all the world. Because this war is, of course, challenging for international law, is risky for the economic stability in the world, and is the risk of spread among the region. And we condemn very firmly the attacks from Iran against their neighbors, especially, namely, against the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We believe that it's essential to stop the war in Lebanon, and then Israel needs to engage seriously with the Lebanese authorities to deliver what we need to deliver. That means disarm the Hezbollah, but we need to address the main causes of this conflict. We need to ensure that Iran never ever have a nuclear weapon. We need to ensure that Iran can control the ballistic missiles that is a threat for the region, as we have seen during these weeks. And finally, Iran needs to stop to funding the proxies who are threatening the security around the world, namely in Europe.
And with regards to Lebanon, talks obviously have been taking place in Washington. I don't know if you're encouraged by that the Israelis and the Lebanese have met with the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, brokering the talks. But why was Lebanon left out of the ceasefire, and what's Europe doing to support Lebanon?
Look, Lebanon is a key element for the stability in the region. And of course, Lebanon is victim of the activity of Hezbollah. But the Lebanon government took a very historical decision to ban the military activity of Hezbollah. That's why you are saying to Israel, look, you have, of course, the right of self-defense, but now what we need is to engage with the Lebanese authorities, to allow the Lebanese authorities to do their work, their job, and their job is clear, is to disarm Hezbollah. And this is essential. On the other side, we can never forget that if you want to have a lasting peace in the region, we need also to solve something that we can never forget, is the right of Palestinians to have their own state, living in peace and good relationship with their neighbors in Israel. And for this, it is necessary to stop the illegal settlements in the West Bank. Is essential to consolidate peace in Gaza and to rebuild Gaza and to ensure the reconstruction of Gaza. And this is a puzzle. And we will only fix and ensure the stability in the whole region when we fix all the different pieces of this puzzle.
I want to ask you one more question about Lebanon, because there's a lot of suspicion in Lebanon, and I've gathered this from speaking to ministers and figures in the public eye there in the last few days. Many suspect that a land grab is on the cards, and there is concern that Israel may have its eye on 10% of Lebanon's sovereign territory, i.e. the area south of the Litani River. In the event that there is a land grab and that Israel does seize that territory, what would Brussels do?
Look, in these challenging times, nothing better than back to the basics. And the basics is the full respect of international law everywhere. And the sovereignty, territorial integrity, the respect of the international recognized borders are three key principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter. And these principles apply in Ukraine, apply in Lebanon, apply everywhere. And we need to stand for these rules, because the alternative or international rules-based order is the chaos. And this is what we are living the last years. It started with the full-scale invasion of Ukraine by Russia. But it continues now with the way that Israel managed the situation in Gaza. It continues now in the way that Iran is threatening and attacking their neighbors. It continues the way that there exists a blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. Then, if we don't want all this chaos, we need to come back to the basics. And the basics is to uphold the international law, to protect the multilateral system, and in the core of the multilateral system, the United Nations.
Okay, going back to the situation closer to where we are now, what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz. This blockade has been in place since Monday, and I gather very few ships got in and out of the Strait of Hormuz in the last 24 hours. What's your view of that blockade? Do you see it as being something productive or something counterproductive?
Counterproductive. Everything who disrespect the law, the international law, is not productive. That's why we are supporting the initiative led by United Kingdom and France to build a huge coalition of the willing, already mobilizing 80 countries in the world to protect the freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz and the other straits in the region. Then this is essential for the trade stability, for the economic prosperity, but the only way to ensure this is with a large coalition and in the full respect of international law.
And yet President Trump says that European nations have been, quote, very unhelpful. And I'm wondering why he's saying that. Have you been unhelpful?
Look, we don't want to enter in this debate with a friend, with a partner, and with a main ally, like United States. But United States decided to take initiative without any previous information to their allies. And then what we said is, stop this war. We need to give a room to diplomacy. We need to de-escalate. And now we need to give all the support to United States and Iran in these talks brokered by Pakistan. Wish all the best. And this is the first step to fix this situation, stop this war, and to open the space to address what we need to address, to avoid that Iran ever any nuclear capacity, to stop them and to manage the use of the ballistic missiles from Iran, and to stop the support of their proxies who are spreading terrorism around the world.
And there is a very European aspect to this whole conflict, in that parts of Europe are running very low on oil. There's even talk of jet fuel running out altogether within the next couple of weeks in parts of Europe. I mean, is that a real likelihood? Is that what you're hearing? What would that mean for the continent?
Unfortunately, it's not only about Europe. We are talking about the world, because a large part of the world is dependent of the oil and gas coming from the region. The Asian countries are not only suffering the rise of prices, but they have the physical lack of a supply. And in Europe, we are less dependent from oil and gas, but we are dependent of some kind of products like jet fuel. And of course, this is critical for the global economy. And this is one of the reasons, because we need to mobilize all the entire international community to try to fix this and to give all the support for these efforts brokered by Pakistan to ensure to not just preserve the current ceasefire, but to achieve a lasting peace in the region.
And we've just heard that another round of talks is going to take place in Pakistan in the next day or two. Are you encouraged by that?
Yes, of course. And I wish all the best. And I think all the parties need to engage on this, because from the military point of view, the humanitarian point of view, the economic point of view, this war must stop, and we need to solve the real things that we need to solve. And to solve this, we need to use diplomacy.
Okay. I mean, President Trump has shown from a long time ago some disdain, it would appear, towards the European project. It began with him encouraging Brexit. And I just wonder whether there is something you have been able to do to, really get President Trump to see Europe in a different way. Have you had any efforts? Have you been making outreach to Washington to change his perception of Europe?
Our main priority during the last year in our relationship with the United States was stabilize our relationship. 23 out of 27 member states of the European Union are allies of the United States in NATO, and they work a lot to stabilize and make an agreement to try to find a new burden share in NATO responsibilities. We engage with the United States to try to keep the United States engaged in supporting Ukraine. And for the time being, the United States and Special President Trump is personally engaged to try to find a solution to put an end of this invasion from Russia. And finally, we negotiate a trade agreement to stabilize our trade relationship. But of course, it's clear that not only the South are plural, but also the North is plural, and we have different point of views about different things. And this is not a drama, but is a reality.
Okay, and we saw President Trump obviously championing Viktor Orban in Hungary, who has not been victorious in his bid to be re-elected as Prime Minister. What's your reaction to the change of guard in Budapest, and what do you think that's going to mean for Ukraine and its funding?
Oh, look, nothing better than the citizens to judge and to choose who should govern their country. And the Hungarians vote in freedom, and they took a very clear decision.
Okay, and just lastly, how and when do you see this war that we've been talking about coming to an end?
Oh, I cannot predict. I hope seriously that these talks between the United States and Iran, brokered namely by Pakistan, achieve in the good result. I think it's very important for the global stability, for the global prosperity, and for the peace and stability in this region. Then I wish all the best for those who are engaged in these negotiations.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. But thank you very much indeed, Mr. President. Antonio Costa, President of the European Council, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Well, we're joined now by Dr. Sajjan Gohel, who is the International Security Director at the London-based think tank, the Asia-Pacific Foundation. He joins us from the British capital. Dr. Gohel, thank you very much for joining us once again here on Al Arabiya English. Just in the last couple of minutes, we've heard the US Vice President quoted by the Wall Street Journal saying that the US and Iran are going to meet in principle on a date and a venue to be decided. I mean, what more have you heard about this latest round of talks? Have you heard that it's going to be necessarily in Pakistan?
Well, there has been a lot of speculation about when these next round of talks could happen and where. So some cities that have been mooted have been Geneva, Istanbul, as well as back in Pakistan, Islamabad, the capital. It's still to be decided. My understanding is that there is some concern about the U.S. side over the distance and the logistics, because previously, when U.S. Vice President Pence went to Pakistan, he was coming from Central Europe, from Hungary. So the distance wasn't as intense as it would be coming directly from the U.S. And there is that perception that Iran doesn't have a long way to go, the U.S. would. But we'll have to wait and see. Certainly it does look like talks are going to go ahead for a second round. But as to where, that is still to be determined.
Yeah, we've heard from Vice President J.D. Vance saying that President Trump doesn't want, quote, a small deal. He wants a grand bargain. What do you read into that?
Well, there's so many things that are on the table. I think one of the sticking points in the last round was that the U.S. wanted Iran to have a 20-year halt on uranium enrichment. And it's believed that Iran was offering 5 years. So that in itself is a major red line. Iran wants full lifting of sanctions. They want the release of some $120 billion in frozen assets. They want compensation for war damage. They want Lebanon to be brought into any arrangement. So these are, of course, major issues there. And, of course, for the U.S. to give full sanctions relief as well as the release of frozen assets, that's going to be red lines for many in the United States. The key, though, to all of this is the Strait of Hormuz. This is the economic knot tied to this conflict. And therein lies the biggest challenge, is how do they resolve that?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like that same old stumbling block in the first round of talks, that 21-hour marathon set of talks in Islamabad, produced that same old stumbling block, i.e. the moratorium on uranium enrichment. And the US said a 20-year suspension of all nuclear activity by Iran. Tehran suggested a halt of between 3 and 5 years. I mean, do you see them? I mean, the fact they're talking about different timeframes is encouraging, isn't it? That, you know, there is the scope, you'd have thought, of them perhaps meeting halfway.
I think for the Trump administration, they would have to have a pretty large cap as to when that uranium enrichment would end. So 20 years for them is their position. Could they come down. The problem is the Trump administration has long spoken about that Iran must never have the ability to create a nuclear weapons program. And it's not just the United States. Keep in mind, a lot of countries in the Persian Gulf, including Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, are very concerned about the potential of Iran having that weapon that they could then potentially utilize. We've seen what happens when countries like Pakistan, like the North Koreans, have a nuclear weapon, and then they kind of use that as a way to threaten. So if Iran was to be in possession of that, that would be a concern. And I think any U.S. administration, going from George W. Bush to the Obama administration, to Trump's first term, to Biden's term, and then Trump back again, none of them are necessarily going to be able to make concessions on that.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, there is the Strait of Hormuz at the center of all of this. There's now a blockade on the Strait of Hormuz. It's been in place since Monday. And at the same time, President Trump is talking about what he said was going to be an amazing 2 days ahead of us. That's what he told one US TV channel. I mean, do you think it's fair to say we're getting quite mixed messages on where things might be heading to at this point?
I think in the case of the U.S. administration, nothing is ever sedate. It is definitely something where we're always kept on our toes as to what the outcomes and the results could potentially be. So we'll have to see how this develops, because keep in mind, it is not just the U.S. and Iran. There are so many other actors, those in the region, especially Saudi Arabia. You have the European Union. You have China. All of them have a stake as to what transpires. And ideally, one wants to find a way to de-escalate the situation, to find the off-ramp that can end this problem, because it has metastasized from being a conflict against the United States and Iran and Israel to turning into a massive geoeconomic crisis.
Yeah, and it's a crisis as well for, it would appear, the hosts of these talks. And I'm talking about Pakistan, although we can't be sure that's where the next round of talks will take place. Because we're being told that electricity in Pakistan is increasingly a scarce commodity. They have these enforced power cuts for a couple of hours a day. I mean, it looks, doesn't it, like Pakistan has got a vested interest in this conflict coming to a prompt conclusion.
Pakistan has been badly hit by this crisis. As you rightly mentioned, the electricity shortages, power cuts, the fact that they've had to reduce the working week. They've tried to stop vehicles from traveling in the major cities to try and reduce the burden that is there. So Pakistan is going through a lot of economic challenges, and that was happening even prior to the Strait of Hormuz problem. Keep in mind that Pakistan is also needing yet again another IMF bailout. So this, on top of that, creates further hemorrhaging for Pakistan's already fragile economy.
Pakistan, of course, has close ties with the country I'm in now, Saudi Arabia. The two countries have a mutual defense pact. I wanted to ask you what your understanding is of the purpose of the Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif's visit to Saudi Arabia today.
So that defense pact, in many ways, has come into play to do with this conflict with Iran. We've seen Iran firing at the Gulf Arab nations, including the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Bahrain, Oman, and especially also Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia has shown considerable restraint in not reacting. The problem, though, is that this then puts pressure on Pakistan itself, because should Saudi Arabia feel the need to take action, that will force Pakistan to be involved too, because of that defense pact that you mentioned. And in many ways, we're potentially seeing the limitations of that defense pact from Pakistan's perspective, which is why they are keen for this conflict to end, primarily for the economic reasons that we've been discussing, but also because they themselves seem to be reluctant to get involved in an actual conflict, potentially, if this was to escalate with Iran.
I mean, Pakistan has emerged in the last couple of weeks as being a regional peacemaker. I mean, its credentials appear to have been bolstered by events of the last few days. Perceptions of the country in the region appear to have been improved. Would you agree with that?
I think the optics are definitely there. what we have seen is the fact that Pakistan has enhanced its relationship with the Trump administration through economic means, such as offering the U.S. access off the coast of Baluchistan to potential oil deposits, although there are some questions as to whether those are actually there, as well as the rare earth minerals that might be in the tribal areas. But again, a lot of question marks over whether there's any substance to that. So Pakistan has also enhanced its relationship with the United States through various cryptocurrency investments as well. That has resulted in Pakistan being in a strategic position, and of course, being the neighbor to Iran, that's also important. But there is also some ironies here, because keep in mind that prior to Pakistan hosting the first round of talks with the United States and Iran, a few weeks prior to that, they carried out airstrikes on a drug rehabilitation center in Afghanistan, killing over 150 civilians. So there are still these paradoxes when it comes to Pakistan's role. On the one hand, it can be framed as a peacemaker. On the other hand, it seems to have that problem with some of its neighbors like Afghanistan.
Just to wrap up this conversation, I mean, when we look at the broader picture, obviously a war is still rumbling on, although there's a ceasefire between Iran and the US. There isn't a ceasefire in Lebanon. However, Washington and Tehran have held one round of talks, pretty unprecedented face-to-face talks. The same can be said of Lebanon and Israel, who've been holding face-to-face talks, also pretty unprecedented there. I mean, are you encouraged when you look at these developments that out of all of this could be some long-lasting results?
Well, milestones are definitely there. So the US and Iran talking for the first time face-to-face since 1979, Israel and Lebanon meeting for the first time since the early 90s. That is something that could be utilized. But we are still very far away from achieving peace with both those scenarios. In the case of Lebanon and Israel, Hezbollah is the major sticking point as to what will happen over that group, because Israel wants them disarmed. It's much more complicated in Lebanon because of the ethno-religious mosaic that exists in the country. In the case of Iran and the United States, it's not like they can resolve this completely clinically and somehow everything gets normalized. This is going to be a phased reduction in tensions, hopefully, probably over a period of time. It could take months. It's definitely not going to happen over days. But we'll have to see, because what we find is that every moment we move a step forward, we then go a few steps back. So talking is good, but we need to also see the substance as well.
Okay, we really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Dr. Sajan Gohel, International Security Director at the London-based think tank, the Asia Pacific Foundation. Thank you for your time, sir.
Pleasure.
Meanwhile, Lebanon and Israel have held their first talks in over 30 years. The first talks since 1993, in fact. Talks that are aimed at ending fighting with Iran-backed Hezbollah. Well, the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who helped mediate, called the talks a historic opportunity to curb Hezbollah's influence. Well, despite US pressure for direct talks, Israel has today continued to strike several areas of Lebanon. And the Lebanese government is now calling for an immediate ceasefire and urgent humanitarian action amidst a worsening crisis. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Mark Dow, who is a Lebanese MP who joins us now from the capital, Beirut. Mr. Dow, thank you very much for joining us here on Al Arabiya English. Before we start talking about the dialogue in Washington yesterday, I'd like to ask you what's been happening in Lebanon today. I gather there's been fresh Israeli strikes about 20 kilometers south of Beirut. There are also reports that Hezbollah has been firing rockets into northern Israel today. I mean, it doesn't look, does it, like either side is backing down anytime soon?
Thank you for having me. Yes, I think what happened yesterday is definitely a milestone that the Lebanese will be putting a lot of hope on. Unfortunately, the facts on the ground continue to defy the political process that is happening. Hezbollah is not content with the negotiations, and I think the Israelis, that wasn't their first choice in the first place. They had to abide by the de-escalation happening in the Gulf, which extended indirectly into Lebanon. And thus, the direct involvement of the State Secretary yesterday, Marco Rubio, is another indicator of how seriously the Americans are putting pressure to make sure that that process begins and is capable of delivering results. Unfortunately, both warring sides continue to escalate instead of de-escalate, whether it's Hezbollah or it's the Israelis. Of course, the Israelis, their attacks and the occupation to Israeli lands is unacceptable for the Lebanese state. And the entire idea of starting a diplomatic process is to de-escalate and reach a ceasefire the soonest possible. So that is the approach that we're looking for. And I think what happened yesterday is just the first step to pave the way to a de-escalation.
Right, we lost you there for a moment, but I mean, I think, you know, what we're agreeing on here is that this being the first direct dialogue between the Lebanese and the Israelis in decades, that in itself is a significant achievement. In terms of what was achieved, I mean, pretty positive sounding language. Your country's ambassador, Nada Moad, described that meeting as constructive. The State Department called it productive. Are we any closer, do you think, to a ceasefire, or is this, as you were alluding to there, just one small step on what's going to be a very long journey?
I think we are closer to a ceasefire. The first time in 30 years that the Lebanese and the Israelis are sitting at the diplomatic level across the table from each other. In addition to that, I think that the heavy involvement of the United States that has big leverage over Israel as well as Lebanon can also help facilitate that. I think the state of Israel, after their terrible attacks last Wednesday, where they did more than 100 plus strikes across Lebanon, killing more than 300 people, have started to de-escalate at least the airstrikes on the city of Beirut. We haven't had any since then. And we're hoping that after the sit yesterday in Washington, things would be officially recognized as Beirut being secure, and gradually greater areas across Lebanon will be isolated from any potential threat or airstrike by the Israeli, gradually containing and de-escalating the conflict so we can get the Israelis eventually to withdraw from all Lebanese occupied lands.
I saw a comment given by your culture minister, Ghassan Salameh, who says that Lebanon lacks significant leverage. And I'm wondering what you think he means by this. I mean, does Lebanon not have any cards it can play itself in its negotiations with Israel?
The biggest leverage that Lebanon has is the legitimacy of the governance, the president, the prime minister, and the overall strategic direction adopted by the state when it basically said that Hezbollah's arms are illegal and outside state authority completely. Thus, the state is saying, I want an independent pathway to establish a political agreement and to end the conflict with Israel, and has been waiting for the past 6 weeks or 7 weeks until the Israelis agreed to sit on the table. Now, the leverage that Lebanon needs mostly is internal leverage by Hezbollah basically accepting the guidance and leadership of the Lebanese state rather than acting as an independent guerrilla force that is more aligned with the IRGC than the government of Lebanon. And if we get that leverage, then the state will have enough power to basically say, we control the levers of when the fighting starts, when the fighting stops, and we also control the levers of our ability to deploy the Lebanese army anywhere in Lebanon without the risk of confrontation with Hezbollah on that sense. Therefore, this is the leverage that is currently needed within Lebanon. And on versus Israel, the type of leverage we need is more global and international support to the Lebanese state that confirms a rejection of Israeli occupation of any inch of Lebanese land, in addition to support by the US to get a fair agreement, political and well as a military agreement with international guarantees that Israel will stop its aggression and not repeat that again against Lebanon.
Right, and we had a statement from a number of Lebanon's allies today, and it does sound like there is considerable support for Lebanon in these talks. But all of this comes back to the same old issue, which is disarming and disbanding Hezbollah. And that hasn't happened. It's supposed to have been work in progress for the last year or 15 months or so, and it hasn't happened. I mean, how does that now happen? What needs to be done?
Yeah. This is the biggest challenge that Lebanon faces, and there are two items in that. One is an acceptance on the legitimacy of the state representing everyone, and thus everyone acceding to the premise that the constitution, that the government and the parliament are the correct venues for resolving any varying positions or disagreements or opposing opinions on Lebanon's defense, foreign affairs, or strategies towards Israel. The second one is that Hezbollah's relations to Iran, given that Iran is in a war and needs those kinds of allies around the region to be able to improve its negotiating position, is undermining the process and the threat, increasing the threat on Lebanon of going for any confrontation in disarming Hezbollah. Nevertheless, we all recognize that as long as the Israelis are expanding their occupation and attacks in Lebanon, that makes it extremely difficult for the Lebanese state to take direct military action or indirect military action in terms of arresting non-combatants and others, or even shutting down certain organizations that are affiliated for Hezbollah for the sake of not being perceived as being in exercising coercion in alignment with the Israeli attackers on Lebanon. Therefore, a ceasefire is fundamental for the state to be able to function and properly exercise full pressure on Hezbollah to start their disarmament, which it did start 15 months ago, wasn't completely done because the war in Iran kind of crashed into the process. And thus now we have to deal with the ceasefire, and the decisions have been taken by the Lebanese state. Hezbollah's arms are illegal officially in Lebanon, and they're not allowed to operate.
Sure, but I mean, when you look at a case study like the town of Bint Jabel, which is in the south of Lebanon, quite close to the Israeli border and south of the Litani River, the Lebanese government and the Lebanese army were supposed to have disarmed Hezbollah in that section of the country, and yet it's emerged in the last couple of days, and we're seeing it right now. Bint Jabel is a hotbed of Hezbollah activity, lots of resources there, soldiers and so on. Why didn't the Lebanese army succeed in properly disarming places like that? I mean, did they sort of go at it in a rather half-hearted way, do you think?
Well, I think the city of Bint Jabel, which is one of the biggest within that region, it's 5 kilometers away from the Israeli borders. It has a big population, and a lot of Hezbollah's fighters come from that town. So I think those people are actually within their turf, their homes. They're using light weapons. We're not seeing a front line in Bint Jabel. The Israelis have already entered the town from several directions. Therefore, they have technically surrounded the entire town. But there are people who will continue to fight the Israeli occupation, even if they had any chance, even if they had a knife. Those are their towns, their environment, their city. So everyone will be fighting. They don't have the capability of running major operations against the Israeli army. We're talking here artillery or otherwise. There are street fights that are ongoing, and those against an occupational force will happen whether there's Hezbollah or not.
Okay, clearly Hezbollah does not like the fact that those talks took place in Washington yesterday. The Secretary General of that group, Naim Qassem, said that the talks, quote, require a Lebanese consensus. I wonder what you think the Lebanese public makes of this dialogue with Israel, given that the two countries are technically at war.
I think the statement that came from the Secretary General of Hezbollah is a weak one. Did not require national consensus when decided to initiate the war, both the Gaza attacks or even now after the killing assassination of Khamenei. Therefore, I don't think he's the best entity entitled to ask for national consensus. In addition to that, I think he realizes that it's only diplomatic solutions that can resolve and liberate the lands from Israeli occupation. So instead of supporting the government in a pathway that will eventually reach to settlement and empowering the state so that the weapons and the sacrifices of Hezbollah are invested in the diplomatic process that might get resolved, he still wants to double down on not allowing the state to negotiate, rather indirectly suggesting that Iran can do that because they're the stronger party in the region, as per his person. And second of all, still sending Libyan youth to a fight that he denies the Lebanese state the right to try and end it by any means possible.
Okay, you're breaking up a little bit there. But I just want to ask you last of all, I mean, what you see happening next. Just going back to those discussions in Washington that took place yesterday, do you see that momentum in DC being successfully built upon?
Yes, I do. I think this is the first time since 1993 that we have direct diplomatic negotiations. We have a state in Lebanon that has taken clear direct decisions on an independent foreign policy from Iran, on qualifying Hezbollah's arms as illegal, on denying the Israelis the right to occupy any land or territory, and requiring that the international community support it, and that's exactly what it got from the highest level in DC. So I think that is the most serious opportunity we've had for a long time to have a sustainable resolution for the ongoing military conflicts with the Israelis since 1969. I hope we don't end up just with a ceasefire, but with a full-fledged political and military agreement that would be a stepping stone towards reaching a peace agreement between Lebanon and Israel to end this conflict completely.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Mark Dow, Lebanese MP, joining us from Beirut. Thank you for your time, sir. Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Do join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
You keeping that coat on?
Yeah, why?
Oh, there's a little going fishing.
one of the Liverpool fans calls in. He goes, look, you can win the Champions League. I still want him off.
I got called a Bulgarian lizard once.
Bulgarian lizard.
That should be the name of the podcast.
Yeah, it should be the Muppet Show.
Welcome to the Dressing Room Podcast. We're here a day late, chaps, because of bank holiday, and we've had a really, really relaxing one.
Yeah.
Thanks to this man.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to?
It wasn't relaxing me getting there, though. I was rushing.
Do you want to explain to the listeners where we was yesterday?
Mate, do you want me to take it?
I think take the ball by the horns.
I'll say it. Yeah, we went for a bit of hot yoga. And, yeah, it was quite interesting. So, obviously, when you go to these type of places, like, I didn't know what to expect, but I know you have to go there relaxed.
Yeah.
And open to the elements, open to what can be.
Yeah.
So I've gone in. I'm obviously late, as I always am.
That
so
was the most stressful part. I know one of them's going to be late, and they lock the doors.
Yeah. Somehow you got the doors.
They started
open.
late for you.
All the women of Cobham waiting for Colton Cole. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. And I got there, and it was very inviting.
Yeah.
Got in there, and I didn't know what to do. I didn't have my towel. That was the main thing for me because I don't like sweating without having a towel to dab my face at least. So that was really uncomfortable. But when I got in there, everyone was very nice, isn't it?
Yeah. Did you find
calm.
it tough?
It was calm.
Yeah.
She messaged me the night before,
right,
and said, "Oh, shall I make it tough?" And I
why
went,
would you
yeah,
do?
Why not?
See what I'm saying? First time. I've never done yoga before, and I'm doing hot yoga, so we're doing extreme sports right now.
At one point, I looked over and you looked like you was a pretzel. The way that your body was, like your arm was like, and I was like,
hey, do you know what?
Straining into your face.
I wasn't far off it, mate. I was straining, man. I don't know. They done this. What was the downward dog?
Downward dog, yeah.
Yeah. Then there was the
other baby.
Word?
There was the warrior pose.
Warrior pose.
What
was that?
Two.
The warrior 2.
Yeah.
What was the other one when you're like in a plank?
Yeah, that's I've forgotten the name.
And then you got
now.
to lift up your leg.
You go down. Oh, I've forgotten the name of it.
And then there's the other one when you got to roll your body up from your chin upwards. Yeah.
Then you get dizzy, so you got to breathe out on the way up.
He was breathing heavily on the deal.
You were breathing heavily, to be fair.
I thought there was a buffalo next to you. Breathing. Yeah.
Oh, no, but we had a great time. The
best bit's Shavasana at the end, innit?
Oh, yeah.
Lay down and nice music playing.
It's hard work, innit?
I told you.
What about this geezer though? Like to be Wayne Bridge in Cobham, people calling him a legend at 9:30 this morning. He had his just to give people the view. Right? We went for a coffee afterwards, and we bumped into Enzo Maresca, and he's seen us three sweating, and he's like, oh, where have you gone? Paddle? We've got hot yoga, and he looks at us like.
he was like, that must be a sight.
Man, like one big black guy. And 2 white guys, and I can see he was looking at me. He's like, "Have you lot influenced this guy here?" I said, "I'm open to try new things, man. This is not my style, but I'm having a little go."
It's good. You feel good afterwards.
You do feel good, mate. And we recommend it to anyone listening if you get a chance.
Yeah. But you've done yoga before.
I've done yoga before. But if anyone listeners get a chance, go and do hot yoga and write us in and tell us about your experience.
You do feel good after.
You do, man.
What I would advise is to start just doing yoga first. Don't just go into hot yoga because I didn't know I was getting into. Yeah, it's good, but you need that because I didn't know what I was doing. And you made it strong. You made it strong for me. It's bang out of order what you done.
No, it's all right.
Mate, you loved it. That's why you kept on laughing at me. Like, was doing the plank, and then he just kept on looking at me laughing.
I couldn't help myself.
I was cursing in my head. I was actually cursing. I didn't want to say certain things, but you got to be calm in that situation.
Yeah.
But we had a great time in there.
That was good.
But we saw Enzo Maresca.
Yeah.
And then me and you, we thought, they actually look similar, didn't they?
Oh, exactly. So we've got a photo of them together.
We've got a photo. We'll put it in there.
Yeah, we'll have to get it.
He
looked cool, by the way.
Yeah. He looks like what you're supposed to look like.
He had like these loose-fitting light blue jeans on, pair of
Gucci t-shirt.
oversized t-shirt.
That's what you're supposed to look like.
All right, I want to be Enzo Maresca when I grow up. Right, okay.
He's
a nice guy. He's a nice guy. He's a good guy.
I thought he was hard done by.
Should we talk about football? People think they're on a yoga podcast here. Right, okay. Right, Arsenal, Bridgie. You was at the game.
Yeah,
the Grim Reaper for Arsenal turning up again on the sideline.
You see this guy, he had his big cloak on on the side of the pitch. Looked like he was dictating what was going on the pitch.
You were the Southampton mob, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but
a good time.
My dad obviously buzzing, just sat in the director's box, had best mate Luke and Aaron come.
And your dad looked amazing, by the way.
I dressed up waistcoat. He actually lost loads of weight and he ended up wearing a suit he ain't wore for about 15 years.
Is it?
Yeah, and then he had
He's
an
happy
old
to get it.
and then he had my old Saints tie on.
Oh, wicked.
Little top hat, walking stick.
Yeah.
Oh, mate, he was buzzing.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And then to trot into the director's box as well with all the big dogs.
Yeah, the atmosphere was brilliant, by the way.
Yeah.
So good.
Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah,
it's been
the build
a bit
up to
quiet
the game was wicked.
Really?
Because
I was surprised how it felt.
50 years to the
50
year
years.
since they last won the cup.
And 50 minutes in between both their goals.
Yeah.
So 35 and 85 minutes.
Oh,
so,
my God.
Yeah.
It's written in the stars for the minute.
My mate Luke's obviously fuming because you pulled City out the bag.
I know. He's not happy. He's already told me.
He's not happy about that. But you've got to beat them to win it.
Yeah.
So.
We're going to talk about Arsenal because, listen, it's the theme of the last 3 months. Are they every time they lose a game, lose a couple of games, are they bottling it? The quadruple's gone. They're now out of 2 competitions. They play Sporting Lisbon tonight because we're recording this on a Tuesday. Do we think we're at the stage now where it's league or bust? Are they? What do you make of what's
Saints
going on?
played well, by the way.
They
played really well.
They did play really well. They did play really well.
You know where Arsenal struggled with a long ball?
Yeah.
Struggled massively.
You were saying that,
yeah.
Like
the
just
first few long balls, they were in all the time.
Really?
Just getting in all the time.
Yeah.
Sorry,
but going back to Arsenal, Gabriel limped off, right? They've got a lot of injuries at the moment. They're coming into the most crucial part of the season. We've been in that position, Bridgie, like where you're. What was the crucial things do you think that we had that this Arsenal team haven't quite got yet that they need to show in these next few games because the pressure's on.
I think the squad, whoever came in, slotted in all right. No matter how many changes there were.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes you could change 4 or 5 players.
Yeah.
And it affects everything. But I always felt like at Chelsea, no matter who you change, everyone just slotted in all right.
Well, there was a lot of changes.
System. Is that because of the system, or is it?
Yeah, but Arteta's very systematic. But it seems to me when he makes changes, there is a drop off. Like you're saying, like Ben White coming in found it difficult.
Is that the quality, or is it the understanding of the system for the player that's coming in to replace the player that was already in there?
I don't think it's the understanding because I think Arteta's been saying for 6 years since he's been there, trust the process. And I think you watch them, they're quite rigid the way that they play. I just think when you take certain players like Declan didn't play at the weekend, I just think he's so influential for what they do. Yeah. Like so, still like any great team with a great system, and you can have 20 players at all levels, but there's always 1 or 2 or 3 players scattered within that. That's just the soul of the team, and I think Declan Rice is one of them players. Do you know what I mean? At Chelsea, we were blessed with quality. Like centre halves, we had Gallas, Terry, Carvalho. So one of them was injured. That was, you didn't really miss the other one that much. Although they was all fit. The one player I thought with us that we couldn't quite replace because he was so unique was. No, I think Lamps was good. But what about was Drogba? Because he was so like. I remember when we had to play. It was Drogba or Ida, so we had to make a conscious effort to change the way that we played.
The approach to play.
Do you know what I mean? There was no like for like, and I think Arsenal with Declan, there's no like for like in the midfield where he could because he does so much good work where he gets it deep and he drives through the lines, he breaks the play. I don't know. I'm trying to think of reasons why they drop off.
I think Zubimendi's not been at it as well, and he's been brilliant for them the whole season, I'd say.
Yeah,
and look, takes a bit of pressure off Declan Rice as well when Zubimendi's at it. But I'd say the last 5 games, maybe Arsenal fans might disagree, but I think Zubimendi's not been at his peak form, and that midfield area they really need that to tick.
Yeah,
do you know what I mean? Then you've got Odegaard that goes in there as well.
He played deeper in that game, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, like, if they're not at it at the level that they should be, they can't replace Rice.
Yeah,
because Rice is at least. And I saw something the other day as well about how influential he is, but there was something saying that he's a bit too emotional as well, Rice.
You're right, okay.
Because when it's not going his way or going the team's way, he'll get too emotionally involved rather than keep his head. And I think there's a thing in that as well where they need to do it. He has to omit calmness. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but he can't be something he's not, Coley.
Well, he's not been a winner yet. That's what I'm trying to say. So that is what they're depending on. But he doesn't know how to navigate that just yet. That's why they need to get silverware over the line so they know how to navigate for the future. They've just missed 2 big opportunities to get silverware.
Yeah.
I know they're still in the running for the 2.
Yeah.
But for their experience sake, they need to get some type of silverware over the line. Yeah. Because that will create positivity when it comes to the squeaky bum time. They'll know how to navigate when the going gets tough. But they haven't been there yet. They've not gone to those trenches yet.
It's almost like a trauma thing, isn't it? Like every year for the last 3 years, they've got to this stage. All of the media's on them, and saying they haven't got.
I think they listen to media as well too much.
All right, so here's my next question: What if you're Mikel Arteta and you're coming? How do you approach these next few games? What in terms of forget the tactics, or forget. Yeah, what are you saying on Monday morning? How are you setting the tone with your coaching staff, with everything? You know, because do you remember the cup final we went to, and Mikel Arteta made the Arsenal players stay and watch Man City the whole way? Like it was a very performative. Do you know what I mean? Like because he's thinking to himself, you know, this is going to be a thing. Like we'll look back in 3 months, we'll win the league and go, remember when we watched them up? That will motivate them. So he's obviously thinking of things, Mikel Arteta. But what would you do, Bridgie, in that situation as a manager?
I think you've just got to try and get them mentally right, playing relaxed, and like Arsenal fans, right? Right. They're going to do the quadruple,
right?
Now they're out of that. Some of them stressing. Yeah. Now they might bottle the league.
Right.
So the players could be thinking the same. So as a manager, one, you've just got to get back to winning ways. You just got to get them mentally right, training right. Yeah. And if you play with any kind of fear or worry, it just affects your game.
Do you think his face I look at Arteta, I look at managers, I think he looks concerned, worried. Like he's like, you know, like he looks gaunt at the moment. Do you know what I mean? Like, and you look at, and when you see players like,
I think managers.
I think that's managers, mate. That's managers. Yeah, if I was a manager, oh my God, I look old enough as it is.
The only one manager, and he's the governor, and it's what he just Don Carlo.
Oh,
Don Carlo.
Yeah, with the cigar.
Just tuning.
And I've got to go.
He never looks stressed.
I've got to say, to some extent, Vince Company.
Yeah.
He looks unstressed. But going back to what you're saying, Arteta, he's the one that's he's steering the ship. Yeah. Right? So he's the one. The buck stops with him. He's the one that's got to give his players the confidence to like have that belief. Say, Dad, all right, we've lost that game. Now it's time to draw in. And I think there's some training session they was doing yesterday. Did you see it? No. It was online. No. There was they put it out there as well. Like, I think it was in the Daily Mail or something like that. Yeah, but there was holding a ball on their heads between 5 players around the ball. Like, I'm thinking, what kind of activities are this? Like, it's cringy, man.
Are we SEALs? Are we?
I don't know. They had the ball, and all their heads are on the ball. About 5 of them around it, and I don't know what kind of game they were playing. But why would you even film that and put it out there? And do that in the sports hall when there's no.
You're right. If you won the last 2 games, but not after losing 2 games.
Do you know what it reminds me of?
Go on.
Respect the ball. How did that turn out? Like, they're trying to get the edges every type of way, and they're trying to get that team bond and on the pitch as well. So I know what they're doing, but just leave that. Stop doing it for the media. Do it for yourselves.
I can't see him losing the league.
I can't see him losing.
I can't
see him losing.
I can't see it, but mate, if it is, I've never been so wrong.
I've upset him a couple of times.
You've said this,
I said it.
Yeah. Bournemouth for
a few times. So it's a tough game. Yeah. If they win it, I'll probably say it's done.
Yeah, I still think they win the league.
I do as well.
Just a quick one before we wrap up on Arsenal. Southampton winning, your old club, Bridgie. Does that you said it was a great atmosphere. Does it feel like the magic of the cup was back there?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah. It was brilliant, especially the 50 years since they last won it.
Where did you go afterwards when you was with all the boys and your dad playing darts?
Oh yeah, we were singing songs to you, weren't we, down the phone? You could hear my dad the most, couldn't you?
Yeah.
We ended up back at my sister's house. Right. The husband's got little pool table and dartboard and that, so we were up for a few hours.
The governor of Winchester.
Weren't we?
Yeah. The Southampton fans are happy. Then the FA Cup's back.
Buzzing. They've been on fire as well. They haven't lost in
Have you got the keys to the city over there?
No, Matt the Tizaz. Me? Matt the Tizaz.
You should have, mate.
You promote that place properly, mate. But yeah, Southampton are massively thinking they can go all the way here. Because they have to come up to Manchester City. They have to get. Is it away to Manchester City?
That's
Wembley.
Yeah.
Oh, is that Wembley?
Yeah.
So okay.
We'll get
so one day out.
Yeah, so it's a one-off game.
Yeah.
So you never know, you know.
Yeah,
that's what you do. Never know.
Mickey had his suit on. Anyway, we're going to move on.
Going?
I don't know yet. Maybe.
It's on both your teams.
He'd be working. I'm working on getting him a job.
Oh, get me a ticket then.
He actually made a phone call yesterday trying to get me a job.
Is it?
I haven't told him I want to do it.
Man City versus Southampton.
Yeah, that
played
makes
for
sense.
Both clubs.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, bringing him in. Yeah. Tells after his commission. I said, no, I'll take that.
I'll set this up.
Right, here we go. Right, moving on. We got Liverpool now. It was a drubbing. When you consider they were the two teams at the top for so long, they looked like a gulf apart. With Man City fans were singing "You're getting sacked in the morning," with Xabi Alonso available. And which I found interesting. The murmurings from the Liverpool fans are like, let's get him in now and all that. Liverpool fans, I feel, always stick with their managers through thick and thin, and they're quite loyal like that. But I think the lure of Xabi Alonso being available is making them. What do you think on Slot?
It's a hard one, isn't it? Because he's won the league with them, but that's on the back of a Klopp team, and he's ridden that wave because they was in that wave. And I always go back to that. They go in the summer.
Yeah.
They go on holiday, come back to bad news on
tragedy. Tragedy, yeah.
Diogo Jota, one of their teammates, one of their highly respected teammates in the dressing room as well. That drama can carry on for you don't know.
Yeah,
and there's nobody out there that can say how to deal with that as a team. And I always say, and then on top of that, I don't think they went into the season prepared with the style of play that he wanted to employ, because you got to understand Isak's fiasco as well. That was a painstaking, wasn't it?
It
was like, is he coming? Is he not? And that's going to be your main striker, and that's left till the last part of the window until the deal got done.
Yeah.
Then you had Ekitike that had come in and he was doing well, so that was papering over the cracks. But really and truly, when you look at the whole scenario, it's just not a great start to a season. And plus, they didn't address the defending positions.
Yeah.
There was Mark Gahey, they was trying to get him, couldn't get him. And then it just went too long. That they didn't cover the positions that they needed to cover. Plus, they haven't even dealt with the Mo Salah situation as well.
Yeah.
So there's just so much stuff going on. And then on top of that, Slot has to... I've heard not rumours, but people say, amongst the fans as well, that he doesn't know what he's doing tactically. So some of the substitutions that he's making, some of the tactical elements of his formations when he wants to try and tweak things, he's not doing the right things.
Yeah.
And you know how Liverpool fans are. They know that they can suss out a fraud quick. You know what I mean? So I think that all of that culminating to one, it's just a mess for this season. It might, and the signings hasn't set the world alight as well. Some of the top signings, they ain't done nothing really of note. So, and I do like Wirtz, by the way, but I think he's got more to come. But Ekitike's done well as well, so give him that. But there's a few of them that haven't. And and even the other players as well.
Yeah, there's
they've been underperforming.
Yeah, like players like
Kirkes,
he's been the best player. Kirkes coming into the side from that Bournemouth side where he looked phenomenal. He hasn't hit the ground running. When you break it down like that, it's like you're in real time. You're doing an appraisal on why it's gone wrong. You can see it all, right? So, so I agree with everything you said.
Liverpool fans don't want to hear that.
But I agree with everything you said. It's the reason.
You summed it up nicely, to be fair.
As to why it's gone wrong. The balance in the midfield. He's trying to get Verts in as well. I wouldn't put anything on top of that, other than I just think Liverpool as a football club and the way that they operate, and I think. Don't bite the bullet on Arne Slot yet. Give him an opportunity for start of next season. Even though Xabi Alonso's there, let him coach. Out of his hand, the Diego Jota tragedy's out of his hands.
Yeah, didn't even think about that. Yeah, what impact that might have on players.
Well, exactly. Nothing like that ever happened to us, thankfully enough. But you can't think for yourself as one of your mates because you're so close as a bond when you're a team. Yeah. It's like I don't understand. Everyone goes to work and they have work colleagues, and obviously they have close friendships and that. But when you're a team and you're being a football team, I think it's more than a family because you depend on each other. You're going to war for each other every 3-4 days. You feel like the whole world's against you.
It's an unbreakable bond.
It's like a bond you got at the time, and then for one day one of your mates not to be there. Like that,
it's traumatic, and
then it's sort of because football. We all know how important football is, right? But in the scheme of things, it really is not, is it? Right? When life and death and things like that are happening. But to be able to go to war and put your body on the line, you as a group have to think that you're the center of the universe, and you're going to go to war. And we've seen players get injured. We see players get injured, and you go through things, right? So, but then when something real happens. Yeah. It's very difficult then to have the same come on because you need to push yourself to
that extra 10%.
So I feel that's been if that's the one thing above all the other things that you listed, the Jota thing. I think they need to grieve and go
they haven't
away.
had time.
I think people have not
just
really
been going to work like normal.
People say it, but they don't really think it through for what it is, and that's exactly what it is. So I think.
But fans, this is why I was going back to the fans now. The fans, they got time for that.
Yeah.
Fans, it moves on quickly. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the people that's effective, they can't forget about it. It's just the way it is.
Yeah.
And I said all the other stuff as well, on top of that, it's just piled the pressure on. And Slot, he'll probably never, ever have to deal with something like this ever again. And there's other managers out there that has never dealt with it. And who tells someone like that how to navigate and be around a big football club like that and still trying to please the fans, try and make sure that his players are happy.
Yeah.
It's a hard task.
It's definitely a confidence thing.
Top of that,
definitely.
There's this thing that I always look at, with managers, great managers. When a great manager leaves a football club, the next manager that comes in, it's hard.
It's
a hard job. You've got to be something else, to live up to people's expectations. Because you're not Klopp, you're Slot. Do you know what I mean? And they're always going to have that against you.
It's true. It's true. You look at David Moyes, who's a great manager, going in after Fergie never worked. Unai Emery, did he go straight in after Wenger? And Unai Emery's clearly a great manager.
It's so hard. Because everyone's such used to a certain way. Do you know what I mean? And then that happens, and then you ain't gonna ever live up to him.
Imagine you're at a great concert, right? And the support act is just blowing the doors off, and everyone's buzzing, and then the main acts go, "Oh God." Drop it down a gear, warrior. I'm going to come in. You're already at a 10. I've got to find an 11.
You've got to find a different level.
That was like when we watched Streets and Kasabian. Mate, the Streets were good.
But Kasabian
were really good as well. They were good.
I was worried because when we went to Streets and Kasabian, I was thinking, we love the Streets. You love the Streets. A week don't go by without you in the background playing, right? And I'm thinking, we were so buzzing at the Streets. I think, God, Sergio's got his work cut out here, but then he come out and smashed it out of the park. So big him up.
Was it the pit?
We was in the mosh pit.
The mosh pit. I was in there.
Only on this podcast can you go from serious talk to mosh pits in 2 sentences. Quick question though, Arne Slot, do you stick with him or do you go and get Xabi Alonso?
Stick or twist.
I don't. Do you know what? I don't know. Part of me's like, it's got to come down to players, and he's got to be able to give them the confidence and a boost. I feel like the confidence affects players a lot when they're playing. Yeah. I think they need a few good results. I don't know, mate, honestly.
Yeah. I feel bad.
A new manager coming in might give them a new lease of life. Do you know what I mean? It's harsh, isn't it? But that's the world you live in with football now.
I think it's harsh on him. Yeah. But it's business.
Yeah.
I think it's harsh. But it's business because
I think you could get Alonso and they could be flying, mate.
Yeah. I think the players need a change. I think the players need a change. Because obviously this traumatic event what we're talking about, I think they just need a new scenery. Let's start again next season.
Can I say I want to throw my 2p worth in it. I think go to the end of the season and then sit down and I would probably do it if he's available. Not now. Let Arne Slot try and win the Champions League because he deserves that.
So
not now.
That's a question in its own,
right?
Coley.
Go on.
If he wins the Champions League,
he's got to stay.
He stays.
Of course he has.
All right.
Of course he has, right?
Do you agree?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I was on the radio the other day. One of the Liverpool fans calls in. He goes, "Look, you can win the Champions League. I still want him off." I said, "Mate, there would have been two major trophies in 2 years.
Yeah.
You got Premier League and you got Champions League. What else do you want?" He'll be like, "Nah, I don't like him.
Really?
Gotta go."
Mate, it's
because they watch the football week in, week out, though.
It's because they've got people like him winding them up on the airwaves.
I'm not winding them up.
Yeah,
he's like older than me.
You know what? You got to take your hat off to fans, honestly. Like, I'll go and watch my kids play football, and when they lose, it ruins my weekend.
Yeah.
I'm like, these are paying money to go and watch every weekend. Imagine them paying to go home miserable.
He made the.
Listen, how many
fans have you made feel like that?
Do you know what? You said something right. And this is when I say you've got this weird way of looking at things.
Yeah,
I can't argue with you, right? Yeah. He said, I can't remember who it was. I think it was at the final when you went, I hope nobody. It's going to be horrible. Someone's going to lose. We was in the box, and
because we're in the box of both fans.
Yeah, and he was like, "What?" He said, "Why would you bother going to football?" Right? He said, "Why would you just not go to a gig or a rave or something? At least you know when you pay your 50 quid, you're going to have a good time. Football, you can pay your 50 quid and go home miserable."
But I guess the times are really good when they are good.
Yeah. It's like playing bingo, isn't it? It's like playing the lottery.
I'll tell you it wasn't good for the other day on TV. Danny Dyer.
Oh, yeah.
What happened?
Where it kept panning to him every time with the West Ham.
Oh,
and
yeah,
then he thought they scored, and then they hadn't scored. Mate, he went for a lot of pain.
We will get onto that. So, listen, anyway, Liverpool, I'll bring Alonso in, and I'll tell you why. I think Alonso tends to play with that sort of 3-4-3 system. Yeah. I think Frimpong and Kirkes, Wirtz in behind Isak and Ekitike, Szoboszlai and McAllister, maybe as a 2 in there.
He ain't turned up this season, McAllister either.
He hasn't. He's but yeah. But anyway, I would do that. Moving on, Chelsea now. Mm-hmm. Listen, lots going on, Coley. They dispatched Port Vale 7-0.
That was lovely, by the way.
Lovely dispatch, but it's off the back of a bad run.
Yeah.
But the news coming out is Enzo Fernandez has been dropped by Chelsea for 2 games after comments he made about his future are deemed to have crossed the line, according to the manager Rosenior. Now, when Rosenior come out and spoke to the press, he said it was a club decision to give him the 2 games ban. He's under contract until 2032. And he wants to leave, right? It seems like he wants to leave.
That's funny in itself.
Yeah, it's mad, isn't it?
Right.
While he was talking, I was thinking his contract's up at the end of the season.
Yeah. Like,
2032.
So it's on us, right, as ex-footballers to like try and give the fans a perspective, the listeners to give a perspective of did he cross the line? Is his punishment fair? What are Chelsea thinking? So first of all, I think Enzo Fernandez is a great footballer. He's a great footballer, and when he's on the pitch, Chelsea are a better team. And he's clearly, when he signed for the club, he would have been clearly sold this dream. We're going to go back to the top. It's Chelsea Football Club. It's global. He's thinking to himself, fantastic, 100 million player from Benfica. I'm at the big league. and he's been there 2.5 years now. He's probably looking around and he's playing with young players, not really competing with your Arsenals, your Man Cities. And he's probably thinking, he signed this 8-year contract of what he signed, which Chelsea, and he's probably thinking, this ain't happening for me. And it's a short career as a footballer. So I think between him and his agent, they've decided they want to get out. Now they have to, his agent's probably encouraging him to say these things in the press, because what it does, it destabilizes the club. But like you said, when you've got a year or 2 years left, you'll hold the power in the contract because you are a valuable asset. So the club's perspective is, right, we've given all these players these long-term contracts. We've had some where we've given it to Mikhailo Mudryk, who's had the drugs thing, can't get him off the books, paying him a lot of money. So that's a negative for giving him a long-term contract. Your Cole Palmers, your Enzos, you give them a long-term contract and it secures the value on the asset. But now you come to where the rubber hits the road, where, yeah, Enzo, you've got him for another 4 or 5 years, so he's secured, but you're going to have an unhappy player for 4 or 5 years. So this is where I think the ownership group, they don't have anyone in that group who's been a top player, who understands the mindset, understands all the intricacies, you can say it.
Intricacies.
Yeah, and so when they've come to this place, they've all sat around and probably gone, right, how do we deal with this? Because this can't go on. He can't be saying he wants to leave every 5 minutes. So they've gone, right, we're going to ban him for 2 games. And one of the games is the Man City game, right? So, I mean, if they've had someone in the room, you need to preempt this type of stuff because you can't just be banning players for talking about their opinions. If he wants to leave...
Surely they would have had a chat with each other before they decided to ban him for 2 games.
They said it was a club decision. So for that means it's the owners, maybe the board, maybe the directors of football.
So how's his one such a big deal and Cucurella's one not?
Good point. I think with the Cucurella point, I think Enzo's done it before. I think there's been some like
misdemeanors previous.
He's got previous.
This guy, every time he goes away on international, I bet.
Yeah. But the thing is, you have a little breather. You have a breather. I don't know, man. I think it's pretty much. Listen, you're not. If you're sitting there going, I'd like to go and live in Real Madrid.
No, Madrid. Mate, it could be Rayo Vallecano. By the way, it don't have to be Real Madrid. It could be Getafe. That's in Madrid.
Yeah.
So it could be these other teams. You might not just say, I want to go to Real. It could be Atletico. You know what I mean?
It ain't Chelsea. You know that. You know what I mean? Chelsea ain't in Madrid.
That's true. That's true.
Right? So...
Far from it.
Right? So, like, the question's here, did he cross the line?
You shouldn't come out and do it, should you? Really?
You shouldn't come out and do it. But if you're thinking...
I wouldn't mind to live in Madrid, but he's saying it was... He was saying it was innocent. Like, says, the weather reminds me of home.
But that's just...
that's the lyrics. That's the lyrics he's coming out with.
You know what you're saying. Well, if that's the case, then I would say, listen, Enzo, you need to come out. If my dealings with it would have been... First of all, I think you made a rod for your own back with these long-term contracts because I think they sound good in essence, but they haven't thought about what happens when you get a player, a top player who wants to go, and how that affects.
They must have had a chat with him before banning him, surely.
Well, it's an easy one. You say, "Listen, Enzo, why are you saying this?" And he'd go, "Oh, sorry, I didn't mean it." Go, all right, then no problem. What about this statement saying you're committed to Chelsea for the next 4 or 5 years and you're not interested in leaving, no matter where? You know what I mean? And then you go, "All right," but that would have been the first move. Then if he says no, then you know he's not said it accidentally. And you go, all right, this is where we're at. And then it becomes a thing, well, then listen, I just think I could have said this was coming down the line 2 years ago with his long-term contracts. 100%.
That's how they're going to try and get out of it.
Of course, players are going to try and navigate. We see Isak in the summer.
I just if you're going to do it, fine him.
Yeah.
Don't ban him for 2 games if he's a player that's going to play.
You're hurting yourself.
And still
really.
Give you everything.
Because
no matter what, whenever you go on the pitch, you're still going to give everything. You're never not going to go out there and not give everything, are you?
We would think that. I'm assuming Enzo is that type of character. But
we have seen some wrong-uns.
We have seen some wrong-uns. But would you forcing yourself out of a club is it's so ugly, isn't it? It's so ugly, right? Do you know what I mean? Because the only people that pay the price are the fans.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
If they're not happy, you've seen what Chelsea do.
Exactly.
You go into, well, it doesn't matter how good you are, what kind of background you've got, or what kind of reputation you've come with.
Yeah,
you get put in the reserves.
They've gone hardline Chelsea on all of these type of issues. They've gone any of the players that they've give long-term contracts out, and they won't leave because the players can't get the money that they're on at Chelsea and whatnot. They go, right, you're going to Siberia. The bomb squad, you're going out there, you're going to train with the kids, you're going to make your life difficult, which is completely wrong. Yeah. Because every one of them players were bought in good faith, and it hasn't worked. And it's not just the player's fault. If a player's not worked at a club, the player has to take the most of the blame, but it can be the manager, it can be just the situation, it can be no one's fault, right? Mm-hmm. But you can't go, right, we wanted you, go and get over there and do that. I've been vocal, but I don't think that's... You've been in that situation. So just talk me through that. What was it like?
Bomb squad?
He's been at
It was a bomb squad of 6 months.
So was I.
Shay Given,
Adebayo. I was in bomb squad in Indonesia though.
That's a proper bomb squad.
Proper bomb squad.
Oh my God.
Mate, they put me in bomb squad in Indonesia. I didn't do nothing wrong. It's crazy. Imagine being in Indonesia segregated.
For me, I could have dealt with it differently when I look back, maybe, but not like loads differently.
Go on.
But I could have been a bit more positive. But when I was with them, there was Craig Bellamy, Shay Given, Adebayo. There was like a group
some big dogs in there.
We were coming back for pre-season. Just got a phone call saying, "Don't want you at the training ground."
It's just from who?
I can't remember.
We don't want you at the training ground.
So it wasn't the manager?
No, management.
Weasel.
Called me. He'd never call me.
That's a proper weasel move. Who was it?
Mancini.
Come
but
on,
like, so I ended up coming back 10 days later.
Yeah.
But when he called me, I was just when I got that, I was like, I thought I was going on holiday again.
Yeah.
I went on holiday for another week, but I come back and I'm still training.
It must have hurt. It must have hurt.
Oh yeah, because then you like know you're kind of done. Like there's no way of changing his mind. He's gone, no, I'm just done with you.
Yeah.
So then you train with the kids, but like obviously, like you say, you're on big money. So then it's like, well, who's gonna come and get you? And I think a couple of lads might have got out in time, but then you're training with the kids every day. But I never cause a problem.
Yeah, of course.
I go in and still train, work hard, but you're just I lost a little bit of love for football. So I'm like, what's next? Like, am I just seeing this out?
Yeah.
And I remember it got to Christmas time and he called me over because I thought I had 2 weeks off at Christmas.
Right.
Because obviously the kids get a bit of a break.
Yeah.
Oh, you're training with us now? I was like, oh, come on, mate.
So he's just done a spiteful one as well.
Oh, yeah, I just thought, come on.
So hold on, so you've been out.
I've been out all the way from summer to
the youngsters get 2 weeks off at Christmas.
Yeah.
But he's gone, no, you come and train with us now just to be spiteful.
Yeah, and I was just oh, come on, mate. Like,
what are you doing?
Taking the piss. I ain't caused you no problems. I was literally just going to go home for Christmas. Yeah. Oh, that's your problem. You just want money. You don't want to play football.
Oh,
so,
wow.
No, but you're not going to play me. You're just keeping me here for the sake of it. You haven't all of a sudden just changed your mind. You don't want to play me.
Yeah.
So don't blame me.
Spiteful.
So then, anyway, I've got to get past that bit. And I think I went in January, and then ended up going to. I went to Brighton in the end.
Yeah.
For less money, I took a little bit of a cut to be able to go. So I said, I need to get out of here.
I just think his behaviour there is atrocious.
It's diabolical. Yeah. And you haven't done anything to him.
No. And I'm like, I can understand if you're a player that's causing disruptions in the first team.
You're gone.
But you're still going to want to train. You still want to be fit.
Professional,
and you're playing with people that you get on with.
Exactly.
Like, I get it if there's a bad egg.
I
get it if there's bad egg, but I was never a bad egg. But
that's interesting because what is Enzo's teammates thinking? No.
Yeah. That's exactly it, Coley.
We'll probably go to you and go, mate, what are you doing?
Yeah.
I would go to Enzo and go, come on, geez, what you like? And come on, you're with us, right? And that's problem. That's problem solved.
Yeah.
But the club's be going. The club, Liam should be able to go to the top boys at the group. Go, get hold of him, sort him out.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Do you reckon Liam's got that in him?
No.
He
needs to know who his leaders are, and that's the whole point of having an experienced pro.
Exactly. What we've been saying.
So
having an experienced manager should be dealing with that situation, not people up above.
No, but
that's not how they work it. They work the situation with the manager. It filters through the manager, but it's not. you know what I mean? Whereas we're used to a system where the manager is the be-all and end-all.
Yeah.
So Mancini, he would obviously have to tell the directors he's doing that to you, but that's him. Do you know what I mean? There's no one going, I'll tell you what, geez, let's nose up Bridgie's Christmas. Let's make him come in. There's no one there. He just that's all him being a donut.
Yeah.
Vindictive, yeah. But what I'm saying is, this problem was always coming down the line, and Chelsea have just got to it and gone, right, let's go hard line on him. And then the teammates go, oh, if they're going to do that to him, they can do that to us at any moment.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? If we say the wrong format, I just think it's a mess. I really do. And
I just think if he
and I feel for Liam, because I know Liam. If he was left down to his own devices, he wouldn't have handled. I don't think he would have handled it like this. I really don't. I mean, I might be wrong. I don't know.
Well, we don't know.
We don't know, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
As a manager, you've got to try and keep him on side.
Right, just for the record, before we move on, Enzo has said that no talks have taken with Real Madrid or Getafe or anyone in that region. Yeah. and Liam Rosini has come out and said that him and Enzo are in a good place.
Oh, that's all right then.
So that should have happened before a 2-match ban.
Nip it in the bud now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it had to be talked about.
We're going to go over to West Ham in a minute. I did the game. It was a brilliant game. But before that, we're going to go with England. We've done our England 11s last week. And there's some comments from people.
Here we go.
We posted.
I've been on there debating.
Yeah, I love the fact Coley's engaging with the people.
Yeah, I like it.
It's
good. Sticking up for us.
Yeah, no, it's not even about sticking up. It's just like everyone's got a view. Yeah. As long as you look, I want to say this now, right? Yeah. So I'm looking deep into the camera's eyes, lens, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. Listen, when you come onto our comments section, right, you don't have to be rude first to start a conversation. Don't come and say, look at these Muppets, and then go on to say what your point is. If you want to get my attention that way, then I won't engage with you in the way you want me to engage, but I will engage with you if, you come with a little bit of respect. Do you know what I mean? Or else I'll call you a Muppet back. How about that?
Muppets.
The Muppets.
That should be the name of this podcast.
Yeah, it should be the Muppet Show.
The Muppet Show.
Yeah, right, that's our new podcast name, the Muppet Show.
Oh, here we go. Right, so listen, most people like Bridges' team. So 90% Coley, you was at the back.
Yeah,
I got 35%.
That's the team that will win, you know.
Okay.
Right?
We'll never know because it won't happen.
It's tactically, it's a spiritual team, that is. It's in the unseen world.
All right, I do pick my teams on
What did you get?
spirituality.
Was you second?
No, I was second with 35%, but Bridgie smashed it, 46%.
Is it?
Now, Carlton,
Yeah.
you had Madueke in your team.
Yeah.
Craig said starting with him was mad. Like, defend your thing with Madueke.
Look, man.
Or just admit you got it wrong.
No. Look, it could have been a toss up between Madueke and Bowen for me.
Yeah.
But Madueke is in my reasoning for going with Madueke is because he's in a title challenging position, so he should be on a high, right?
Yeah.
And I'd have loved to put Bowen in there. I was not going to put Saka because I think Saka closes the space.
Yeah.
For Kane to operate.
Right.
Where I think, and Bellingham, where I think we need runners on the outside that can take on players on the outside and in the inside. A little bit of unpredictability.
Yeah.
That's why I've gone for Noni Madueke. And he's a willing runner to go the other way because Harry Kane comes to feet quite a lot. So my choices are actually tactical. It's not that he's my favourite player. I just thought what player is going to complement the best player on the pitch, which is Harry Kane.
Yeah. Okay, it's fair. It's a fair point.
Yeah.
And on the other side, I've gone with Rashford. He's a willing runner. I see him again.
Scored at the weekend
for Barcelona, playing really well. He's going to get a lot of football from now to the end of the season because Rafinha's injured. So I looked at that. I thought, listen, man, there's a spiritual guidance to my selection. Yeah. You might just see it on paper and think, maybe not.
Yeah.
And I put Garner in there as well.
Yeah.
It's all spirituality, man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's why I'm a manager, in my head, and you're not.
Fair. It's well said. I think he's even put. Craig's even put Madueke in his team now. This is from I Beatles said, how are people picking stones? He's played 18 games in 2 years. I must say, that's a fair point.
Yeah.
That's a fair point.
But I just think he's got the experience to navigate.
Me too. I think what people don't underestimate is in these tournaments and these situations, having somebody who knows what they're doing at the back. You know, next Mark Guerre is the number one centre half, but he's not played in a tournament, right?
But not
regular.
Not the
level main guy.
Yeah,
like looking around, he's always had Stones with him or Maguire.
Even club level.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Club level. Stones has been there, done it, tried it, tested, won things as well.
And they would have trained together.
Yeah,
consistently for 6 months. So all these things come to window. We don't just throw these things. People, we know we come with receipts. Right. This is from Chris. This isn't necessarily. It's about Bridgie, but it's not necessarily.
What is it? Is it?
Bridgie is so anti-Arsenal. It seems like a fair comment to me. What is it with Arsenal, mate?
It's quite a fair comment, isn't it? Do you know what it is? I've met quite a lot of Arsenal fans over the last few years.
And their bells.
No. The actual these ones are all right.
They're all right.
It's just, you know, when like you've played against them a few times, you get abused a lot. And then just all of a sudden you don't like some of the players you play against. And all of a sudden you just like, do you know what?
Name names.
Like just when that Chelsea Arsenal rivalry, like he's actually right at Boué, but he used to do my head. He used to do my head in to play against. Like Gary Neville, I like Gary Neville. He used to do my head in to play against.
Okay, so it's left a bit of sour taste in the mouth.
It's you know what I mean. I don't really hate.
I reckon you'd like a Boué on a night out. I reckon you would.
I don't really
seen him
hate them. No. I kind of just dislike them a little bit, and I like it when they lose.
Okay.
So you don't like them then?
Mate, they're good.
You're happy when they're miserable.
Yeah, but it's just certain things in your life, and like if they went and won the league, I'd actually be happy for the people that I like.
That we love.
Arsenal,
the people we love would be happy.
But everyone else, I won't be happy for.
Okay,
that's what I mean.
We've got a guy that follows us, and he's quite vocal. I didn't know Marlon King was an Arsenal fan.
Really?
Ex-Watford striker.
Okay.
James Puentes as well. He follows us religiously, but he's an Arsenal fan. But they're reasonable Arsenal fans.
Right, okay.
We've got Simon Swifty.
Right, okay.
Simon James, my mate, Arsenal fan. Very unreasonable fan. So this is why I do it, for fans like him and get under his skin.
And I don't think it's a hate thing either. Do you know what there's something about them? They always celebrate and they're always texting. And it's their season. They're going to win this
digitally
so early.
Yeah, they're digitally
so early than any other team I can think of.
They go.
So like, then I'm just like, I'm just going to see you eat these words. You know what I mean?
Listen, they got to win something.
Banter is funny.
They got to win something.
They're going to win the league.
Time will tell.
So what else have we got on there?
Time will tell. No, that's pretty much it. Like, so like, well, we're gonna.
You was getting the Cristiano Ronaldo one last week.
This is weird to me, right? I don't even remember. I said something about Cristiano Ronaldo, but you said there's if you say something bad about Cristiano Ronaldo,
mate, there's a tribe
got all
that
these
come
little
after you.
minions that bounce on and do all that.
You said something about him, and someone came for me about it.
Yeah, that's true.
You're
just dropping bombs, and you don't even read it. That's the worst thing.
Yeah,
he don't read it. Yeah, so stop coming on our page. Look it for him because he doesn't care.
Carlton reads it all the time. Go for Carlton.
Yeah, come for me. Like, I don't mind bouncing back and forth with you. Lot.
Yeah, I just found it weird. Like, anyway, Cristiano, you know, I don't mind him. He's all right. Leave me alone.
I think a lot of these people as well sometimes, you know, like they see it and they think of a reply straight away rather than slow it down. And
Yeah.
It's all about it.
Just chill out a bit.
The amount of names you
really
want there.
Really?
They've gone boom, straight in two-footed.
Didn't see it, anyone.
Yeah, don't even see it. So
there you go.
I'm hurting.
Coley's my guy.
Yeah.
I'm going to start sending them all to you.
Okay. Thanks, mate. No, my mates do that. Like, I got, they do. Like, I got called a Bulgarian lizard once. My mate thought it was brilliant. Yeah. I said something about Liverpool on telly they didn't like. And this geezer, it was quite funny actually. He went, look at him, he looks like a Bulgarian lizard. I don't even know what a Bulgarian lizard looks like. But there you go, we're moving on.
We do now.
Yeah. Right, moving on. West Ham, I was there. Can I say, Colton, what a game. Like,
it was a good view. It was,
do you know
it was
what?
a good view for the mutual.
Yeah, before I go on, right, you know, I don't know if it's my old age what it was, but I get really when I go to West Ham and a big night like that when the crowd they were singing Bubbles, I get really emotional. I was like, because like you just think, I remember that song when you make when you're there and you're a kid and it's all new and it's all fresh, and the fans were so up for it. Yeah. They were so up for it for the game, and as we come down from where we was watching the game, God knows why they do this. Was they put us like right between the Leeds fans and the West Ham fans, and we got to stand there for 10 minutes and just watching them scream abuse at each other, the passion, the from the
chest, from the top of their lungs.
From the top of their running from the top. I saw one geezer, he must have been about 65, limp, and I saw him running down like it took him ages to get down.
And
just to
blow out some nonsense.
Yeah. And then there's all these other West Ham fans, and I was watching it. It was brilliant.
It's their stress relief, isn't it?
Yeah. I thought it was brilliant. And I'm like, listen, you're right. It's a stress relief.
Yeah.
And that's what they come to football for.
That's the whole point. But that's what they're paying for.
Yeah,
that's what
they're paying for at the end for West Ham, where you see the Leeds fans going absolutely mental.
What about the West Ham fans that left 2-0 down?
Yeah.
When was that, half time?
No, it was 2-0 down. Just like there was 10 minutes to go, and then they're all creeping out, and then if anyone knows the Olympic Stadium, it's a long way out.
Yeah.
Right. So
it's a little bit
there was a portion of them that went out, and then they tried to get back in. The stewards give them you ain't coming in tonight.
Oh,
and then the ones that come back with their
head held,
with their tail between their legs. Like, I was just going to the toilet.
Just going to the toilet. That was
Fletch and Ali on commentary, because we're finding these people all coming back into the stadium, and they were going, "Don't leave!
Where are you going?"
It was brilliant. It was absolutely.
So
brilliant.
I would have thought a different way there, because I went to the toilet when Saints got their second goal.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I missed it. So then I just thought, well, we'll just stay here.
What, in the toilet?
I stayed out. I just stayed in the toilet. I left the toilet, but I thought I'm not going back into the stadium because I've gone to the toilet. That's why they scored. So
Right.
I just stay out here. Because if I go back out there, ask them what scored. So last few minutes,
maybe that's what some of the fans were thinking.
That's what they should have done. Stayed out. And maybe
that's what they were thinking. They said, "Do you know what? Well, I'm out here now. We've caught up, so I might as well stay out here. Not try and get back in and just."
The only thing is trying to get back in and seeing them lose. That's even. That's just.
I know.
Topped it off, isn't it?
But one thing, I was convinced West Ham were going to win as it went into extra time. The young goalie here, let's just give him Finley Herrick,
like a character, by the way.
20 years old.
Yeah, he looks like a character. He was chatting to every penalty taker.
Yeah.
I thought he's got a bit about him.
He has definitely got a bit about him.
Do you know him?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I rung Coley because I'm at the game and I'm like, this kid, he was the anomaly on the bench, because we have all our notes and it'll be like, certain players, and I don't know nothing about this kid.
Yeah, Josh Ajala on the bench as well. We had a few youngsters.
So all the youngsters, I ring him up straight away, and he goes, he's he was on loan to Boreham Wood for at least
only for a short one.
For 11 games, 20. He's been at the club since he was 6 years old, and I'm just thinking, you're talking about spirituality, and I'm thinking. It's written. This kid's, he's sitting there. He's been at the club since he's 6. Imagine all them nights he would have been dreaming of his debut for West Ham. But it would have been, I'm coming on with 5 minutes to go and I'm going to win the penalty shootout in a big FA Cup tie. So I think it has to be done. And then I thought the crowd give him a massive, like they always do at West Ham. They give him the big up and he'd come on. And what he done very smartly, because there was 5 minutes to go. He couldn't get into the game. So he took the goal kick, took his time. Yeah, took his time, but and then pass a sort of pass back come to him, and he just calmed. He looked calm, calmed himself down, and then the shenanigans started in the penalty shootout. I thought this kid's having himself. I like it, and he saved the first one, and I thought this is going to be one.
A few others as well.
Yeah, fingertips to the others.
Just one that he probably felt a bit bad that he couldn't deal with, but he done it. Yeah, I felt he was brilliant.
Yeah, I did. The only thing I would criticise with Nuno is. And it's hard because I don't know the situation with Wan-Bissaka, Mavropanos. Maybe you know Coley and Somerville. Was Somerville ready? I think he picked the team. It looked like a team that was slightly edging towards the Premier League, and I just think he underestimated. I think he would have sat there when the atmosphere was kicking off at the start and thought how up for it the West Ham fans were, how important the FA Cup was. I think he could have picked the stronger side. From the start.
It was a day out in Wembley. People forget that.
You know what I mean? I think he underestimated that, and I think it was a broad financial decision.
It's hard as a manager if you think...
It's to weigh up that one. Yeah. Where do you find a biting point for your strongest team and saving your legs as well for the charge that's already to stay up in the league as well.
You'd rather stay in the league
Of course.
than win a cup, right?
Of course.
Would you?
Would you? What, would you rather go down and win an FA Cup?
Too much. No, Coley, it's too much money.
No, you got
Where's the love?
league.
Where's the love?
No,
Where's
I know
the
what you're
spirit?
saying, but
where's the spirit, mate? Them
too
boys
much
might not
money.
win anything
No,
ever again.
I
in
know,
their lives.
no, for the boys.
FA Cup.
Listen, I get it.
I'm not. It comes from my soul, not from my bank balance.
I get it for the purist. That is the dream.
As a manager, be honest. As a manager, would you rather win the FA Cup and go down or stay up?
No, but you don't know what your remit was at the start of the season.
I'd prefer to win the FA Cup and go down. I'll bring them back up.
Listen to this.
But I'm a romantic.
No, but winning the FA Cup, when you were signed and you're trying to save us, trying to save us. It wasn't.
We should
your
put this
remit,
out there.
But your remit wasn't.
Ask people what they
your remit
would rather win the FA Cup and go down.
No,
or stay up.
Your remit was to keep us up. That was it. Not go win the FA Cup. That weren't on the. That weren't on the forms. That weren't on the forms, mate. When you're signing that contract, the owner was not saying you better keep us up. And then we'll give you a nice. It's not to win the FA Cup and go down.
Corporate greed. Corporate
greed. No, but you have to. He's doing his job. He's doing his job.
No. It's not, I'm not having it.
No, you're not having it.
I'm not having it.
He's doing his job, mate.
I'm not having it. Listen, I'm not having it, mate.
The FA Cup would have been a bonus. It would have been a bonus.
It's no bonus. All right.
Well, I think you'd rather stay up, I reckon.
Okay.
You're just saying it.
No, I'm not. 100%.
Mate, I'm not having it.
Well, we can ask the people. Because if West Ham go down, they'll come straight back up. Money comes and goes.
I like what you're saying there. I'm going to remind you about this.
Listen, I'm the romantic. These capitalist people next to me. But listen, it's one for the viewers, other viewers, listeners. We're going to do a poll. Would you like to go down and win the FA Cup, or stay up and not win the FA Cup? I think it's a no-brainer. There you go. But before we move on, Friday night, Coley.
Yeah.
Is this the biggest game of the season for West Ham? Wolves at home.
The biggest game of the season
so
is
far.
every game. It's every game. It's been the biggest game. I think what you'll see for this game, it's a big. Win. It's not. It is a must win. Really. Every game's a must win, but we got to go and put a good performance up. That's all I care about, because we got to keep that momentum, and then hopefully Lady Luck's on our side. But what it does, if we do win this game, it puts a lot of pressure on the teams around us to win theirs. So the likes of Spurs, for instance, they're going to have 2 days to mull over it until their game. And then that's going to put a load of pressure. And De Zerbi, he's come in, obviously, but I think fans are probably going to look at that thinking, that's going to be our boost, that's going to be our bounce. If they don't bounce, and it's a flat ball, then and we go and win.
Yeah.
I think psychologically we win, and we stay in the Premier League.
You think it's that big, yeah?
I think it's that big.
Oh wow, that's massive. What about you, Bridgie?
It's a must-win game, isn't it? But who else they've got to play? They've got to play.
They've got a reasonable run in. I think it's Crystal Palace away.
They've got Leeds.
They've got Leeds. There's winnable games to West Ham.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it. They're all much for much. Because you know what, these games, when people and punters, West Ham fans, Spurs fans, Forest fans, and even Leeds fans will be looking at it going, oh, that's a winnable game, that's a winnable game, that's a winnable game. But when you come to the end of the season, 2 to 3 games at the end of the season, pressure comes on. But also, say, for instance, if Leeds win the next 3 games and they're completely out of it, then West Ham played them at the last game of the season, you'd like to think they're going to be on holiday. So it changes. So you just got to win the next game.
Needs win it. They've got to win it.
Moving away from football, we all love our golf. It's the Masters dinner. Rory McIlroy will be choosing the meal this year. I'm just thinking, if we had a champions dinner for our teammates, what would yours, starters, mains, and desserts be? What's your thing?
A prawn cocktail.
Prawn cocktail?
Yeah.
I was not expecting that.
Never expecting that either.
What's
it like chicken wings or something?
What chicken wings? Why are you stereotyping me, bro?
I'm not. You like chicken. You like chicken.
You want a prawn cocktail, bro?
No chance, mate. You're not having a prawn cocktail.
You didn't put me in a chicken wing box. What, black people just like chicken, yeah?
No.
Oh, this is what we're doing now. No.
I'd have chicken wings.
I'm having prawn cocktail.
Chicken wings.
I'm having prawn cocktail.
I'd have a burrata.
my God.
This guy, man.
I think you're so foreign.
No, mate, you're from, where are you, Canning Town? Where are you from?
Kentish Town.
Kentish Town, yeah. Like, come
Do you
on,
not like
man.
burrata?
Yeah, I do like it.
Yeah, but what? Why?
Well, I thought I said caviar or something. It's a bit of cheese. Anyway, right. Poor from you.
Some bit of cheese, some posh cheese, that is, isn't it? How's it cured?
I don't know how to do it. Right, mains.
I'd either have some fried chicken, proper fried.
No, he's doubling down on the chicken now. Who does this guy think he is? I swear down.
No, I like fried chicken.
Fried chicken?
Yeah, like proper fried chicken.
Yeah, but you can't have starters and mains.
Mine was cornbread and fried chicken. Just Popeyes. You might as well just go Popeyes.
I like chicken.
Just say he just wants KFC.
No, not KFC. Proper fried chicken.
All right, okay.
Proper homemade fried chicken.
I'm going, mains? A bit of steak.
Yeah.
And fritters.
Yeah. Okay.
Steak fritters.
Steak and chips.
Medium rare?
Medium.
Yeah.
Where you going?
I am going to go with fish and chips. But a good one, yeah. Like not
haddock or
I like
place.
cod. I like cod.
Okay.
Fish chips and mushy peas.
Coley. There's a fish called coley. Do you know that?
Is there?
Yeah,
Okay.
there's actually... Mate, we need to go and sample that.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
I've never heard of a coley.
There's a coley fish. Yeah.
There's not a coley fish.
You can get battered coley fish. I swear down.
Really?
You think I'm joking?
True.
Go and search it up. Go and search it up.
He's still eating
I'm
his
a man of
chicken.
knowledge. I'm a man of knowledge, man. There's coley
I've
fish.
never heard of them. I've never
COLEY.
been to Sainsbury's and seen salmon, trout, coley. I've never seen.
It's not in them type of... It's not in Sainsbury's.
Are rare? Are we rare?
It might be in Waitrose.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
This has gone sideways.
No, it's not. It's not.
Okay.
So what, you want a bit of... So haddock, battered haddock.
Cod.
Cod, mate, yeah.
I like cod. I like cod, yeah. And a really good one. There's a great little one in... It's one in called the Seashell. I used to go as a kid. So it's in Lesson Green, Edgware Road, just down there by Church Street where I used to live. And I used to go every Friday night as a kid. So, like, you know what I mean? That's my thing. Anyway, dessert, Bridgie.
I think I'll be full up with all chicken.
You're going to get chicken for dessert as well. Oh, how much chicken do you want on this plate, bro?
Oh, I don't know, dessert. I'm not really like a dessert man. Like
chicken
maybe
strippers.
like a little
Chicken
chocolate
strippers.
eclair or something. You know, the Fitter-Roll towers.
The Fitter-Roll towers.
Yeah,
okay.
maybe one of them or something.
When you eat, right?
When I eat, I eat. Yeah, when I
I'll
eat,
see-
I eat.
Yeah.
But most things I do, innit?
he eats
When I'm
like he's
doing it,
bulking.
when I'm doing it, I do it.
Yeah,
type
exactly.
thing.
He eats like he's bulking.
Yeah.
Training for something. I'm going to go old school. Was it old school cake with custard?
Yeah. Okay.
So the school, remember the school?
Yeah, school cakes?
School
Yes.
cakes.
Yeah.
The old school sponge cake kind of
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
With the sprinkle on top.
Yes.
Go with that.
Love that, mate.
I don't mind cheese board, to be fair.
Yeah,
Cheese
okay.
board is good. I told the chicken is consumed. I told the chicken is consumed. He wants a cheese board.
Chicken and cheese, pretty sweet as enough. Right, okay. Right. I'd have apple crumble.
Apple crumble.
Apple crumble. What drink? All right. Okay. This ain't even on the notes, but I'm enjoying this. What drink would you have?
Oh, I don't know. I'd struggle to stick with one drink.
I'll go for Peroni.
You know what I'm into
I'll probably
at the moment.
one beer.
Tequila.
Mezcal.
Mezcal and ginger ale.
Not mezcal, I don't like.
It's the only drink.
Smoky,
I love
smoky
it.
tequila.
Smoky tequila. For anyone out there, it's just beautiful. Well, that was fun. Right, next week, Carlton's away in
Bangkok.
Yes, okay. Going to be looking for some train stations out there.
Carlton's away days in Bangkok.
Will be a bit different to Braintree, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Okay, right. So, but we got another Premier League great. One of our friends, Ida Good Johnson, the Iceman. So, if you've got any questions for Ida, email them in to the usual things. A reminder, we drop every Tuesday apart from this week, and you can watch us on YouTube and listen to us wherever you get your podcasts. Please follow us on socials. We'll be back next week, so please like, review, and subscribe. I'm on absolute flames today.
See you later.
Flowing. It's flowing.
Hello. Good morning. Good morning. Tourism in Saudi Arabia relies heavily on off-roading, car modifications, and camping. There's real madness in this hobby. Some people spend thousands on it. But the real question is it actually good for the car or not? Let's go into one of the workshops and see how far this has gone. I entered one of these workshops that specialize in modifying vehicles and equipping them with high performance and safety features. The one who's going to explain the secrets behind what we see on the street. Is it obsession or is it normal?
There's obsession, there's the normal version, and there are all kinds. Basically, everything exists now on the Saudi street. Everything is there.
Saudis and non-Saudis alike. I saw so many foreigners who are really passionate about it. They had rooftop tents, car modifications, and off-road tires. When I asked them, they said it's mainly for mountain trips.
Exactly. In Alula, the empty quarter Asir, and the areas around Riyadh, we fully equipped vehicles for all these places from A to Z. What you see here is a rooftop tent mounted on the car for sleeping.
A tent?
Yes, and this device on top is a solar panel.
Sure.
Of course, when you have no access to power and you have an extra battery, instead of it running out, it charges automatically.
How long does it last?
About 3 to 5 hours, depending on the devices you're using. As you can see, this is the tent.
From the inside, Ahmed walked me through it. I actually slipped into the workshop because I want to understand what kind of faults or damage could harm the car the most.
Once you modify the tires and similar components, there are 3 main drawbacks: reduced engine torque overall, increased fuel consumption, and inaccurate speedometer readings, because the internal rotation no longer matches the external rotation.
One of the most popular weekend activities held in Riyadh is desert and safari trips. There's dune bashing, sandboarding, and barbecue outings. The activities are endless, but the first step at the gathering point is to deflate the tires to avoid getting stuck or facing problems. Right, Abdullah?
That's right, Sister Alam. This is one of the most important steps for us before we start the trip. We lower the tire pressure to around 10 to 15 psi because it really helps a lot on the sand.
Excellent, amazing, and of course it's important to go with license. 4-wheel groups that have experience in the desert, and full navigation support. Today I chose Team Amala. Hopefully it will be a successful trip. Thank you. Hello, I've arrived at the campsite and I want to explore the activities before sunset, because evening activities have a completely different vibe. You need to book in advance, especially when the weather is nice. Here in Riyadh, as it gets very busy, it is true that camps can host between 50 to 100 people, but early booking is definitely recommended. Let me enjoy the moment. Desert trips aren't just about the atmosphere, the activities, or escaping the city. They also let you enjoy these beautiful surroundings and give you a great chance to test your skills. Because here on every desert trip, everyone takes on a role. Some prepare the tea and coffee, others cook, some handle the campsite setup, and some know how to drive across the dunes. You'll see everyone working together and testing their skills. What an amazing trip. If you want to experience the same vibes, then here in Riyadh you have places like Al Muzahimia, Al Rain Road, Thumama, and many other spots with incredible sand dunes. My trip in Riyadh was beautiful, but it's not over yet. I won't leave the camp until sunrise.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.